lollygag, man, I'm on the go. I go 0 to 100, I go Tony Rowe. Check my Robin Hood, Reddit latest post. Counting up these hundreds in my portfolio. No time to stash a bag, man, I'm on the go. Just rack the guap, market's hot in Tokyo. Cash in, cash out, don't let that chart catch vertigo. Counting up these hundreds in my portfolio. 5 bands, 10 bands, 50 bands. Gosh dang, finna do the running man. 10 bands, 50 bands, 100 bands. 250, 350, 450 and a half. 5 bands, 10 bands, 50 bands. Gosh dang, finna do the running man. 100 bands, half a mil, a million. 2 million, 3 million, 4 million and a half. No time to take a break, man, I'm on the road. Lunch break steak with Ray Dalio. Warren Buffett, where you at? Hey, hit me, bro. I'm trying to know where interest rates about to go. Inflation looking crazy, it's out of control. I ain't tripping though, I put aside some crypto. Even my chips got cookies, Nabisco. That mean my dough don't take no risk unless it's official. 5 bands, 10 bands, 50 bands. Gosh dang, finna do the running man. 10 bands, 50 bands, 100 bands. 250, 350, 450 and a half. 5 bands, 10 bands, 50 bands. Gosh dang, finna do the running man. 100 bands, half a mil, a million. 2 million, 3 million, 4 million and a half.
seconds while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread, and fate may fall down upon you while the devil is knocking right
welcome to the pre-show. As there we go, we are all lit up. It is me, Valdez. With me is Kronny Wani, as always, on these Wednesday pre-shows. As a lot of fun here to be had. We do have a new patch, and we did finish our first week of the LCK. How are you feeling, Kronny?
Feeling great, Brandy Wendy. I can't wait. We got a really good series today. But before we get into that, we have so much to talk about because the first week of this patch was there was definitely a lot going on. I liked some of it a lot, and some other parts, most of the Gwen, and the first 20 minutes of each game were not particularly engaging. In terms of gameplay, in terms of variety, in terms of stuff happening at all. So that could have been better.
Yeah, we did get to have some fun segments here on the analyst desk. I suppose the carpet space is the official term. Let's take a look at the standings as we are going to get into talking about what happened here in week one so far. DK, DRX, and Gen.G all on top. T1 at 2-0 as well, but they did drop the one silly game to KT.
And if you look at the strength of the schedule, especially after this week, we'll have a very good idea of which team is the strongest right now. Going to be a toss-up as per usual between Gen.G, Damwon, and T1. DRX, though, definitely closer to those top three teams than they were last time around, and if they can maintain this form, they might actually be able to keep up. Live Sandbox in 5th makes me happy, and I'm going to savor it because I don't think they'll stay there. But who knows? Maybe they'll be able to clinch a playoff spot this time around.
Yeah, we do have the POG standings as well. A lot of guys on 200 points.
Yeah.
I suppose pick your favorite player. I don't know. There's a lot of players. Obviously, you can see there's 2 from each team that has won 2 series. So that's something you can say about it. Kennen and Showmaker always together up there.
Okay.
Peanut picking up 2 Pogs, I think, was pretty interesting for this first week.
A really good week. He was extremely aggressive, completely manhandled his opponents. On Fleek, most notably, who got invaded early and then never got to play the game, which is what happened to Peanut in their the playoffs game last time around. So really nice turnaround from him.
Yeah, it was very nice to see. Also, the boys on DRX having a great time. Zeka with some fantastic RE performance, and Kingen as well with his Ornn. He was picking that up a bunch of times. Zeus and Gumayusi, those guys also doing a fantastic job of carrying their team. And yeah, it's just been a good first week so far. Not too many surprising things I feel like happening just yet. So I think we need to get into week 2 and see what that has in store for us.
Should be a lot, because we are going to patch 12.11 already after 1 week, which I'm sure everyone is grateful for, because 12.10 was a bit of a snoozer. Still.
12.10 was slow. 12.11, I think it can be slow as well, but
It will be.
Yeah, it's just going to be like a slow transition towards maybe some changes, as we will have to see. Let's go ahead and take a look at the pick ban rate from this first week.
And if we are going to relate this, we'll talk a lot more about 12.11 later. Unsurprisingly, the ban and the Wukong with the 100% priority. It's interesting to me that Azriel and Lucian actually have the pick rate that they do. I expected Lucian to just be 100% rate as well, whereas for the Azriel, for my gut feeling, he's been picked every single game. So seeing them slip through at any point is kind of interesting. Taliyah and the Gwen, most notably, do get hit pretty hard on the next patch, so that might be a switch up, same for Wukong. And looking at the win rates, Taliyah clearly made it through 2 games, lost both, so clearly horrible pick, should not have been bad at all.
Just
Absolutely.
remove her from the
Lucian as well, 0% win rate, unbelievably bad.
Yeah, Sejuani 4-7. Who picks that anyway? Let's take a look at the LCK versus the LPL. First thing you'll note is that the LPL has played 58 games. We have played 22. Other than that, you'll notice some similarities, right? The Viego pick rate extremely high over at the LPL. Pretty much, you know, just almost 100% presence there. That's the biggest thing that stands out to me, alongside of the Kalista with a very high prio as well.
They really love Viego. Makes even more sense. In the LCK, Viego has mainly been the go-to answer because he works in any single comp and he has a good enough matchup into Wukong. But in the LPL, it was a lot more skirmish heavy, and that's when the champ has even more strengths than it will in the LCK, where it's just kind of a placeholder for, we can't quite justify picking Lee Sin right now. So we have to get something that has a little bit of early presence. And the Sejuani Viego also has been a combo that's been very highly prioritized as like the red side 1-2.
Yeah, the 1-2, you get that melee in the jungle, can go up to the top side and make the top lane very difficult. Here in the LCK, we basically don't play top lane. It's just like, you guys are up there until 25 minutes, join for like the 3rd or 4th dragon, and we'll see you then. Here are some of the high win rate and kind of bait picks as well. I suppose the bait picks will be the low win rates when we do get to that, but Azir has seen some incredibly strong games here and is pretty much first pick for the mid lane.
Maybe we will stop picking Victor into him and then it might be a little bit more balanced. We've also just seen him be banned ever since the first couple of matches where he was as high priority as he was. Kench got buffed on the patch, gonna be even more broken, even higher in priority.
No.
And the Trundle is a really, really cool pick that has a good matchup into a lot of the AD junglers that are meta at the moment and synergizes well into comps that kite back, of which there's a lot of, and it's good into Sejuani. So it makes sense that that pick has a somewhat specialized, but still really strong presence if you do pick him in the right situations.
Yeah, the Rakan also seeing a lot of games there as well and doing pretty well. Here are the bait picks from the LCK. The Kalista just not having a fun time, the Victor not having a fun time, and then Sejuani and Wukong, you know, the win rate not high, but these champs are definitely still strong.
Sejuani and Wukong are, of course, the picks that you're always going to get, which after a single week, you never really lopsided win rate. If a weak team picks that, and they would have lost no matter what the draft has been.
Everybody's playing it. So.
Yeah, everyone's playing it, so those are going to be not great. I think that the Sejuani can maybe be a little bit more carefully picked, but still a very strong Ornn pick like the Gragas was. However, Victor, he's just not that good, and I think for Kalista, it's fine if it works in scrims, but we have seen that it's basically just... I think the only win was when Deft threw Barrel in, and that was just because it enabled Barrel on Rel. And Barrel on Rel in general is really good. Outside of that, pick is too short range, the kite back that it provides is not enough, and teams generally don't seem to be able to use Fate's Call very well, so just... it's fine, we tried it, let it go.
Yeah, I wish it were that easy, Chronicler. I'm sure we'll see it at least 2 or 3 times this week. Definitely still the teams are seeming to like it, even though it has not been finding too much success. We're going to take a look at the average game time from this season, as well as I would assume some other seasons. As you can see here, the difference between the end of spring and then MSI, and then now summer is incredibly large.
And it makes a lot of sense with the durability patch. This is what we expected. In addition to that, teams in the LCK, we've talked about this a lot and I'm going to keep repeating this as well. The meta is not necessarily actually this slow. We've seen LPL, we've seen in LEC that you can speed it up a little bit more. But if we get the chance to Azir corky it up, then we do. That said, even if you look at the other metas, they will be slower. The durability patch just made early dives not as strong and reduced early snowballing, which I do think is good. Although Riot pulls it back a little bit with the nerfs that are introduced in 12.11.
Yeah,
turrets specifically.
It's pretty nice. You know, you said it once, you were like, well, it feels like there's just a preseason patch in the middle of the year. So
there is, yeah.
Obviously, it's going to take some patches to kind of smooth things out and change things. And speaking of patches, we do have a new patch for this week. It is 12.11, Bel'Veth disabled. Nobody was going to play her anyway.
Yeah.
But she's disabled. Just wanted to let you guys know that we can't get that pick.
And I don't expect to actually see Olaf. He basically got reworked a couple of patches ago, and then they were like, okay, he's still way too strong on his durability patch. But no one in the LCK actually seems to like him because he is a pick that needs to be played around, needs to be built around, and has a more specific setup. Enchanters as well, which we've seen a little bit of, but don't expect to see him, especially after the works that he got here, because if we didn't pick him when he was broken, we're definitely not going to see him now that he's been kind of hit with a multifaceted banhammer or a nerf hammer.
Maybe Kraka will play him or something, I don't know.
I'd like it, but I don't think we're going to see it. Zeri though, super busted. Zeri's back, had to get hot fixed on this patch. Still extremely high priority. So even more scaling introduced in challenges. We've seen teams go for 4, 5, 6 80 carry bands or 5 80 carry bands and a Kench. Because Kench got buffed.
Yeah,
he got buffed, everyone.
Kench getting buffed is definitely the biggest thing here. You'll note that pretty much everything across the board got buffed, so I'm not sure They certainly weren't watching the LCK or designing the patch for the LCK because we're going to get him in every single game.
150 extra health level 1 on his Devour Shield.
Yeah. Rakan also got buffed.
That's cool. I don't mind that.
We see it every once in a while and actually has a pretty nice win rate, as we saw, like 4-2 or something like that.
Hey.
The Caitlyn buff as well is pretty interesting. I feel like the Sylas buff is kind of a bait. I don't
Hey, that's a closer buff right
I
there.
know.
Maybe this time it'll work, Sandbox. No, I don't think it matters, really. Not particularly. As Gragas has kind of left because his base damages were one of the reasons he was good into basically every lane. So they gave him a little bit more love. Is this going to be enough to see him return to the top lane? Possibly. We love safe blind picks, so could be a thing. But with how popular Nara is, I don't expect to see it. And Lee and Aphelios got buffed, as did Rise. So we can pick him again, right? And in case of Aphelios, I do truly believe that this is a very notable buff. When it comes to the Lee, I don't think it's that big a deal, but it's gonna mean he's gonna get buffed
Yep.
or gonna get picked again.
The Taric buffs also were
Very
pretty
cool.
interesting.
Yeah.
I thought maybe we could see him at least alongside a Kalista, but again, you'd have to pick Kalista for that,
Hey.
so maybe not.
Taric Jungle is a thing.
Taric Jungle might be coming out. We do have some champion nerfs as well. Talia probably, I'm not sure if we're going to be she's definitely not going to be as high presence, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And Swain as well. We saw him picked a couple of times to some nice success, but maybe a little bit less now.
Yeah, the other free champions haven't really been any form of prio. The Talia jungle is still alright. It's maybe the mid Talia buffs, and without the flex potential, we might see her drop. Should still be a strong champion, but we can also see teams completely dump her. For Swain, he didn't really get picked even in situations where he was great, so this is going to be a justification for a lot of LCK teams. Like, well, we didn't pick him when he was really good, and now he got nerfed, so
Yeah. These nerfs, though, certainly much larger,
Oh.
as Gwen did get slapped down, as I think everybody was kind of
Gwen
waiting for
nerfs.
that.
Yes!
Yeah, Wukong early nerfs. I feel like that will stop any peanuts from entering the jungle and being very annoying to you. Hits is clear a little bit as well. The Senna nerfs as well, kind of interesting. Obviously a little bit less of a bully in the lane.
Yeah, Senna's level 1 was a really big reason why. It's similar to what we saw from Gangplank, where the early level she's extremely strong, so then as other champions ramp up a little bit more, it doesn't hit you as much because you can do base timers and whatnot. Maybe AD Senna did get a really big increase, got like 4 times, went
Yeah.
from 2 to like 8-9%. The Wukong nerfs, I think, hit them where he should. Wukong should be vulnerable early, and the reason why he's been so high prio is because obviously his team fights are great, but he also, for some reason, was good early, and I think this is a really good nerf.
Yeah.
Should still be a viable champion, but not as universally picked.
Yeah, so we do have an item sheet here as well. Grievous Wounds did get nerfed across the board. Everfrost Root got nerfed by about 0.5 seconds. A little bit less burn damage on Leandries. I think it's like 10,
Yeah.
literally. Everything else, like the ratios are the same. And then a lot of different changes to tank items, fighter items across the board. Gore Drinker getting buffed is kind of interesting. Maybe we'll see the return of that item.
I mean, Kenya was way ahead of you on that one. Also, really want to... There's a lot of cool item changes, but the most important thing is that the turret damage has been reduced early on for outer turrets. So maybe we get dives again that don't involve flashing as Gnar on the turret and then dying. That would be great. That hurt a lot. And do think that that should incentivize, and I expect to see more of these little changes. I've been very vocal about, really like the team fight meta as it is. The overall meta still needs a little push in the early game. So this might be like, as we get more and more patches in, get team fights that are still fun, like they are now, but a little more diving and early trading going on.
Yeah, it's good that I think we're just patching on some patches and just improving the game bit by bit. Let's take a look at the LEC draft presence top 7. So some of the difference you might see here already is, I think they were already on 12-11 before us, so you'll see more Zeri. The Yuumi is kind of interesting that we see that in that region, but not here at all.
I actually think Yumi's super busted and can be picked in a lot of situations, but sometimes we just ignore champions. You know, that's something that has happened in the LCK for many a year, and still going to be the case. I want a short moment to talk about this. I'm obviously very sad about this. KT, I think on the Insta, mentioned that it was due to personal reasons, so he's not sent down to challengers. He's actually deregistered, so like he's not part of the org right now anymore. but we don't really know why. Hopefully he's doing well. You know, send him some support because as well as Arya has played, Vikla still had a really great second half of the spring split, and I hope we get to see him back again in the LCK.
Could be part of the reason why we're seeing Arya start, and maybe it gave a little bit of motivation for Arya to say, well, I mean, I gotta be here for my team. I really gotta step it up now because there's no one to support me in the backside and, you know, be my understudy or anything like that. We do have predictions as well for this week. So let's take a look at the Week 2 matchups first.
Unsurprisingly, the most hyped up matchups are both Damwon Kia's matchup because they're facing Gen.G and T1, and that top 3 is going to get at least partially figured out throughout this week, as we're going to see here.
Oh, the 10 out of 10 for Chronicler, though.
Yeah. I mean, I got the...
So if you balance it out, you and I beat Atlas and Wolf.
We did.
By 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my way of saying I didn't screw up.
I mean, I really like some of the variety that we got. All of us going over to Damwon, you for T1, and then Atlas, a little bit of Kwangdong Spice, which I like as well.
Yeah, it was kind of interesting as well. If you'll note here, we all went for Gen.G in this first matchup. On the Korean side, they went all for Damwon. So
it's really cool.
A very split vote there.
Close.
They also went all for Damwon on the T1 matchup as well. So obviously the Korean side very much favoring Damwon right now and saying this is a really strong team. I still think they need one more week, which is kind of why I'm leaning against them, but we'll have to wait and see. Guys, we are done here on the pre-show. Let's throw it over to the intro and the casters to start off the day.
Don't go on. Shut off your lights. They cannot conquer you here. They cannot conquer you here. Don't let it run wild. They can feel you. They can feel you. Don't hold
자, 이 곡이 파이널! 젠지와 T1의
think it's the end. They cannot defeat you. They cannot conquer you here. They cannot conquer you here.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2022. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf here for week 2 of the LCK. This is the week where it all spices up, especially when it comes to Damwon's matches this week, who have to face up against Gen.G and T1. So very exciting stuff, and we can just jump straight into it, Wolf. Let's get into some points of the match ASAP, because we've got a game right around the corner. Spring head-to-head, Gen.G 7 versus Damwon Kia's 4.
Damwon lost every 3-game series, and of course, most notably lost the 5th game of the playoff round 2, which prevented them from having that rematch against T1. Very famous game with the jungle gap, and then overextensions leading to that big comeback. Gen.G were able to take things in the end. Very exciting. Honestly, it was by far the most exciting matchup of teams in spring season. Despite, you know, obviously Damwon not going to the finals, this matchup always ended up being close. I've been hard prepping ever since Canyon beat me in the spring playoffs, and let's be real, Peanut had a fantastic start to this.
He did. No, his first week was absolutely amazing, and I actually love the sentiment here, right? Because even though they won that game, Peanut would have walked off that stage feeling like, oh crap, I almost cost us our trip to the final. And so just, you know, shouting out Canyon and how extraordinarily he absolutely dominated him there in that game number 5. 19-5. Ruler versus Dokdam has been one that Ruler's basically had control over throughout his entire, Dokdam's entire career. So looking forward to seeing whether Dokdam can rise against that, especially with how well Lehends is playing as well. It is very difficult for Damwon down there.
These are two dominant teams who won their games 4-0, so that is where you see the +4 there. You see that Gen G did it a lot faster, though. They're on average 3 minutes faster to blow up the Nexus.
They did face a lot less Fredit Brion.
Yes.
And Fredit Brion does tend to slow things down just a little bit. But let's welcome Gen G to LOL Park. No one at home or anything like that. Doran on the top side of the map. Peanut there in the jungle. Chovy in the mid lane. And Ruler and Lehends there on the bottom side of the map.
I think a lot of the real focal point for the predictions is the solo lanes, because the Korean casters have been, as we have, pretty critical of Doran's play on top side versus returning Nuguri, but it's the mid lane that is the strongest here, I think, for Gen G. Chovy looked to be by far the best Azir player in the LCK in week 1. And we'll see where that Azir Prio lands going into the second week, but I think it will still be very high. And his matchup into Showmaker is one of the many reasons why I give the edge to Gen G. Synergy that needs to be built for Damwon as well, that Valdez was talking about on the desk, is a big one for us here on the English casting team. But I gotta say, this team looks incredibly powerful right now. And even though Doran has been inconsistent, it may not matter if he's just sitting up there on the Sejuani. It just might not matter at all.
I'm looking forward to seeing how it's going to go. I also lent the Gen G direction just because I think that bottom lane and mid are probably going to win. And Peanut playing around Chovy now, like he's demonstrated in the first week, has been very, very effective. So we'll see whether Damwon's going to be able to stand up against it. Nuguri definitely a bit of an unknown factor, as you can see, welcoming our returning team.
That's right.
Here, back to the stage once again with Nuguri back up there towards the top side of the map. Of course, no changes elsewhere, but it didn't feel like the same Damwon in spring.
It certainly did not. Now, we have 4 junglers playing today across both matches. 3 of them played 2 champions only, Wukong and Viego.
Oh, God.
Also known as blue side jungle champion and red side jungle champion, because that's how it was. And the 4th jungler, Canyon, played Wukong 1 game, but then also played Lilia, Graves, and Poppy. So it showed a more massive and diverse champion pool across multiple different playstyles. We saw the Twisted Fate tempo-based style in their last series, but they also played more aggressive scaling, and even we got to see that Showmaker Aatrox game. So I think Damwon Kia might have a draft advantage in terms of depth here, but maybe Gen G just hasn't shown us that much. And that's the beauty of this, because we do have these 4-0 teams colliding tonight, and one of them will walk away the victor. Hopefully not the victor, the champion, but Showmaker was the only player to win on.
Yeah, he's the only one that's picked up a victory, and I hope that that doesn't give him reason to pick it into Chovy, who hasn't died so far. We can't even define what his KDA is. If he dies 1 time, then I guess it's a 39 KDA. But that's absolutely absurd. We all remember back to the times where he had like a 200 plus KDA and was just refusing to die throughout the early weeks. Of course, this was back when he was on Griffin many years ago. But still, this is feeling like Chovy's having a pretty good season so far. But the first week hasn't necessarily been a huge test for either of these teams, and this is going to be the first big one that both of them will have to face, and we'll see who's going to remain undefeated after this. I'm really hoping that we get 3 games, though.
I really think there's a pretty good chance that we will. I don't think this is going to be a one-sided matchup, and it is extremely important to note one thing we haven't touched on yet is Gen G will have side selection advantage this time. So they are the home team and have chosen blue side going into this matchup. So they're going to have the ability to, if they can control bot side prio, have that same opportunity to then bully the jungle, as we saw with Peanut. Obviously, Wukong a little bit weaker this time around on this patch, but still will have those opportunities to steal the blue buff away, steal Cromps, and put some deep vision there if they have that bot 2v2 prio. And they'll also have, of course, draft advantage. We'll see if that ends up being Wukong here or something else. As the LCK, very slow to adapt, historically speaking, so we might just see more of the same in these first few matchups.
Yeah, I'm certainly hoping that one of our players dusts off the Udyr, just because he is looking to be pretty incredible at this point in time. His jungle clear is like almost by far the fastest out of everything, but we just haven't seen him yet. And he was pretty strong on the last patch as well, so it's not like too much has actually changed. That is certainly a thing that we could see, though, the Yuumi for Lehends. It has been banned elsewhere on this particular patch, and Lehends is our resident Yuumi one-trick.
Very true. I think we will see some big changes throughout this series, especially because these teams are now going to be tested for the first time, as you mentioned earlier, and maybe pushed to the brink. Now, Showmaker is definitely not getting his Twisted Fate this series. That was a huge mistake we saw from the team that Damwon faced off against last Live Sandbox on Sunday. So
yeah, they just decided that leaving that up was going to be fine, and they were wrong. And they were wrong the second time they decided to do the same thing yet again. So hopefully Live Sandbox has learned from that one, but Gen G definitely have, as they're going to ban Renata as well. Of course, was pretty high prio last time around, and does open some doors as far as compositions that you can run at the same time. The thing that scares me is that Renata goes pretty well into Tahm Kench, and if that is going to be a first pick, I'm going to be pretty sad.
I hope that's not where we do end up, but it is a scary
there we go. Put him on the ban list. That's the way to deal with it.
Bench the Kench. We're back. We're back to that phrase. And,
we have clogged the frog, well and truly.
He can replace Gwen, I think, as the, lock-in ban on red side. I like that idea.
Yep.
We'll see if Taliyah gets banned here for Damwon next, or if they decide to even remove the Wukong themselves. The next jungle pick that's down the pipeline that Chronic was alluding to is Lee Sin, which is very popular in other regions, and just in general a very strong pick, has a similar playstyle to Wukong, and LCK players love him. So
yeah,
that's something we could see. I don't know if it'll be first pick priority on blue, but a replacement. With the Wukong banned, might just be Viego jumps up to the top of the list.
Please, Peanut, don't first pick Viego. We want to see you play a different champion, please.
He can't pick red side jungler on blue side.
Yeah, but
Zeri!
Zeri was left up, and she was buffed, and she had to be hotfixed because it was too much, and now Ruler has access to playing Zeri, so that's very scary. Let's see what Damwon's response is going to be. As you can see, Noguri doing the Noguri thing, where he's just hunched over his keyboard, very intense. And we'll find the Yuumi. Okay.
Yeah.
So we have denied the Zeri Yuumi. We've picked up the Corki as well for Showmaker.
And Chovy is the best Azir player right now in this meta. They already have a scaling 80 carry. Could just be Corki Azir in the mid lane. But I would love to see it this time around, because I think Chovy has showcased such great play on it, and also Showmaker's Corki has been really great. We saw it obviously a lot last season. So it's the most hype Azir Corki matchup you could get.
That's definitely true.
We might get to see a Faker variation of that on Saturday, but only time will tell. As it will be the Ahri instead, and Viego Ahri a very strong rotation here. Can put a lot of threat onto the Corki early. So this is not going to be scaling Chovy. This is going to be aggressive, hard laning Chovy.
Yeah, this is also priority matchup Chovy as well, which is very scary if you're a Damwon fan. We've seen the Ahri picked into the Corki quite a few times as, all right, we're just going Singed support again. All right, Lehends, no worries, mate. And you can also, you can put down your Mega Adhesive, and that means that Yuumi can't you and me. So you can certainly single out the cat.
Yeah.
And that's what he's decided to do. You can see Kellen's having a huge giggle. He's like, what the heck am I supposed to do now? As that's Garen. Are we playing Garen Yuumi? Showmaker, please, just do it.
I would love to see it, but I don't think it's going to happen.
Aww.
It'll be the Xayah Yuumi lane, it looks like, instead here on the bottom side, which can be quite strong into Zeri. I like the Singed so much, though, because like you said, the grounding will prevent reattachment, so he won't be able to push as hard, Kellen won't, in that bottom lane. Zeri's biggest weakness, even with the buffs, is still her laning phase, where she can often lose prio and then have problems, potentially even losing plates, and it affects her Rift Herald timings and stuff like that. So Xayah into this, I think we'll probably see the lethality version, even though I know it's not your favorite. Whoa!
Whoa! You were talking about lethality Xayah, and then the whole camera exploded in the middle of the screen. That would be my reaction as well, because we've even seen, most recently, Xayah being played here in the LCK. I know it was the last patch, wasn't any change, but Xayah is still way better with crit. I'm pretty sure it was Gumayusi that played it against KT and was doing bajillions of damage.
It was a very high number. I remember that game that you're talking about. I think you and I might have been desking for that one, but Nara's banned, Gwen is banned still. She's still a high priority pick. Just not...
4-letter name starting with G. Oh, no. We went away from the trend.
Unlucky.
Yep.
Trundle taken away here, and there's still an opportunity for a Volibear pick. Really strong on this patch right now. We've seen it a ton in the LEC and in LPL, and very popular pick even on the last patch and last season in those regions, but still I think one that should definitely be looked at going into a lane for Gen G where getting an advantage is quite important, and having a CC lockdown will threaten Showmaker more in lane, make his laning phase a little bit more frustrating, might even delay his itemization.
Yep.
But that one goes through. They took away the Trundle instead.
I want to see the Udyr.
I would love to see it. I mean,
A cat and a man-bear pig, that sounds perfect to me. But that's, I mean, they got the pig part, so I guess there's that. As Noguri is just going to play tank. Makes me a little sad.
might be a gangplank angle here for Doran.
I'd like to see it.
Because you have, it's a fine matchup, and you don't know what the jungler is going to be yet, so you might be under some threat, but you have the ability to kind of shore up some of Gen G's scaling. If Chovy goes for Dark Seal, which he might, like, you'll have a lot of damage as Ahri later on, and your Zeri is already super strong. Towards the later parts of the game, will burn through that Sejuani health bar so quickly.
Well,
and he can't even threaten Corki.
Peanuts continuing to two-trick here in the LCK. Third time on the Viego so far.
And I love, I mean, Viego Ahri is a... You know,
yeah, I know. Pretty stock standard.
It's you know, it's very boring, but it is often what gets the job done. And there's the gangplank I was referring to. It's just really easy to predict what's going to happen in this meta because there are only so many champions right now that will help you kind of scale against the Corki and will be fine against Sejuani. Like, casting the LCK, you can almost do with your eyes closed in these drafts sometimes because
yeah.
it just comes together. Now, this is the one that's a bit of a question mark, though. Udyr would give you a lot of vision control, but I don't think he's going to be played here in the LCK. It's going to be Canyon Lee Sin, potentially?
Oh, heck yes. This is what we want. All right, some carry from the jungle here. Qiyana locked in, and Qiyana Yuumi is real scary once you do get out of the early laning phase and Kellen can just hang out on the Qiyana. This gives them a lot of damage that they wanted as well coming out of the jungle. Just with the Sejuani, you do tend to lack in that area.
I love this because they could have just gone for CC, but with Corki, with Ahri trying to push him in and get prio in that lane, a champion that will threaten him with damage is the Qiyana. Like, when Chovy is trying to put that pressure on, you know, Qiyana can come in and actually do enough damage to kill the Ahri so quickly. Something like an Udyr or any other, you know, standard CC jungler, even a Lee Sin, will be a little bit less powerful because Lee Sin's more reliant on level 6 and doesn't have that same amount of burst damage early on that Qiyana will have. So there is... It's a double-edged sword for Chovy to actually put that aggressive lane pressure on with his Orbs of Deception and push forward, look for some charms, because if he doesn't know where the Qiyana is at all times, things can get really nasty. Also limits the vision in the jungle matchup here if, you know, Peanut doesn't get massively ahead. There are a lot of ways that this goes very poorly for Gen G through the mid-game because Qiyana is such a big threat.
Yep, definitely is. Also, Qiyana and Rumble were a fantastic duo. The package, when you deliver it, very similar to the Equalizer. So now, Supreme Display of Talent comes in, lay it over the package. Basically a poor man's version of the Equalizer combo right there. I'd be very excited to see whether it is going to work out as Damwon Kia rolling the dice. I mean, going for a lethality. Ooh, one moment. Ooh, Damwon fans very loud this morning as I almost speak over the fan cheers. Need to get used to it, Wolf.
It's okay. It's okay. We're back in day one. We had a little break. Day
we
one
certainly did.
2.
We do have to talk about something very important, though, today, Wolf, and that is the fact that it's your birthday. Happy birthday, my friend.
Oh, thanks, man. I thought you were going to say that there was no swap bug. Because I was about to get on that. I'm like, no swap bug. That's actually
It really is your birthday.
It really is my birthday. I get Gen G versus Damwon and no swap bug and Qiyana in the jungle. Wow.
What a time to be alive.
I mean, if this is how my birthday starts, then I don't want it to end.
Exactly.
I mean, who wants their birthday to end?
We actually just... Oh, my God. That Corki skin is actually just awesome. Haven't seen that one so far.
Yeah. It's Beekeeper Singed.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's just... Yeah. Lehens is a binged kind of guy.
Yeah.
He really does like a bit of the binged. Or binged.
Beans is what people have been calling it, yeah.
Yeah.
First strike on Kiana and futures market as well. So really trying to snowball this if Chovy overextends. Do like the build, Treasure Hunter 2, Zombie Ward. It's a vision control game here if they get ahead. And that's the crazy thing about this comp. The Kiana changes the equation to, okay, we actually have threats. It's not just a sit back and scale. And, you know, Chovy's going to hit 2. He's going to start being more aggressive here in the lane now, but we'll always have to look over his shoulder, keep track of where Canyon is.
Oh, yeah. Gonna be real scary. Lehens, only level 1, so not going to be denying this Yuumi so much right now. As, yeah, remember, this was his pick. This was in, like, one of the best series of League of Legends that we've had in a really long time. Absolutely amazing stuff. And this was Lehens' sort of super pick into the Yuumi.
That was such a great series, and I think that's why people are so excited for this one. Okay, Peanut going to do this again. He has Prio. This is what Peanut does. He comes over, he engages on Grom.
Yeah, and that is going to be Canyon getting out of there.
They will be able to secure this blue, it looks like, though.
Yeah, Canyon receiving a bit of his own medicine here as he will rotate towards that top side.
Peanut and Lehens are so good at this, and it's part of the reason why Tahm Kench is banned too, another champion that can be so frustrating. They're actually going to wrap around. And so much respect has to be given right now. Zeri is 1v2 in bottom.
Ooh, trial by 5 was actually just up. So if Doran had it walked up, that would have been a lot of damage. But Canyon going to pick up some water and now run towards this top side. There is vision. Doran moves his way down. Canyon gets the information. As Nuguri now, with a bit of spare time, is going to tidy up these minions underneath his turret. We've seen the Gangplank picked into this Sejuani many, many times, and it's worked out very well for the Pirate up there. You can see it's continuing to do the same thing here for Gen G.
Nuguri played this very same matchup, as we'll take a look at Showmaker's win rate on the Quirky. You mentioned it earlier. Yeah, it's quirky, but it's Showmaker, so it's got that Showmaker tag. It's got that Showmaker flair. It's more exciting, okay?
Yep.
20 games of it, but yeah, Nuguri played the Gangplank side of this matchup last week too, and was extremely passive. And that's not something we could say about how Doran is laning right now. He's being aggressive. He is looking for some potential kill pressure. Another angle where this Canyon pick of the Kiana can threaten, actually, and can punish extremely quickly. He checked vision with that Scryers right now. You can see that on the minimap. Always cautious will these solo laners have to be. I don't know why I'm talking like Yoda, but they will have to be cautious always.
You're allowed to talk any way you want, Wolf. It's your birthday, and so you get a pass. Do you remember the last time Chovy lost on Ahri?
No.
Here in the LCK?
I don't remember.
Yeah, neither do I. It's because it doesn't exist. That time is not there. It's not a thing. 6-0. Of course, when Chovy started playing, Ahri was completely out of the meta. It wasn't until her rework that people started playing it again. And so he's only had the opportunity to play it 6 times here in the LCK. As Ruler and Lehens chasing after Dokdam and Kellen, they throw them back into the adhesive for the stun, as now Ruler's taking a bit of damage, but Dokdam is taking far more, and Peanut will turn up. He tries to get a bit of damage down onto the Singe, but it's not going to do it, and first blood goes to Ruler.
It's not fair if you stand like that. Is Lehens on the Singe? It means in order to run away, you're chasing the Singed. It's just not fair. Positioning was good there. Really nice flash engage to toss them over his shoulder. And that is going to be, as you say, first blood given to the Zeri. It's early game Zeri time. She is 12 CS up in this game. A lot of the time in the lane she spent 1v2 as well. It is absolute domination. Maybe Ruler just really is Dokdam's kryptonite.
Well, it's certainly proving to be so far in this game. 1,000 gold going to the lead, resulting from that first blood, as well as some decent laning, especially there from Ruler on the top side, who is, sorry, from Doran on the top side. Let's have a look at this one more time.
Dodges the feathers, waits for the recall of the feathers so he will not be rooted, goes for the flash after the speed up, and it's just an easy cleanup here because Viego comes down, and you can see there's just no real good play for Dokdam. Can't trade kills back, doesn't want to expend summoners, will only use the heal. And it was a really tricky setup. Lehens made it look like he was retreating, then the feathers were called back, then he flashes in. Yeah. That's the type of play you expect from the former Griffin support who's got such a legacy,
Yeah.
despite, you know, not holding so many LCK trophies.
And it's also the second time that he's played Singed support this season, which I just think is crazy. And we're in week 2. Like, Lehends has been completely unleashed at this point in time. As Noguri getting close to picking up that plate. Isn't going to be able to get it just yet. As you can see, Qiyana waiting in the wings, of course, does want that level 6 to have full gank potential. Now Noguri's going to come down, takes barrel to the head, which doesn't feel great. Ignite to go through here onto Doran. Noguri not going to tank up that last shot. Canyon dashing forward, does get the flash out of the gangplank and the ulti. So he is ready to be dove.
That was really well played from Canyon, and this is the kind of threat that Qiyana, you know, gives you in a game like this, a matchup like this, as Doran has to sit under turret, use 2 of his major tools, bought a call this game around. So he knows he's going to be scaling, he's not going to be aggressive. He was for just one moment, and then the rest of it has been sit back and farm.
Feels like the gangplank way
These days especially, yeah.
Noguri as well was playing, as I mentioned before.
Noguri was like
passively on the old gangplank.
Yeah, he was like losing CS to make sure he was safe. As once again,
I have seen this before, ladies and gentlemen. The flash does come in as Ruler now looking to slow down Doctarm. Does so as the fling eventually comes out. No level 6, so Doctarm is real dead. Nothing he could do. 0-2 now for the Xayah in that lane.
Lehends just looks relieved as well. Did this time around again with really nice crisp engage. 2 kills for Ruler early on.
And a plate, oh my god.
And Herald is up. They have, you know, some vision that's being removed right now. You can see from Peanut, and they're just in prime position to continue to snowball this lead. Peanut scried this, so vision's gone. They do have that one controller just below, but still, I mean, there's no way to realistically challenge this. Peanut gets to do this for free. Doctarm will lose so much against a Zeri pushing turret if he does not instantly come back.
Yeah.
And gives Zeri a free back. She can pick up those items. So, I mean, this is a massive lead. I think more than the 1,500 gold lead shows.
And it's going to be even more, right? As this Rift Herald crashes into the tower of choice here for Gen G. Peanut's going to pick up the eye, could possibly save Doran's lane. Get some plates there, as we're just going to see this one again. And yeah, it looks like exactly the play you saw before. And it kind of is, except they get the flash this time before they kill him.
Yeah. And he has exhaust, so he's able to slow them there to get the follow-up slow, and then it's just too much damage. I mean, Singed just does an obscene amount of damage. Especially in the early parts of this. Like, this time he doesn't have a Senna with him, so he's not going to have as much gold, but he'll be less relevant damage-wise in, you know, 5-10 minutes, but still in this early laning phase, if you hit that CC.
All you need is the fling, and it's going to be worth it. As Noguri is pretty far up this lane. He's sort of on the wrong side. Arctic Assault comes through. The ult is going to completely miss, and the Heartbreaker is going to be heartbreaking for Damwon fans. 3-0 for Gen G in this early game.
Yeah, and, I mean, they even expended the Yuumi ult here, final chapter, to actually push the mid wave so they could try to secure some sort of control of the bottom side of the map, because you lose Sejuani top and like Doran's getting plates up here. Like, this is a disaster, Canyon, you cannot be here. Yeah. He's a level down, Peanut's nearby, and everything is going wrong. Like, there's no Yuumi ult here. They know it. They could push hard. The engage opportunities are so limited right now. And Lehends is like, I dare you to walk up. I dare you. He has level 6 now, too.
He has Ignite and Flash available as well. I mean, it's just not a lot of options for Damwon to really be any way up in that lane. So much control here for Gen G in the early stages. We're going to have a look at this one more time.
Peanut playing the long con game here. Does have Flash and Heartbreaker available, so his gap close is just not fair. Not to mention, of course, his stun, which is also a gap closer,
yeah.
which he uses to get in. Very well played.
Gets over to the other side of the Sejuani as well, so the Glacial Prison misses. Very nicely done from Peanut. 1-0-1 now on the Viego. As last time we saw the Qiyana, it was in fact Canyon that picked it up.
Yeah, that was during the kind of mid-assassin sort of meta that we had in summer, where like Zed jungle was also being discussed. Talon was a thing for a little bit. It's been a while though.
Yeah, we got a lot of boost for rockets on this Corki now.
Notice that Canyon has picked up both a Umbral Glaive to start things off, but also Control Ward. He's got a sweeper. The vision control is so important, but he gets spotted.
Yeah.
Can't make the play, and when you're behind, every lane essentially, as Gen G are like Corki behind 20 CS versus the Ahri, despite no kills there. The Qiyana pick is not worthless, but it is extremely less powerful, and so he has to force these opportunities, and he just doesn't have a lot of options.
Well, here's the ulti to come through from Nuguri. Doran's in trouble. He just gets solo killed by the Sejuani. All right. Okay.
0-1 power spike for Nuguri this time.
Yeah, the 0-1. Oh, has it been upgraded? Oh, I thought it was 0-2 this whole time as Damwon are going to turn that pressure into this Drake. As now Canyon, supreme display of talent comes down. Lahen's punished immediately as the package is also delivered. Showmaker Valkyries his way out to get back, and Dokdam is delivered 2 kills. Damwon Kia trading back as Ruler dancing around in the Dragon Pit, but there's no way for him and Chovy to do anything.
Yeah, this was a little bit of a disrespectful setup here for Gen G. Didn't have Prio for this, lost their top laner, did not have Cannon Barrage for the fight.
Yeah, I think Doran was dead.
Yeah, he
so
was dead.
Couldn't put it down.
He spawned 2 seconds after it was done, so could not actually put it through, as you mentioned, and this really brings the game back to, Damwon Kia's tempo, right? And 2 assists being picked up here for Canyon. Not the greatest. He would have liked to pick up at least one of those kills, but still showing the power of Qiyana in this early game. So we're going to go back in time here and see the stun land. Yeah, follow up for the ult there. Got him.
Got him. All too easy.
Over here, this is Gen G trying to engage super hard when a Qiyana is against a wall with a Yuumi attached. Not a good idea.
Yeah, it was just really cleanly played. We're going to have a look at a Rift Herald being dropped here towards the bottom side. There's a Yuumi down there alongside the Xayah, but that stun is going to be dangerous. Dokdam needs to be careful. No Featherstorm right now, but the Blade Caller does come in. Canyon was looking for an opportunity, but doesn't get it. And Shelly will get that plate value 30 seconds before the plates do fall down. So Ruler only further and further ahead. And yes, Damwon had a decent fight right there, but this Zeri is still going to be a huge problem. And we'll see whether the Corki scaling is going to be enough to put her down.
The other problem for the Corki is that he's going to he had to buy a Hexdrinker, so his power spike is slightly delayed. They do not have Drake lead right now. It's 1-for-1. They almost lost that second Drake, but see if Nuguri can stop this back. He will.
Yep, Doran level behind, as the barrel doesn't exactly do the most damage right now, as Nuguri does find the Permafrost and unleashes his teleport. Does have his Iceborne Gauntlet already completed, and so he's just a happy Sejuani there towards the top side.
He's really starting to come online here and be a threat. But going back to the Corki conversation, everyone is a threat for Showmaker. So he is going to have to rely, because Dokdam is very weak in this game too, so much on Canyon. Speaking of which.
Yeah, dash over the wall here from Canyon. He does have his pet cat on a book. Pretty happy right now with this stage of the game. Damwon, this is sort of where they're starting to get online, when things are starting to become okay. Because when the Qiyana can attach with the cat and really start to assert some dominance, going to be pretty powerful. Showmaker down here towards the bottom side, looking to try and grab this turret.
Notice all the defensive wards that Gen G have placed. There's one next to the Raptor camp just north of the topside river. There's a control ward in the lane, one also below it on the lane, the mid lane bush, as well as one on the other side. So there's a ton of vision that Canyon will have to break through with his sweeper, with his Umbral Glaive, before he can actually make a play, because Gen G are so aware that he is going to have to be the catalyst for Damwon Kia to get back into this game, and he was on that Drake fight as well. So gold lead now fairly small for Gen G, but the beginning has only started for Canyon in terms of what he needs to accomplish. Like, he needs to do a lot more, and Gen G have just controlled vision so carefully that, again, his options are limited. He's going to have to try to find pockets. I mean, notice his ward score is 39 because of all the wards he's had to push through this game so far.
Yeah, Umbral Glaive also doing a fair bit of work as far as locking up as much vision as possible, but still, you can see Gen G is certainly able to continue putting them down. It's a bit sad that Damwon lose out on that Rift Herald. They have invested a lot of vision towards that top side. Wasn't actually able to give them enough priority as Ruler tidies up this wave in mid. Doran as well, struggling once again. Only 4 minions until his Cull does cash out. And, he's still within touching distance, but we've seen Gangplanks have much better times in this matchup. One more for the Everfrost, sorry, for the Permafrost there from Nuguri. But Doran's doing fine.
Yep, and that will be the call completed. Do want to point out the Zeri build has changed a little bit. We used to see Trinity Force on her. Now she wants a little bit more survivability and longevity in team fights, so is going for the shield belt instead. So if you hadn't been watching, pretty big change. I think this will be one of those cases where we'll definitely see Black Cleaver, considering the Sejuani on the other side.
Could be. We've seen the transition towards more of the crit style now that that has been buffed up, and Zeri's had a few more opportunities just to build regular items.
Yeah, the normal ones.
Yep.
So Drake has spawned. Gen.G have so much vision. Like, they will not be surprised. They have a ring of vision around it with 3 control wards. There is no angle that Canyon can take where it will not be seen.
Yeah, Negrid needs him to come down. There's the flash from Lehends, gets him out of the way, but buys enough time to secure the 3rd Drake of the game. 2nd for Gen.G, as Canyon's still hunting.
So beautifully played from Lehends. Slows them down, prevents them from getting in there. Yes, he has to expend his flash, but he's got Hex Flash.
Yeah, Chovy diving on forward, gets a really nice charm onto Canyon, but the ulti's there, and the Supreme Display of Talent comes down, but unfortunately, he's still just going to die. Rocket's not going to be enough damage here as Nuguri pushes in this wave, but Damwon, they just lose one. They're unable to get anything back. There's the point-blank charm, but Nuguri doesn't care about your turret. He is so tanky, and he's got a Yuumi, so they answer that one. There's also the turret falling down as Doran's just not really part of this. He's just going to be pushing the top lane, and if they can get an inner, then it is going to be worth it.
Yeah, Doran, why don't you come to team fights? She's like, look, man, I barraged, okay? Like, that is what I do right now. I only have a Trinity Force, but he will grab the inner. So a lot of value given to Doran on top side, showing up a lot of that gold. Now he's finding himself 1,300 gold ahead after crashing those 2 down and having that extra CS he picks up there. His call is completed. So we'll go and get a fat set of items, you have to imagine, with this back timing. Picks up the collector outright. Yeah, so, I mean, the trade-off here is quite nice for him. As Chovy sets up this charm, the Cannon Barrage is layered on top of Canyon, which actually really limits his ability to collapse in here. And then the rest of Damwon, unfortunately, just can't get over the wall. They don't have the same for gap closing. And then Nuguri's like, no, hold on. Chovy just used his last bit of his ultimate. Let's kill him. And they do exactly that.
All too easy.
Pretty clean game on both sides here, to be honest, but I think Gen.G's composition is starting to get scarier and scarier now. Phantom Dancer is done here for Ruler. Much bigger spike than the not yet completed Muramana here for Duck Dom.
Yeah, and he is going the Lethality Xayah route as well, which I'm a huge fan of. So that's all right.
With how the game has gone, I think it's even worse, you know?
Well, that's an immediate cleanse from Lehends.
Unsealed Spellbook has gotten so much value for him this game. He has like never had the wrong summoner. It's just unbelievable.
And the amount of times that Damwon are just beelining for this Singed. I mean,
I like what you
I've
did
learned.
there.
Yeah, I know. I've learned a thing or two about League of Legends in my time, and focusing Singed just ever is often a bad move. But it has been something that Damwon are looking for. Hasn't paid off yet. 2,000 gold, approximately the lead here for Gen.G.
Singed has such great base stats, and the durability patch definitely did him some favors. So he is just itemizing against magic damage for the later ability to tank Corki rockets. So he's kind of already where he wants to be too. He's got his Merc Treads.
Yep.
And this game is still winnable for Damwon Kia because Corki is scaling. You know, that's the one place they really have a massive advantage in terms of farm. And Showmaker's been under very few threats again because of the Kiana that keeps him somewhat safe. He just finished his Muramana and obviously is working towards that second item. Once he becomes a threat, Damwon Kia will be able to play the neutral game for real instead of just hoping that Canyon has an amazing engage. So they'll have some more opportunities opened up. Game is not over by any means, but Gen.G sitting comfortably.
Yeah, well, Peanut looking for it. Featherstorm comes out. Nuguri's got a cat. But otherwise, not going to have too much more as Canyon off to the side. There's the ulti missing once again. Supreme Display of Talent also goes into the wind, and the Kiana pays the price for it as well. Peanut will have a go. It isn't going to fight anymore as Damwon Kia back themselves away. Ruler wants a little bit, but not going to fight against the turret. There's Doran once again in a side lane. He'll take another inner turret. I don't know whether this is going to be backbreaking, but it's pretty close as Doctom's in so much trouble. He just grabs the kill onto the Singed though, and now gets under his inhibitor turret. Ruler trying to kite this one out, but it doesn't really work. Showmaker now at full health as Damwon Kia are fighting back. Extendo Beam does a bit of damage to the Corki, but not too much more as there's the flash over the wall from Doran.
Very haphazard here from Gen G, a very aggressive overextension here. It starts off amazingly though, because Chovy looks like he's in Narnia, but he actually walks straight through the wardrobe, man. He's like, watch him, look at him. He's like, no, I'm actually on the other side of the planet. Dash Charm after the ult comes through, and they turn this one around, blow up Canyon instantly. And the Cannon Barrage is well played here, but this is probably where things should have stopped. Doran is pushing a free turret, and he decides even to teleport into the fight when the turn happens here for Damwon Kia. And Doctom is pretty tanky.
Yeah, and the turret did a lot of work there as well.
Yeah. The teleport coming through from Doran is optimistic. He loses his flash for it as well.
Yeah. Still a win for Gen G. Able to get the inner turret as well as even out things on kills and stuff like that. So it's absolutely fine for them as Canyon. Not going to be able to find anything there.
See how he plays around these tiny pockets of vision where he has a control ward.
Yep.
But just not able to blow him up this time around.
I think Damwon definitely wanting to avoid going against a soul point. Getting vision down here, as you can see. Canyon just trying to keep himself safe. Mega Adhesive now on cooldown, but the Drake has been pulled out. It's going down very, very quickly. Noguri throws out the ulti. There's the supreme display of talent as Doran's taking so much damage, surviving for a very long time, but the package will be delivered! And the gangplank falls down. Lehen soon to follow as well as Canyon gets flung into Ruler. Ruler will survive for the moment, but they're still losing members left, right, and center. Peanut will grab himself some shellfish. Ruler, in fact, is going to be able to eat that one. Delicious, but they still lose out on the fight. Still, it is going to be that sole point, as Damwon Kia weren't able to stop the Drake from being taken.
And Canyon is not done yet.
Nope. See whether he can get over this wall. Peanut on the other side. Ruler.
Flashless.
Noguri's going to find him here as there is the Winter's Wrath. Ruler trying to do it. He will be able to make it out. Yeah, exactly right. As Charm lands, Noguri pretty tanky, but I don't know whether he can tank too indefinitely here. Canyon's still there, and of course, there is a Yuumi.
This looked so disjointed at first for Damwon Kia, but once again, Canyon makes the big plays, sets up for Showmaker, because Showmaker is not here. He bought package. Look at where Showmaker is on the minimap coming down from mid. He realizes, as Canyon comes in here for the engage, that if I actually come from behind them, they will have no path of retreat. Sure, they lost the control of the soul itself, but he actually cuts this path off, destroys Doran, and is able to help secure this kill onto Lehens. Really well played from Showmaker despite a rough start to this fight, and if Showmaker's engage wasn't that pristine at basically max range, then he comes with a package he can't use, and it looks worthless, and Damwon Kia fall incredibly behind. The point still stands, though, that it's soul point for a Mountain Soul versus this Corki composition. A huge problem against Lethality Xayah as well, which will have big problems breaking through the damage later on. So Damwon Kia cannot lose a Drake to win a fight one more time, because that will be kind of the last nail in the coffin, if so.
No, I mean, it's all right. Like, Serpent's Fang, you know?
There you go.
You can build double Serpent's Fang. We'll be totally fine, guys. It'll be awesome. Showmaker has himself a BF sword, might be going for third item GA that we've seen quite a few times. I believe it was Faker the first one to go for that one. And certainly does give the Corki a lot more longevity in these fights, especially when you're dealing with the Singe that can just single you out. And the rest of the team can focus you down. Noguri avoiding barrels, just does not care about this gangplank at all. Sitting over 3,000 health. Frozen Heart completed. And yeah, looks like Noguri's having a pretty good time on his Sejuani. I'm starting to get an idea as to why so many teams have been picking her just so frequently here in the LCK.
Yeah, and they banned the Gnar too. They kind of preempted the Sejuani pick. A lot of teams not doing that as much. So limiting the counter there in lane. He laned better than Doran, despite the 30 CS deficit, because Doran's just been AFK in the lane all game long. It doesn't actually, the CS does not tell the story. Like, he outlaned him super hard. And Damwon Kia, you know, just trying to control some vision here for this upcoming Drake, because that is their lost condition, 100%. I mean, a lot of things can change. We might have an Elder fight here, but if they give up this Mountain Soul, it's almost impossible to win.
It's going to be very, very difficult, as Chovy has his Banshees broken. There is still a Siege minion there, so outer turret in the mid lane does fall down. Doran continues to push on the bottom side. It does feel like Damwon is starting to claw back some control of this game, and of course mid lane, very, very important in order to do that.
Yeah, I mean, what Doran did in the side lane is way less significant than what Damwon just accomplished. Look at all the vision that they set up for Drake. They pushed a turret, got mid-prio, and what Doran got was like 2 waves of minions. It's not an equivalent exchange.
No.
You put that trade meme up, you know, I get 2 waves of minions, you get all of the vision control and a turret, and that turret is so important because it means that without this turret, Gen.G have to kind of clear waves a little bit more carefully, and they have to deal with this Qiyana who could actually be behind enemy lines. So very valuable group up there for Damwon Kia. It is sometimes correct to K round. This was one of those times.
Yeah, and of course when you've got a Corki, you're pretty happy to be in a Siege scenario, as now it's a Corki plus a cat, which is a real worry. I really thought, I mean, Corki is so good when there's a Yuumi, because then you get cats and dogs at the same time, and it's really cute. And we got pigs as well. It's a menagerie. As Lehends takes so much damage.
Yeah,
he's going to have to get out of there. As now Doran in a bit of trouble as well. They're just bullying them away. And Nuguri hasn't taken any damage at all.
This choke point is hell to get through unless you have the vision setup Damwon Kia had to actually be able to hit those rockets. I mean, the goal goes back to that play.
Charm goes wide. Canyon slinking around. As Doran takes a fair bit of damage there as well. These rockets need to be respected. 8 seconds. And it looks like Damwon have done enough to get them out of here. But no, Gen.G wrap around the south.
I think Gen.G should be willing to give this up instead of trying to force for this. But I mean, Ruler is so big. They think they can do it regardless.
Yeah, Canyon is going to get potentially caught out. There's a supreme display of talent defensively used, but Lehends, he's going to pay the price. Takes again most of his health bar in damage as Damwon thinking about just trying to burst down this Drake. They do have positional advantage. Extendo Beam comes on through as Chovy pops over the wall. It is going to be the Drake secured, but Nuguri, can he stay alive is the question. The ulti comes down. He misses the Arctic Assault, but it does not matter. Peanut is going to be taken. And Ruler taking so much damage here from Showmaker as Damwon Kia is starting to look like they've pulled back the control.
Yeah, and I think Gen.G shouldn't have forced this fight either. They don't end up losing out too much here, but they lose the Drake, and they lose one of their players, right? I mean, this is Damwon Kia picking up another kill here because of that vision control. I would love to see Lehends, that exchange with Lehends at the beginning where he went down to super low health, because that is only possible because Damwon Kia grouped up, set up vision beforehand, and then pushed that turret. As they're going to look to start this Drake, they are seen.
Yeah. And there's a package just being delivered to Baron. It's going to be a lot of damage here as Doran's going to be exhausted over the wall. Lehends trying to get... He just steals it! What the heck? Support Singed is the best champion in the game! It's Doran that's going to be able to take down the Xayah as well. It's a disaster for Damwon. How did that even happen? The gangplank is going to fall, but who even really cares? Ruler is now completely popping off. This game is over, ladies and gentlemen. It's a quadra kill. It's an ace, and this is done.
I mean, this is the easiest support vote of my life.
What the heck was that?
An incredible performance. His scoreline 0-3 and 6 at the end of the day, but dominated in lane, controlled vision defensively against this Qiyana, and then is able to steal the Baron in conjunction with Doran on the backside of the pit. A greedy Baron call here for Damwon Kia to try to put themselves back in the gold game here, but it backfires and costs them the game.
Yep, they're going to need a singed ban. It needs to be banned away, Wolf. It is way too strong. As Gen.G just say nope to this one and destroy the Nexus.
There were moments of brilliance in Damwon's play. This game, they played a very difficult to execute composition. I love the Qiyana pick, but the bottom 2v2 was where things really fell apart, because once they lost control of that, the Qiyana couldn't do as much. Because Nuguri's winning lane against a gangplank on top side, and Showmaker is untouched in mid. But the bottom 2v2 that gave them so much power and Singed's ability to roam through the map and set up some of that defensive vision, also help delete some of the vision that Damwon was trying to set up. Those Umbroglaves were always spinning for Canyon there, trying to set up some of these plays. Let's go back to this, because this is a two-part setup. Because Doran's on the backside here, does not have Cannon Barrage, but has a barrel. Lehends is in here, and that tick damage from Singed makes it difficult to actually secure this.
Just walks in and smites it.
Yep. And like, You have so much that you have to deal with. The Singe damage coming through, the smite that he has with his unsealed spell, which got value, I think, of everyone except Teleport. I think that's the one he didn't get, the one he didn't collect. Of the meta
that
support.
cleanse was insane.
Yeah. There's so much to unpack here because he smite steals this. Doran's on the backside. Damwon against basically barrel smite and smite here from the support. Like, probably shouldn't have really tried to take this one without a little bit more control of the setup. But they felt desperate. They were behind. They stopped Soul Point. We're hoping, okay, we can actually, with a numbers advantage here, sneak this one away. But they were seen.
Yeah.
And, I mean, the big spike here at the end for the gold graph is where things ended. But I feel like not for 1 second was Damwon really in control of that game.
Well, I mean, I think that they sort of sealed their own fate by opting in to rush down this Baron when they didn't necessarily need to, probably feeling like the game was out of their control. But ladies and gentlemen, we do have a best of 3 on our hands. We are going to go to a short break, and then the Carpet Spacers will give us their thoughts.
죽었어 한번 코르키 가인이고 자야도 죽었어. 현준아 천천히 애들 현준이 봐줘 보러 가는 중.
나 갔다.
나 괜찮아 수 있는데 더 잡자 얘들아 더 잡자. 대혁아 천천히 바로 가면 깨끗해. 나이스 아니 신지도 왜 말을 안 해줘.
내가 말 안 해줬어. 나이스. 너무 좋아요.
애들 죽었으면 잘 봤다.
야, 스마이스. 나이스. 인정하자. 정신 나가겠네, 진짜로. 아, 미안하다. 아니, 나 아직 안 끝났으니까.
이거 위에 타워 먼저 위에 타워.
끝났어. 이거 끈끈이 하면 내가 그냥 나온 줄.
오케이.
야, 끝내.
아래 타워.
다야, 그냥 귀여워라, 이 자식아.
이거 두 번째 용이 문제네. 이거 두 번째 용이.
아니, 내가 직탐을.
seconds while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread, and fate may fall down upon you, while the devil is knocking right at your door. Conquer you here. They cannot conquer you here.
Hello and welcome to the Carbon Space once again after game number 1 here. I'm Valdez, with me is Chronicler, and that was a pretty fun game to start us off. I think that both sides had chances at both times, and then Giga Chad Lahens just comes in and ends the game.
Also, really like the drafts. I had gotten a little bit sick of drafts that always have a very clear victor. I think both teams had some really interesting answers to one another. Obviously, we saw the Singe come through again into the Yuumi, which might be one of the reasons actually why a lot of teams in the LCK have kind of been letting that pick go. But overall, really nice kite back comp from Damwon Kia, bringing back the Kiana as well. And then from Gen.G, very well-rounded comp, has aggressive parts of it, but can also pivot to a late game Zeri comp.
It was pretty cool to see that and kind of see some of the strength of Zeri as well. We saw him go 7-0 by the end of it, but of course, wasn't all the ruler show, although he did have a very fantastic game. But
Really clean.
we did have some cool runes as well, especially on the side of Canyon, who did play that Kiana, which we have not seen yet.
And even though it didn't work, I wanted to talk about it a little bit because the build that he went for here is First Strike Futures Market as well as Treasure Hunter. So that means that if the early laning phase didn't have Nuguri die once and his bot lane die twice, and you go into early game team fights, he got a really early Dirk, and you snowball so incredibly hard with this build, especially with a Yuumi. So had Damwon Kia been able to not give up as much in the early stages in the early laning phase, this build would have been incredible. Now it just felt kind of underwhelming, and the Kiana pick wasn't really able to get anything done.
Yeah, I mean, he had some big ultimates, and
It was okay.
but it wasn't able to quite pop off as hard as I think he wanted it to, especially because of those early issues. Let's jump into the highlights, though, as we do have the first one, which is basically just Lahens having a great early game.
That's the story of this game. It's just Lahens. As definitely was a window. We checked it a bunch of times for Doctum to flash here. And this is exactly what puts Damwon Kia on the back foot from the get-go and makes this game a lot harder than I think it generally needs to be, as we'll also go down there.
You're Singe in real life?
I mean, I don't
Not
know
at all,
I don't have the
actually.
bandana.
Yeah.
But I can try. Maybe that's a cool cosplay opportunity. But what I really liked is that it actually punished the Yuumi. Like we, in theory, have seen in the past, but actually working out in the lane so well. And the Xayah, with the Ezreal and the Lucian both being banned, really hamstrung against this bot lane duo.
Yeah, Duckdom did not have a good time at all, and the Yuumi certainly wasn't able to help too much with that. Let's go ahead and take a look at the second replay, which was a fight here over, I think, the third Drake that we had in this game, but this one actually Damwon favored.
Yeah, and the setup, here you see why the Damwon composition still works. It's the amount of damage that they have available, it's still incredible. The problem is that the Drake does go over, and this is going to come back later when Gen.G has a lot more Drake pressure, but this is a nicely set up fight. If Damwon, or rather if Gen.G had more prio here, then maybe they would have seen Showmaker coming, could have adapted to a certain extent, but not the case. They don't have the time to react. And in longer fights, you do see the Yuumi value, Nuguri in the front line, and the consistent damage of the Xayah and the Corki is incredibly strong.
Yeah, there was even a highlight that we didn't get, but from early on the bottom side where Damwon went very aggressive on a dive down there. Didn't work in the beginning, but then Nuguri tanked about 7 turret shots, and it worked out in the end. But by the end of the game, of course, the scene that we all remember, it is the moment that we realized, or at least I realized, that Lehends had taken Unsealed Spellbook.
Yeah, he has Nimbus Cloak as well, so he's been having a really, really good time. As we get this, he just stands there. He just stands there, and at this point, there is a message in chat, right? So they should know. Like, they should be aware that this is going on, but there's too much. The early smite, which, or actually I say early smite, but it's just the damage from the barrel of Doran who sets it up, even though they know...
Feathers, too.
Yeah, I don't know what, but like, it feels like if you're the one calling the feathers as Damwon, you should be able to get it, right? You should combo it. And that doesn't happen. Ruler is still trying to farm POG votes here with that cleanse and the subsequent kill, but he's not... I don't see
Super
that.
sexy cleanse.
Yeah,
but,
Ruler has been playing extremely clean and very, very calculated, and it's a really good look for Gen G.
yeah, absolutely, and certainly helps that he got the Zeri this time around. Let's see who the player of the game was for game number 1. I think you all can guess. It was Lehends. With a 0-3-6 KDA, it does not matter.
His team fights were also not that good. He didn't really do a lot. His laning phase
One
was,
Baron Steel Chronicler.
Yeah, well, his laning phase was really good. And obviously he made the game-winning play, so it's kind of a no-brainer. Also showing again that Singed support is something you really have to respect and take into account, especially when dash supports are banned, because you just get run down. Nimbus Cloak, Exhaust, there's so many tools for him to get you. And then team fights, we're not going to get any team fight highlights because he just took a bunch of damage, but this is just, you're right, it's just a feather, so maybe a mistime there on the burst, and he gets it, wins in the game.
All right, so, yeah, okay, there's the one vote for Ruler.
I respect it.
I knew there was going to be one. He did do the big boom boom damage in that last team fight.
He
had a really nice cleanse, but it was Lehends that actually won the game. So a fun vote there, and a fun game actually for game number 1. Very high paced, lots of fighting, and very against
good game.
meta, so that
Really
was really
enjoyable.
good to see. Guys, let's throw it back to the casters for game number 2.
Welcome back to the caster desk, Media Keck Wers.
Yeah, I mean, Ruler did the big boom boom damage because Lehends was giving him bags of gold in the early game. Like, where do you think he bought those items from?
Hey, he was still the one with the credit card in the end, okay? As this was the gentleman that absolutely won them the game at the end there, stealing away the Baron. And then it was on it, but like, thing is as well is that Damwon went for a very weird Baron play. Then after they lost it, then everything was very disjointed. They do now have the blue side. Let's see whether Damwon can bring us to that deciding game 3, or whether Gen G will be able to just hop back on the red side and win a game. I think they've won the majority of their games actually on the red side. Yeah, they have. It's only one game that they've even been on the blue side so far.
If you are taking a Baron where a Gangplank is comfortably on the other side...
Singed is great.
Yeah. If you're comfortably on the other side of a Baron pit with a Gangplank and a Singed is just casually sitting there, you're running a Kion comp, like, it probably means you shouldn't have been trying to take that Baron if it's going to be a game-flipping one, but, you know, we'll move on from that, and... I loved Damwon's draft. I love the runes. We talked about it earlier that the Canyon chose was really smart. Like, it was a clever game plan, but the bottom 2v2 fell apart, and we didn't really get to see Damwon in action. But now they have blue side, as mentioned, and we'll be able to lead the draft in their direction.
Yeah. Let's see whether they can take back some better control in this game, especially after... I'm a little bit worried, right? Because looking at how they played that last fight, which was honestly Gen G kind of just steamrolling them, the first ban Singed will give us a bit of an idea as to how this game's going to go.
I do like it, though. On blue side here, you feel pretty... you just don't want to deal with it. It's been frustrating. He's found success with it in multiple games now, and...
I mean, it is the best support in the game, let's be honest. So they're just not going to deal with it.
He got value out of his exhaust on the Unsealed. He had Hex Flash. Like, he was just making all the plays. I think it's a pretty easy call to just be like, I don't want to deal with that for the rest of this best of 3. Probably won't ban it next time they meet, but for today, just take away the X Factor. Twisted Fate now on red side, going to be banned as well from Gen G to prevent that Damwon Kia first pick Twisted Fate for Showmaker.
Yep.
I think Lucian follows suit here. And then we will see what Gen.G give over to Damwon Kia at the end. The common red side, Viego Ahri, not going to be an option anymore.
Yeah, so Lucian, like you say, will be banned away here. See whether Yumi's going to get a look in now that the Singed has been banned, whether Gen.G will just take that one away. Damwon likely to first pick it now that they do have the Singed banned.
Could also see a Zeri ban here for Gen.G.
Yep.
They obviously know the strengths of it. They showcased it, and they don't want to give that over to Damwon Kia. So a strong third ban here since Gwen is dropped in priority, Wukong is dropped in priority. They did ban it last time, of course, or Damwon did.
Ooh,
Taking away both of those red side picks in one fell swoop.
Yeah.
Both of those definitely working well together. I think an Azir ban might have actually been stronger here for Damwon Kia if they are afraid of that Aura Corki ban, because on red side here, I think Chovy might be playing one of those scaling mids. It's going to be a very different look this game around. Will be Renata over the Yuumi here that Gen.G decide to ban.
Yeah.
Renata could be such a great anti-dive tool, so if you were thinking about having that style of play in your draft.
Yeah, I really like the Renata ban. She has been very successful here in the LCK so far. Is Damwon thinking about what they want to pick away first, and Wukong's left up, and they are going to lock it in, even though he has been nerfed just a little bit on this patch.
The early game is, you know, a little bit slowed down.
Yep.
I'm just so glad we get to see Canyon Wukong, and unfortunately, this will be only the second time he's played it.
Yeah. It's funny.
He's played so many champions. He's got such a wide pool, but they give over Zeri and Yuumi.
I mean, it's Zeri Yuumi, right?
Yeah.
And it's also Lehenz's Yuumi.
Yeah. It's like in before, it's like Zeri and some other support doesn't make sense. Tahm Kench also is open.
Yeah.
Oh man, Gen.G are just putting the scaling card on the table. It's not going to be the Azir this time around. It doesn't look like it will be the Corki for Chovy. And this is what I expected for Gen.G, considering the bans they put out. They're like, okay, don't allow Lucian through, because we don't want that to get out of control. No Twisted Fate, no tempo plays, no Renata for 2v2 shenanigans. I just want to play my Zeri Corki scaling game.
Well, they look very happy to do so. Also, not prioritizing the Yuumi means that Damwon Kia can pick that one away, but maybe Lehenz has a different idea for how to fight it.
I would love a Gnar pick here for Damwon Kia, just because I think that's one of the strong tools they could pick up here in the second phase, or rather pick up here, but they will not be allowed to in second phase if they don't take it now. But they take Yuumi for the lane. Same pick for Kellen this time around, but it's Ezreal Yuumi.
Yep.
And they should be able to get something done down there. I don't think this will go as disastrously as it did the last game around.
Yeah, it's certainly looking like a lot more scaling put on the table here for Gen.G, so that early game could be a little bit more difficult. This is one of the more popular Zeri lanes that we've seen in the past, which was Nautilus Zeri, and can also work into the Yuumi as well, as, you know, depth charge, even if You and Me comes out, it's still going to get value.
I'm going to follow you. I like the Nautilus pick here. I think it's a lot stronger since the durability changes have come through, too. No Kassadin. Not going to be playing that in isolation to the Corki. That would have been, this time around, actually the strong pick, I think, especially considering the draft.
Yep.
So far, not the Faker angle last time. So a smart ban here. And otherwise, maybe you just ban Azir as Gen.G now. All right, I don't want to deal with that scaling option. Victor seems very bad in this meta. Showmaker's the only one to win with him, but you won't be able to proc your damage as well. Poppy, Sejuani would be great bans here for Damwon Kia.
Yeah, I very much like the Poppy ban. And Peanut was also one of our better Poppy players, so targeting that one out certainly makes a lot of sense. And now that Wukong has been picked up and Viego has been banned, Peanut has to play something else, which is kind of exciting. Certainly a lot left on the table, especially now that we've moved to 12-11 with a bunch of champions getting buffed and a bunch of things getting nerfed. Things feel like they have actually been balanced just a little. And it might be that we actually see the Peanut Lee Sin come through this.
I would love it. I think it might end up being that Nuguri Gnar pick that ends up coming through here. The Sejuani angle, I think, is definitely the one that Gen.G are looking at most right now.
Yep.
And they banned the Ornn instead of banning the Gnar, so kind of trying to keep it a little bit under wraps and also remove one of those other scaling options. I mean, Kayle and Zeri and Corki would be a bit much, I think, for the early game.
Yeah, that would be absolutely obscene.
It's like, how greedy can we be?
Yeah.
See if it ends up being that Sejuani pick here.
Ooh, Trundle. Okay.
Okay.
Sort of a preemptive cancellation of the Sejuani option. And also, does give them a lot of tools when it comes to playing around Corki. I kind of like it, but this is what I was expecting, just the Gnar pick away.
I don't like this one as much because I think Corki really struggles in conjunction with Gnar because of the way that they're both relying on timings with their package and Gnar bars, and it's a little bit more difficult to proc. You pick it early too, so Damwon Kia can circumvent, going into a counter pick of some kind, and it's Nuguri, so he's going to lane really well. He beat Doran in lane last time.
Ooh, Sylas, okay.
Sylas, interesting. A little bit buffed on this patch.
Yeah. Was also just a better version of Gnar, because you can hijack and then Gnar at any stage without having to hit Mega Gnar or anything like that. Has been one of the biggest uses for Sylas in the past. Not sure whether we'll see it topside, but that could certainly be fun. Is the Gragas being considered as well?
Gragas into Gnar as well. Gnar, kind of a soft counter. It was a very common counter pick to the Gragas last season. Actually going to come through here, so lots of engage opportunities here for Damwon Kia because they have the more consistent Gnar bars you mentioned. They have Cask, they have Wukong, and Yuumi. So if you can just guarantee a big Gnar with Sylas, and then follow up with Wukong and Cass, like there are unlimited opportunities here. This Trundle pick, very strong into what Damwon Kia are running. Obviously the Wukong a little bit nerfed in the early stages too. Good against Gragas, good against Sylas.
That'll be locked in. So because of the tank Gragas situation, Subjugate gets a lot of value, but also the low range of Damwon does mean that the Pillar will be very valuable as far as creating space for Chovy to play around and allowing Zeri to really run amok in these fights.
It's Duckdom's Ezreal that's the only part of this that has range and real threat from a distance. And we'll kind of put a timer on Genji oftentimes. That's what Ezreal into Gnar often feels like is, okay, I'm just hitting these Qs, my Mystic shots are connecting, and Gnar's running out of time. He's going to have to get that Gnar bar going or not.
I thought we had a swap bug once again, but it looks like the Sylas has been swapped to the top lane, at least. I wonder if that means that we are going to see the Sylas into Gnar matchup.
That would be very unusual. Nuguri was definitely considering it. You could see he was talking about it when the pick did come through, and I thought about it for a moment, but
I think maybe we're swap bug.
I think it's a swap bug, especially because Gragas, in this case, in the mid lane.
Yeah. That part of it, not quite as fun. Not to mention the fact that, Sylas into Gnar was a thing of the past, and even then, it didn't really work.
Like, imagine how free Corki's lane is into a Gragas. He's just chilling forever. Oh, that's very cool.
It is actually very cool.
Dog Kellen.
So it's like we're just going to put the bottom lane into one.
Yeah.
And then you got to lock down.
I mean, that's cool. It's a duo. It's the only lane that has a duo. Yeah. I like it.
It's really cool.
It's creative. It's clever. It's much more creative than the new trend that Valdez and I are talking about all the time, where you just put like the first part of everyone's name into a list to try to copy the Donut Churros from Genji, and none of them sound good. Only Donut Churros sounds good. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, no, it just doesn't really work. Yeah. That's a very confused Ahri. I like that.
So I may have gotten an F, but Genji is perfect.
Aha. We saw that sign actually earlier on today, but because we weren't swap bugging, we didn't actually have a conversation about it.
Yeah.
I'm going to do the turnaround, do a bit of a check-in, as we do have the draft back on, and so we're going to get through it as quickly as we can.
Yeah, there's a bug going around in this patch, guys, which is why we do this a lot. Ooh, a nice Nuguri drawing here.
Yeah, it's a fantastic Nuguri drawing. Damn.
It says Nuguri's during team fights is, you could definitely feel like perfect feeling of a wall, I guess is the idea that's going. It's very common to make wall jokes with people's names for the top lane. This is a Lehens fan who's like so happy she brought her Lehens thing, scarf, whatever that is, banner on today.
Exactly. This is the right day for it. We're getting singed picks, singed POGs, and then a singed ban. That is one heck of a Lehens day.
Legendary. It's a legendary day of LCK, even I'd go as far as to say.
No. Not anymore.
I'm like, wait for it. Indary.
And we're back to the swap bugs as well. It's going downhill very fast, Wolf. You were having such a good birthday until this.
It's okay.
By the way, the Chovy Skitty situation was something that I think I was on the desk for, and you guys were talking about it, and neither of you knew that the Pokemon that was designated for Chovy is
I actually
called
didn't
Skitty.
know. Yes, I'm glad you clarified that because I didn't know. And now that you say it, I'm like, oh yeah, I did know that, but it just wasn't in my brain at the time.
Let's hope that Chovy never evolves, because Purugly is just not a very cool Pokemon, not going to lie. Pretty sure Skitty evolves into Purugly. Unless that's Delkitty, and there's a million different cat Pokemon, Wolf. After Meowth, we didn't need more, to be honest.
I didn't play any of the newer generation Pokemon games until the new one, Arceus, or however you say it, because there's some debate. But the new open world one came out, and that's when I realized how little of the new Pokemon I know. I'm like, oh, I don't know any of these. I felt like I learned a lot.
And I was actually wrong. It was actually Delcatty. So never mind. Delcatty's fine. But I don't remember what's the other one that evolves into Purugly. I'll have to remember. But anyway,
it's got a cuter lower evolution also.
Yeah,
I don't know what it's called.
It does. It's the same situation. Thankfully, Skitty survived and got through that one.
Yeah. So a lot of Peanut fans as usual.
Yeah. Very standard stuff.
Let's go on a win streak, that sign says. Donut Churros fighting. Genji victory behind there, and our mid is Chovy, I think is that sign there, yeah. Woody mid.
Yeah, I knew that one. I could actually read that one, Wolf.
Yeah, there you go.
Nailed it.
That's that banner to the bottom right, that fan says Genji. I'm like,
whoa!
She's reading everything. I'm like, she's got an Adidas hat on.
Whoa!
Don't show that on broadcast too long. It's not a sponsor.
No, it is a sponsor for at least Talmon Kia, so I guess you can play it
there you go.
This time around. There we go.
You're getting some extra value.
Yeah. On the back of that chair is an LCK logo. Oh God. I'm gonna look back. And, yeah, we do have the draft completed again. Let's hope that we haven't swap bugged another time.
That sign said Chovy, he is a god. There's a bit of a religion around him, so I'd say.
Yep, the Church of Chovy is certainly a thing.
I think he is. I think he is the strongest mid laner right now in the LCK as well, and looks like we are ready.
My goodness, we've done it. We're into the draft. Chovy also died one time in the last game, so he now has a definable KDA, sitting somewhere above 40. So we'll have to keep our eyes on that one. He's going to be playing the Corki this game, so he could certainly be a target, but he could also just get a lot of kills. So we'll see whether he is going to remain at a ludicrously high KDA or whether it will get thrown down a peg or two, especially now that Genji are on the red side. Ooh, Genji fans pulling it up again.
Yeah, the crowd is really filled out as well. Both chants much louder this time around.
Yeah, feeling much more even. As Noguri will be playing this top Gragas, of course. Cooldown lowered a little bit on the body slam. Certainly feels absolutely fantastic. And some AP ratios and things like that. We'll see what the build is going to be here for Noguri.
Noguri is definitely a very good Gragas player, even in recent times when he was on FPX, when Gragas was a pretty safe pick during that era.
Yeah, we prefer not to think about those times for Noguri, but yes, it is indeed true.
Did happen. I mean, he had a great run until he didn't, but he's back now, so, you know.
Yeah. Everything was good until...
It got gooder.
Yeah, I guess Worlds was the biggest disappointment, but I don't know. It was also a little bit of a struggle town because it's difficult for us to watch too much LPL.
Yeah. Toynbee got the Dade award. It was a mess, but it's okay. Back to happy times now.
Indeed. Well, that is a Dredgeline connecting on to Kellen, who just sort of soaks it up. And Botham Block's going to help him out there just a little bit as well. So Dr. and Kellen get control of this lane. This was sort of the Yuumi iteration that never really found the success that we thought it should.
Yeah, it really did not. And it was played a few times. It found some success, but it was never as popular. It felt like only really did we see Karma as real up at the top tier in LCK. And when Karma was banned, they're like, no, we're just not interested in that type of lane. But recently, it's been a little bit more popular, and I think part of that comes from the other regions. We saw this a lot in the LEC, and I think Korea is kind of adapting a little bit right now as we're a little bit slower to set the meta these days. We kind of perfect it, right? That's kind of our thing that we do. And sometimes it can leave us falling behind, but in this case,
Yeah.
a little bit of adaptation early on is a good sign.
Exactly.
And knows it's from, you know, one of our smartest and forward-thinking teams, most forward-thinking teams in Damwon Kia.
True. Gonna have to see how this one's going to go. Of course, the Sylas in this lane, not necessarily the same obvious pickup that you would get when it's just Fade or something like that. You can tell why. Rockets still certainly work, but it's largely against this Gnar that it's going to be very, very powerful. 8 and 8 here for the Gragas versus Gnar. It's sort of been one of these matchups that's certainly evolved over time.
Yeah.
There was, at the beginning, a lot of Gragas into Gnar, and then afterwards it felt like there was Gnar into Gragas, and we didn't really know necessarily which the most powerful was, but...
I personally think that the laning phase is really strong for Gnar, but it's going to be about execution, and it's actually fun to think about the concept of giving counterpick to Doran in a matchup against Nuguri, because Nuguri's like, I think he'll try to kill me and make a mistake. You know, like it feels like that's almost the strat. And obviously the Cask works super well in this composition because you have a Gnar ultimate and a Cask on your team because you steal the Gnar ultimate. So Damwon Kia have really just doubled down on how many ways there are to kill Zeri and Corki.
Yeah. Well, Chovy now, 77.8% win rate on the Corki. Not too bad, you could say. Only died 21 times on this champion in his 14 wins and 4 losses.
Very clean.
Yeah, it certainly is. Also, we have an update. After the first game, he remains undefeated on Ahri and is now up to 7-0. So it's not bad at all.
Certainly not. He and Fake are definitely the best Ahri players. You know, makes sense that they met in the finals of the season where she came back after the mini rework. And excited to see more champions getting changed and come back into the meta. And it's a very exciting time to be a League of Legends fan, just with all the changes and the durability patches has completely changed the game. And, you know, I agree with Conqueror. In terms of team fights, I think it's absolutely the right direction. And it does remind you of older seasons of League of Legends that people are always very nostalgic for. So,
yeah.
Everyone always really likes talking about Season 4.
That was I was writing guides and stuff in Season 4. My Mordekaiser guide was one of the highest rated on Team Solo Mid.
Nice.
Just letting that one sit for a moment. As Doran here towards the top side. He's got Peanut with him as Nuguri completely out of mana. There's the Pillar of Filth, and Nuguri is real dead. There's not going to be too many opportunities to do too much as the flash comes through. The wallop misses as Nuguri still not dead. The body slam comes down, and here's where the kill's going to get traded. Doran will be taken down. First blood goes to Gen G. So they have to expend flashes across the board, and it is answered by Canyon.
Yeah, this is actually insane what Nuguri accomplishes on the top side. Is meanwhile down here.
Yeah, there's the prowling projectile, but Ruler is just going to be able to back his way out.
He buys so much time because Canyon is nowhere nearby. I mean, he's somewhat nearby, but he's like nowhere in the proximity to actually fight when the gank actually goes off. So he has to buy so much time for Nuguri, or from Canyon, to go from basic Gromp to topside. He does exactly that. Sidesteps so well. Forces out Flash.
Wasn't what Lehends really wanted to do there.
Not exactly. A little bit off of his intentions.
Yeah. But no, I agree. I actually think it was fantastically well played by Nuguri to buy as much time as he did.
Yeah, I want to watch it again, too, because he's... I think it also might have been a slight misplay from Damwon on the top side there. But we'll watch it again. But it ends up being traded kill. Kills going to the junglers, and both of the top laners only picking up an assist.
Nuguri, once again, looking for Doran here. Gets a very nice trade. Landing that body slam. You can see he's ahead in a little bit of farm. So the laning phase going very, very well. Last chapter also completed. Probably going to be the Everfrost for this Gragas. It's been one of the more popular builds recently. Build Everfrost and then Tanky.
Yeah, very boring, but, you know, gets the job done. Everfrost slightly nerfed on this patch, but it is just by the nature of how it works. It is just basically the most busted item in the game.
Yeah,
Next
no,
to
it's
stopwatch.
pretty absurd.
Yeah, it just gives champions who already have some form of CC an additional way to guarantee it, because players are human, and they sometimes miss those. But when you Everfrost them, you never miss. It will never happen. You cannot miss the standing target. Let's watch this one again. So Doran gets Mega Gnar. Peanut comes around. Notice, again, the Gromp positioning for Canyon. He's super far away. Body Slam here to buy a second. He has basically no mana. Hits the barrel roll. And they just walk left, expecting him to retreat to the left side because he's blue side player. Barrel, or rather, Body Slams at the final second to make sure that Canyon can actually come in here and flash for the kill. And they just misread. They thought he would go left because he's a blue side player, but he went right. And I think if they kill him there, they probably both walk away with their lives and Canyon wastes his time. But
Yeah, it was very well played by Noguri to make sure that they could even this one out. It's going to mean not too much of an advantage for either side, but the Rift Herald has been started off here by Damwon Kia. And of course, Noguri being able to grab that plate as well. Gragas in a great spot. But Ruler's down here. Let's see how much he's going to be able to claim in response to this Herald that has been started by Damwon. Canyon will secure it. The Ezreal will make his way back to the lane. Peanut's going to trade for this Drake, however, as Lehends is rotating over, gets some vision.
he has 6, so they just are being denied farm. It is actually pretty insane what Ruler and Lehends are doing to, honestly, pretty much body the bottom 2v2 here. Like,
Yeah,
last game they destroyed it. And this is into a Yuumi lane. It's Ezreal Yuumi, and Zeri is killing plates in a lane. This is not like, oh, I killed them and then I get the plates later. She's 20 CS up.
Yeah.
And from what we learned from Zeri when she released last season, this is the part where she is at her weakest. In 2 games in a row, it has been the exact opposite, as Lehends has 6 first, can threaten kills, is denying further farm while also getting plates. Rift Herald goes to Damwon Kia, yes, but
No, I think that we need another Zeri hotfix. It's not hotfixed enough. We're going to need that one nerfed just a little bit more. As, yeah, certainly her laning phase got better. And it is being demonstrated right here as Showmaker throws out some more rockets.
yep, don't know how many he has, but
Yeah, it's like just Corky head amount of rockets,
yeah.
according to what we see there.
Not the most valuable ultimate to steal, but can be really nice in the laning phase to clear those minions up.
Still has 3.
Yep, see now on the UI there. It's been a pretty nice laning phase here for Chovy, who's got his tier now and is halfway through his call. You know, this has been the more boring part of the map. We haven't looked at it at all as a result.
But if it's boring, then it's probably going pretty well for the Corky, I guess.
And in terms of what the Sylas will do later on, he doesn't scale up damage-wise as well as Corky, but his value will be in the Gnar that he will have guaranteed. So as long as Showmaker can secure that, doesn't feel too bad. But Chovy's happy that he's had this free lane, and another plate goes down as Rift Herald is crashed mid. So, I mean, Ruler is just like, no, it's cool.
Yeah, I mean, this will be a fair bit of power going to Ruler, I guess, but that's a hook connecting as Lehends is rotated up. So they get the information that Ruler is now by himself, and so this control vision will be cleared out, and Damwon should be able to regain some control of that bottom lane.
Yeah. Speaking of which, look at the vision here for Gen.G deep around red buff. It's so immaculate, and this is what they did so well last game against the Qiyana. It's more important than it is this game, but still, I mean, they're putting on a clinic of how to control vision in all 3 series.
Noguri not going to land the body slam. That's actually huge. Doesn't get the cooldown as Everfrost comes out, as the cask is avoided with the hop, but still, Noguri is going to survive. So a bit of a party cask, but at least he's around to experience the party afterwards.
Yeah. And once again, Noguri ends up kind of winning out in this exchange. Looked very dangerous for him for the moment. And Canyon's just going to back out here for free. It's a very slow-paced game because despite the Sylas, Gragas, and all the engage tools, there's no objective to fight over right now. Drake is up at 2, so when Noguri is pushing this far and has Canyon, his bodyguard, hanging out again, their opportunities are pretty limited.
Yeah, this barrel will consume the cannon, and Peanut's not going to find any joy. The returning Boomerang is going to help tidy up this wave, so Gen.G will have to deal with Noguri teleporting back, so won't be able to get too much plate value here. Doran's just going to respect and move away. As Showmaker, he's going to go home. It's being abused by about a bajillion different rockets in this lane, as Chovy is stacking up that Mirror Mana now. Everfrost going to miss, gets the hop out of Doran. Genji probably feeling fine with how this game is going, given the fact that they have Zeri and Corki.
I want to point out that Showmaker built Liandry's on Sylas. I think I've seen everything now.
Yeah.
Because this is one of those games where it's actually going to be a longer fight, and even though it's kind of counterintuitive to his kit to do slow, sustained damage, when he steals rockets, he's going to get value out of this.
Yeah.
And also, just in general, in those longer fights, which these fights should be extended, he will help burn through those health bars when he has, you know, his Gnar ultimate to actually get him into the front line, set up for, you know, Duck Dom's damage coming through, Canyon's layered ultimate. The fight should last long while he is just rolling through CC that his team is setting up, that he's also setting up.
There's a lot of big bodies as well, so you can respect the max health damage or the burn. Sorry, current health damage.
Yeah.
As Ruler is going to get himself another plate down here. And so yes, the Rift Herald was used and got some value in the mid lane, but Ruler has taken 3 plates compared to the 2 of this bottom side. So certainly working out there. But it's mainly plate gold that's actually keeping Damwon in this one. As you can see, it's a bit of a CS advantage throughout.
Yeah, it's very close game gold-wise. And the question is going to become, you know, is this Ruler Gold enough to beat the easier execution comp for Damwon Kia? They will see this with the True Shot.
Yeah, Canyon just going to get on in here. Let's see. Yep, he's going to be able to steal that one away. And that is, in fact, the Cyclone onto Lehends as well. He's going to get taken down. It's actually the cat that picks it up. But can Canyon keep himself alive is the question. The answer's no, as Ruler's starting to pop off flashes on top of the Ezreal. The flash forward from Doran's here as well, as he's trying to get these boomerangs to work. And Ruler is just not stopping. Picks up the kill eventually on the cat, and the Extendo Beam just going to be used at the end to celebrate picking up some of these minions, and they should be able to take this turret now.
Such a close fight, though. That was on a knife's edge. If this goes poorly, Damwon Kia swing completely the other way and ends up with a massive lead. I mean, that was such a high-risk move from Gen G, but they pull it off.
Well, Noguri's going to try and take this tower in this mid lane. Should be able to do so. There's one last auto. Everfrost to come down. Chovy in a bunch of trouble. The cast comes down as he takes a drink. The barrels, sorry, the rocket's going to be there. And Noguri will go down.
Almost worth it, arguably.
Yeah,
to
he
actually,
almost got there.
It's almost worth it even with the turret alone. This is a good steal, but the turnaround is beautiful here. As Ruler's in position, he has the Extendo Beam over the wall, and ult clips Canyon here. And then the teleport comes through as well from Gnar. So, like, Duck Dom's in a bad spot no matter which way you slice it, but it's almost as if Ruler saw only the one media vote, and he's like, I took that personally. Because he is just popping off this game, so turning this really nice steal from Canyon into an opportunity. Because knows that he's calling instantly, like, we're fighting push this. Because he knows, like, also, if you guys just make sure I don't get CC'd, we win this fight 100%. There's just no options because they used the ult earlier on the Yuumi.
Yeah.
So, very well played here by Ruler and crew. And Gen G are just really pushing the boundaries this game. This is a dominant team fight win.
Red side just too strong, man.
And over here, this is Nuguri, just like, he spent more than half of this game, I feel like, on the wrong side of the map.
Yeah, and Chovy almost died to the Gragas as well. The Everfrost value is certainly there. As now Noguri going for more AP. Codex as well as a stopwatch, so could just be Zhonya's that comes in next. There's Damwon, not much of a minion wave to deal with, but they do have the Rift Herald, so they should be able to break down this turret.
Yep. Cannon gets that one more slap in, and that will be the guarantee. So a lot of gold going over to this set. It's Nuguri once again on the wrong side of the map.
Yep, Peanut just going to fight him. Does have a slight level disadvantage, but it's a double charge for Shirley. Certainly getting the value out of the Rift Herald this time around as Ruler over the wall. Fighting against Duck Dom here in this mid lane. Too much going down, but that's 2 turrets. With the help of Shirley here towards the top side for Damwon Kia, and Chovy and Lehends not able to dissuade them.
Now, if Peanut gets a kill here, then this would be fantastic, but Nuguri does have Flash and his ultimate.
Yep, Cask is going to be there. There's the teleport in from Chovy as well. As Body Slam going to be used. Nuguri just not enough buttons to deal with all these members of Gen G. And so now Gen G will be able to trade back the turret and get themselves a kill.
Yep, so being worth for Gen G at the end of the day, solidifying that gold lead as Canyon. Very bold to come over to this part of the map. Ends up getting slowed there by Ruler, but will be able to get away. Just don't have... I mean, look at the vision that they have. Gen G do, again, deep on this part of the map. They also have it defensively on the top side. So Canyon gets spotted, you know, trying to come down here, maybe catch a straggler or, you know, an awkward back timing. Just not going to be able to find any opportunities. I think a lot of people might incorrectly criticize Canyon's play in Game 1 because he wasn't able to do as much on Qiyana, but I think the vision really limited his options. And Gen G are doing it again here. So this is just going to be Nuguri has to cast to try to save himself. Flashes, but there's just too much damage here.
Yep. It was well played from Gen G as well, just to spread the aggro as best they could. So just not a lot of options there for Nuguri after that teleport came in. The pillar, very, very strong in that point. And we've seen this Trundle-Corki combo utilized extremely well. I believe it was DRX that utilized it last time alongside the Braum support, which was really good with the Corki. And Peanut is demonstrating that, you know, even in this earlier stage of the game where it hasn't even needed to be utilized, as Lehends might get caught out here, does exhaust just to get rid of the monkey, and is going to be able to do so. So yeah, Gen G haven't even needed to utilize the sort of the more disengage aspect of the Trundle.
Now, Showmaker does have his own teleport here.
Nara is going to miss. Is okay. Showmaker does get himself a Subjugate. Let's see whether that can keep him alive, as he also has Kingslayer, remember, so he can tank up a whole lot. Now gets underneath this minion wave, and we'll just tidy it up here. As Damwon with Nuguri now teleporting in, they will be able to keep their mid laner alive.
But the biggest win here is that Gen G commits so many resources, they lose the Drake. So the Drake will go over to Canyon. They have to commit to get a kill at least.
I mean, he is definitely dead. So Nuguri sticks around a little bit longer than he should have, and he's going to get punished. There's a depth charge. It's just Lehends.
Package, though?
Yeah, Chovy's going to turn up, and that is going to be a lot of damage. Doctom taking a lot. It is going to be surviving for the moment. Showmaker had teleported in, and that is going to protect the AD carry.
It feels like almost every play Gen G is trying to make is like, that can't work, right? Is that even possible? And they almost make this one work, too, with the package attempt. It does fail, and they weren't able to secure the Drake, so Damwon and Kia get pushed mid. Yes, they lose Nuguri topside, but they get value elsewhere, as well as you know, the surviving there is Doctom. He gets away. And they're holding one Drake away from that soul point. It's once again going to be an extremely impactful Drake in the Infernal Soul, which Gen G would love to get their hands on, but Doctom will still enjoy.
No, he'll love it. Showmaker as well, being able to battle a lot more effectively. As if Damwon and Kia are able to actually get on top of the carries of Gen G, there was damage available.
This, you know, miss here into the wall is really huge, actually, because it buys Showmaker so much time. The teleport comes through. And it's a really safe teleport from Nuguri also. He's completely uncontested over there, laning against a Corki, so there's no CC that could stop him from coming through. And then Doctom decides, because of this pressure, he can actually push mid, and Nuguri gets left out to dry here, unfortunately. Nuguri's like, man, I came here to save you? You're going to do me like that? But at least the Doctom push goes through. And they get the Drake.
And tower does fall down on the top side as well, so Gen G get a bit of money there. As I've seen this movie before, and this time Nuguri does have his Zhonya's, but Chovy's just going to destroy the turret. The flash is going to be used, but I don't know whether it needed to, as Chovy picks up yet another kill. Actually, no, it's his first one of the game.
Yeah, first one of the game, but 4 assists he's got in his pocket, too. And they give him the kill. They give him that extra gold he needs to get his itemization going. Speaking of, with all of this magic damage between the Gragas and the Liandry's variation of Sylas, you see a lot of magic resistance being built early here for the top side of the map of Gen G. Doran has his Negatron, Peanut has his as well, locked in, so very difficult to actually get that damage done as Showmaker right now because he has to Liandry second, or excuse me, Zhonya second. I don't think he's building a Void Staff this game, but we've really gone down a weird place in this meta.
We certainly have. Canyon's going to get walloped. That's a Nara as well, but he's just going to Warrior Trickster. Try and look for it. Doesn't really get there.
This is
going to spell a Baron start.
I mean, look
at Gen G. Look at all of this vision. They know exactly where everyone is. You may as well just go for it. Plus, Lehends got Unsealed Spellbook, so they're guaranteed Although
And
it
you know
is
what?
spotted out and they decide not to opt in.
They back away, they make the right call here, but the fact that this was even possible is just, again, kind of mind-boggling. How well Gen G are playing the Vision game here. Again, really reminiscent of a lot of things that RNG did in the Rumble stage of MSI.
Yeah, well, Doran actually going to get popped forward. He's going to have to flash to get himself out of the way. Now Ruler throws down the ulti. The Cyclone's not going to get too much value as the Wukong's just trying to escape. Great Everfrost to slow down this Zeri as everyone is going to walk around the barrel. But it is going to mean that Ruler's ulti is now on cooldown for the next fight. 2 minutes until the Drake is available. It's Gen G, they don't lose anyone.
Gen G were so close to actually getting a quadra kill for Ruler there.
Yeah, right.
Because he has cleanse, he has, in that choke point, you notice, I mean, I don't know if we'll get a replay of it or not because nobody died, but Peanut flashes for Pillar, because if he can actually trap them there, Ruler's going to get so much AoE done in that choke point and actually will just wipe everybody out. And all the CC that Damwon Kia have has to be used defensively. They can't lock Ruler down. That was so close to a disaster that Damwon Kia do, of course, avert. Gen G, man, it's been a clean game for them. Down a Drake right now, but not a whole lot else.
Yeah, Gen G looking really, really good. I mean, in fact, just so far throughout summer, their first 2 matches, we were like, oh, is it strength of schedule, blah, blah, blah. But, man, if they manage to win here, this is not the expected undefeated for Gen G, because I thought that this would at least be a 3-game series. Still a possibility, only a 3,000 gold lead, but I'm looking at Zeri and Corki and thinking that Damwon are going to struggle to find more advantages this game.
I think so too. 45 seconds to go on this Drake. Notice where all of Gen G's vision is. It's actually on Baron, because they know that they're going to have prio here on Drake. Don't need to have as much setup vision. They are kind of getting it set up now, but they don't need it. And they have really good control mid-prio. Like Sylas versus this Corki clear, Zeri clear, it's pretty insane what she's able to accomplish here. So Damwon Kia can't try to trade for Baron with that vision set up, and they're going to have to try to force their way through this choke point to look for those engages. Doran's Narbar is going to be so critical here.
What? Where is Lehens going? He's on a merry jaunt throughout the enemy jungle. He's just going to go back. Oh no, cancels it.
He's got a nice angle here.
This is a huge wraparound if they do decide to go for it, as the setup on the Drake is what they're looking at. Lehens could be coming from absolutely any angle right now.
I think he's going to end up coming towards the bottom part and just rejoin his team at this pace.
Yeah.
But, you know, he had an opportunity there.
Well, package has been met here as it's delivered to Doctarm. Doctarm's happy about that one, as it is going to be the Drake evened out, and the Corki does eventually go down, but they still have the Zeri available. It's a great cast to break up this fight, though, as Noguri dives forward and finds basically nothing. Doctarm gets another kill here as Lehens is going to get taken down. It's a double for the Ezreal, 1 picked up for the Wukong, and that is so many shutdowns now delivered to Damwon, who find a fantastic fight.
This is massive for them. This is massive because they needed this fight so desperately. Yes, it's a Drake even up, and they could have had Infernal Soul Point, but they win the fight and get all that gold, shoring up the disadvantages they had. They will get Baron and will take vision and control for the first time this game in an oppressive fashion with a Baron that comes with this. And this is Chovy getting caught out. We were watching the vision of Gen G because we were, the vision of Damwon, because we were like, all right, well, where's Lehens? But we should have been watching the vision of Gen G because they found a pocket here, a window around the top side of the Drake. Chovy doesn't expect they're going around this side because he expects they'll be contesting for neutral on Drake. He's caught in the one place Gen G didn't have vision set up. Then the hijack actually takes the Nautilus ult. Notice that. So Showmaker actually catches Ruler here. Without this knockup, Ruler might actually have a real fighting chance to turn this fight around. Basically 1v4 with Doran on the Gnar. It's a really great opportunity there Showmaker takes, stealing the Nautilus ultimate, locking down the Zeri. Counter to Zeri is a Nautilus in the past, but if you've got Sylas, you've got that opportunity to steal the ult. Really good team fight here from Damwon Kia, and punish of Chovy there, who just expects he's back there for free.
Yeah. 100% punished, and I feel like I might have cursed it just a little bit there as well, talking about Gen G doing fantastic things, but all of those bounties have now been eaten up by Damwon Kia, and they have themselves 2,000 gold lead. And this composition starting to look better and better. Lehens gonna have to get out of that brush. Actually takes a fair bit of damage here. True Shot Barrage as well, gonna augment that as this Ezreal is starting to do so much work. Peanut throws down the pillar. Doran does have Mega Gnar available, but Ruler is nowhere near. He's having to answer Showmaker there in that mid lane as this siege is well and truly on. Canyon looking to wrap around, clearing out some vision here where he can.
It's not, you know, a Baron that's going to really threaten inhibitors. Doesn't look like, just simply because Gen G have so much defensive clear between the Corki and the Zeri that it is hard to actually force anything here.
Yep.
Gen G showing the right amount of respect, but what they get in Vision here is really valuable. And had they gotten that third Drake too, they'd be using that Vision to now secure Infernal Soul. Unfortunate that Gen G was able to steal that one away, because Damwon Kia could have been really close to a very game-threatening game state, but right now it's like a lot of gold and a lot of map control, but it isn't going to lead to any permanent wins here. Doran, though.
Yeah, he's going to get abducted. The abscond came through, and yeah, that's a very dead Gnar. Takes him a little while to take him down, but Showmaker's going to go golden. Has to flash immediately afterwards as Ruler ults.
Yeah, you do not want to be there.
Away.
Yeah, they have to back away from the Ruler, but at least it's a successful pick onto the Gnar, which is going to allow them to push forward. That's one of the best defensive tools that Gen G had.
Siege going to continue here as Showmaker picks up another depth charge. Chovy just throwing rockets towards Damwon Kia here, but it's not going to deter them, and they will be able to break open the base. The inhibitor falls on the bottom side as well. And this Baron power play, 20 seconds to go, but it's already netted them 4,000 gold. This game is well and truly swung back in their favor.
Absolutely. Gen G now the ones who have to find a way to set up a team fight for this Zeri. And normally with Gnar, you know, like, you have a lot of ways to set up for Zeri. If you get a big stun, you know, you could set up Zeri getting a big ult, and then she just rips through everybody. She's got 3 items now, but it's tough. Again, the execution is so difficult for Gen G compared to Damwon Kia, who just have all the CC that you could ever want. So Ruler has to watch his cleanse. He's going to have to hold it till the last possible second if he can, or just be out of range. And the fact that Sylas can just have a Gnar ultimate on demand like this is just so incredible in later fights. It's great in a pick situation like this where you have the follow-up CC. If that's Ruler ever this game, the game ends. So you caught the Gnar this time, you catch a Zeri there, she's only got 1 cleanse.
This was just really nicely done from Damwon, just needing that 1 pick in order to lock this one down. Canyon tidies up the Wolf Camp as 20 seconds on this soul point for both teams that is available. Let's see whether Gen G can find a better team fight as depth charge comes out from Showmaker. I believe that was just wearing off, so he decides to return it to the Nautilus.
I think Gen G should think twice about fighting this. They do not have a Gnar bar at all. It just expired, and they are not holding a package. Like, this just has to be a straight-up give over. And the timing of this with the Baron take is so great for Damwon because there's no second objective to worry about trading here.
No options.
And now a pick that leads to an inhibitor means that now Damwon can use the inhibitor pressure on the opposite side of the map to set up for Baron advantage. All of these things happening from just one great team fight from Damwon Kia and a follow-up pick. Turning the game on its head.
Sieging as well. Here in the mid lane, trying to get even more. Extendo Beam doing a fair bit of work there to Doc Down, but it isn't going to deter him. They will be able to take this one as well. It's looking like Gen G do have a bit more fight in them, though. As Ruler gets over this wall, he'll clean up the control ward. And Chovy back to that bottom side, just hoovering up these minions where he can, trying to stop these super minions and getting towards the Nexus turrets. And Damwon Kia are going to use that opportunity to prepare for this Baron that's going to be up in a minute's time. Second Baron of the game. Damwon Kia get that. It feels like it's going to be backbreaking.
Gen G have to just push mid and squat the Baron, I think. Like, they're just going to have to sit on it. Actually, there's no push to have. They already cleared those minions. So, like, if they clear this next one, it could sit on top of the Baron. That's their best fighting chance. Try to force a fight where Ruler can own the choke. If they can go through the wider part of the river, Damwon Kia, then I think the fight is lost for Gen G. There's no great option here. Chovy has teleport, and I believe package is available. This is a win or lose fight for Gen G. You lose this fight, you probably lose the game. It's your last chance back in. Teleport up, Chovy's back home, and this is going to be the moment that decides everything.
Yeah, he's got his Ravenous Hydra now completed as well, so Chovy has his package, has a bunch of items. So 10 seconds until the Baron. Gen G are prepared, but can they actually win the fight is the question. They need to start landing some of this poke as Showmaker gets another depth charge, has an opportunity to get towards that back line as Chovy rips apart these minions so comfortably.
Someone's just hoping the package is going to time out. They want to slowly wrap around here, but he's still got a lot of time, and this is another choke they can control with the Zeri.
Yeah, and Gen G have started this one up, so not going to be able to wait for that package as rockets are coming through. Showmaker looking for his angle. Lahan's almost dead to start this fight off as Chovy just going to create a line in the sand. but the package gets absolutely no value. Canyon makes his way into the backline, immediately lands, has been taken down, and Gen G have to back away.
And I mean, the base is under siege. They have to teleport here. Oh, he's going to teleport to try to end.
Yeah, Showmaker's looking for it. They're like, we don't even care about Barons. They lose us the game. We're just going to kill the Nexus. They don't want to go for that trade anymore as Noguri is going to stun everyone up. They're just stopping anyone from being able to get back to this base, and Showmaker's just winning. This is going to be a 3-game series after all. It's exactly what we were looking for, as Gen G might win the fight, but honestly, they have already lost the game.
The Nexus falls here. Beautiful plays from Damwon Kia. Slow around the Baron. Time out the Narbar. Play it slow and steady, and then find their win condition afterwards. They had the stolen ultimate again on the Nautilus, so Ruler was going to be a non-factor in that fight. So many things going very well for Damwon Kia around the mid-game because it looked hopeless at times. It looked like Gen G just had too much of a lead on the Zeri. They had map control, they had so much vision, but one single team fight around Dragon that Damwon Kia clean up with. Then they get a follow-up pick, they get an inhibitor, and it was their game to lose from that moment on.
Man, I loved the whole passage of play from that Dragon fight to the end of the game was immaculate from Damwon Kia. And we hadn't seen that from them today. You know, I think there were a lot of people that were thinking, oh, this is not the Damwon that I was expecting to see today. You could imagine that the Korean casters that all predicted a Damwon victory in this series were like, well, this is not what we were expecting. But after that Dragon fight, you're like, all right, I get it now. I can see it now. It's like their brains have all come online. And Damwon Kia, they managed to win the game and bring us to the decider in this series.
I find it almost poetic, too, that the player who had the Sylas picked against him twice on his Twisted Fate picks the Sylas into Chovy on Corki, a matchup where Chovy's going to feel comfortable, does 26,000 damage, nearly triple Showmaker's damage, but he finds every impactful ultimate in the fights, is brave enough to build Leandris in a game like this, steals Nautilus ultimate, gets the Doran ult steals to set up fights, and then even get that pick that leads to an inhibitor. This was vintage Damwon Kia, and Nuguri back on the fold. He bought so much time, and yes.
Yeah, he was fantastic in those last team fights.
He was a punching bag a lot of the game, but he bought time and allowed Damwon Kia to make other objectives happen in their favor cross-map because he was soaking so much of the aggro. This is a scary Damwon Kia, really coming online, as you say.
Let's see whether they can use that momentum, though, as they move towards the red side for the game number 3 decider in this series. Damwon Kia, they get very upset when games go to 3, but this time they're going to be happy about it because it's brought them an opportunity to win. Let's see whether they can as we go to a short break and then hear from the Covered Space.
집 꺼낼 수 있어? 나 탈탈게. 해볼게.
아, 쟤도 탈타긴 했어.
끊을게. 끊었어? 끊었어. 다 끊었어. 그라도 탈타고 가. 그라 탈타고. 끊어. 탈탈게. 앞으로 나 타봐. 다시 안 타봐. 오케이. 피엘로 할게. 끊으면 끝날 듯. 천천히 해볼게. 나 탈진 있어. 제리 노고.
플래시?
제리 노 탈진.
오케이, 이겼노.
이긴 거 맞아? 이긴 거야. 끝났어. 그래서 끝내줄래? 끝내줄까? 오케이. 나이스.
seconds while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread, and fate may fall down. They cannot conquer you here. They cannot conquer you here.
Hello and welcome back to the Analyst Carpet Space with me, Valdez, and Chronicler. That was a game 2 that, with all things considered, yes, that is Chronicler, all things considered, Gen G just had total control of that game, and then Damwon were just like, no, not allowed.
It was really interesting because looking at these drafts, obviously you have a lot of scaling elements with the Yuumi and the Ezreal, and we have seen Sylas picked in challengers is a kind of a response to the 2.11 or the 12.11 patch, because it did get a little bit of buffs. And there are a lot of high value ultimates, and it was not even the Nara ultimate, but the Nautilus ultimate actually that turned out to be extremely pivotal. Also the return of Gragas, which is not shocking considering he got buffed, and like we love Azir, we love Gragas in the LCK. Very safe pick, but overall, Gen G got a great start with this type of draft, and if you see Zeri and Corki, a kiteback comp with a great draft, you're kind of feeling like it's already in the bag.
Yeah, and it certainly did feel like that for a while. We were kind of scratching our heads at the Wukong priority over the Zeri, but I mean, they ended up winning with it. I suppose they were able to get the Yuumi as well once again with the Ezreal this time, after banning Singed, of course, first on blue side.
You gotta.
Which was really cool to see. So that was pretty much the draft, you know, some assorted picks in there with Gen G kind of to support the damage that they had. It was really, really nice, but it wasn't enough. So let's get into the highlights here. Number 1 was this really great fight in the enemy jungle for Gen G.
And this is the moment where it feels like it's a repeat of game number 1. Sure, Canyon gets the Drake, and that's very nicely done. Very crisp there. Also note the timing of Dokdam's Mystic shot, but immediately afterwards, Ruler gets real fed, aided by the buffs, Zeri able to make it across the wall, then immediately flash over, and the rest of the team, while they are having to invest a lot in this, is able to pick up the kill. And this is where you're like, guys, Ruler's getting fed early. We have Corki. I mean, I don't really feel like I need to say more. Like, especially with Trundle, easy peasy.
Yeah, and outside of that fight, you know, before it and after it, there was a large period of time where Damwon were just like, I don't know, and it was kind of rough. And I think this was the game, right, that Nuguri died 5 times,
It was,
right?
yeah.
So, like, picks were happening. They were getting very far ahead with their 2 picks of damage. But then we had highlight number 2, and this is where things, I don't know what Chovy was trying to go for here. I think he just got a little bit flustered, and he went right in and used his Valkyrie into the wall and then flashed.
It's just kind of baffling. Because playing this slow, if you possibly can, even a defensive Valkyrie allows you to at the very least play the fight. And the Damwon composition, as you pointed out, didn't really get anything done because this is a comp where you all in or you don't fight. So what we're seeing is Damwon, they were waiting, just continuously hanging back. Nuguri got killed 5 times while that was happening, also due to some great map play coming through from Gen G. But the one fight they needed, they got, and from that point on, they had full control of the game.
Yeah, and Damwon were just better for longer, I think, right? They were able to play very smoothly in that fight. There was the cask, but also the fantastic Nautilus ultimate onto Ruler, so there was just really no follow-up. You had already lost Chovy. They were trying to force a 5-4-5. Not the best spot for Gen G, and we did end up going to the end of the game, where the last fight did happen, as they tried to flip it over the Baron, but Damwon had different ideas in mind.
See the skirmishing power for Damwon. You see Chovy again not really being able to get a lot done there initially. Lahen's almost down. and Showmaker takes no damage. He's just tanking multiple people. At this point, a Yuumi completely online, and maybe the Singed was actually crucial. And the best part of this fight, of course, is that kiting or trying to catch a kiting Zeri can actually be a little bit risky. But it's not risky if you have a super wave in the base and you just teleport to that, as Noguri able to get the crucial cancel while Peanut also simultaneously dies. So after a little bit, we will also see another teleport come through towards that top side. And that is the end of it. Even the fight was not being won by Gen G, so they didn't even get any moral victory there. As they're like, well, game's over anyway, might as well try to get some kills.
Yeah. Chovy had, okay. Chovy had flashed back towards the Nexus, and then he realized the game was over, so he Valkyrie back into the fight, hoping to at least get another kill before it ended. Let's see who the player of the game will be. Not sure why I pronounced it like that, but it was a pretty big player here, Duckdom, with the Ezreal, doing some good damage.
I had multiple persons that I think you can give it to, actually. Duckdom played very well. I know a Yuumi vote feels bad, but honestly, Kellen had a really big impact in this game because he was what really enabled the rest. And this ultimate that comes through from Showmaker here and a couple of the other ones that he got were also really, really big. So expecting a split vote here. But Duckdom staying alive throughout all of it with the rest of his team backing him up. Yeah, love it. Really nice.
Oh.
Good spread. And very great team effort from Damwon.
One vote there for the Wukong. Nicely done, media. 7 and 5 for everybody else. But a very interesting comeback game there from Damwon, and now we don't really know who's going to take the cake here at the end of this series. Let's go back to the casters for Game 3.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And yeah, a bit of a media kick W there. I actually kind of liked the Showmaker vote personally, but
that was my
Duckdom
vote.
did do some boom boom damage, Wolf, and we all like the boom boom damage.
He survived a tumultuous lane phase and had to make some unfortunate choices, like losing 30 CS in the early mid because he was under threat, but the fact that he bounced back, is almost like one of those tilt-proof votes. I think you can almost put for Duckdom there, and I thought he was one of the big reasons why Chovy was out of position, or was punished for being out of position there. He did a ton of that damage. Chovy looks like he's trying to meditate his way back into that game because he had a fantastic game 1, game 2. Getting caught because he didn't have vision is one thing, but the way he reacted, not as great. Gen G will have blue side again.
And Score is wearing a suit again, which I think is kind of cool. It sort of like went halfway through spring, and then it was just jersey. But now he's back in a suit, and that is definitely a lot of fun. Danny as well is taking his jacket off. It's quite warm here. Just to let you guys know, it's middle of summer in Korea. It's just sweltering.
It is very hot, as you can see, based on, the AC is cranking in here, but people still got those fans with them.
Oh yeah.
Fans with fans.
Mm-hmm. As let's check out the draft before we jump into a 20-minute break and then the video game, as it generally goes. Gen G back on the blue side, as we mentioned before, and so far, blue side has 100% win rate. Let's see whether Damwon Kia can buck the trend.
I don't think they'll ban the Singed this time, but they can, and on red side it feels awkward to do that because you will give over some priority. Wukong taken away. I think it has to be, again, the Lucian pick that's banned. I think of the 3 that slots you have, there are a few that are movable, but the Lucian is just kind of a non-negotiable. It has to be banned against Gen G, I think.
Yeah, it certainly has been so far. Twisted Fate, of course, banned against Showmaker. It's just one of the correct things to do, especially when Chovy hasn't really found all that much success on the Twisted Fate, as Yuumi's going to be banned. Very interesting. Not wanting to opt into any Sin shenanigans this time.
Yeah, and it has been the go-to pick for Kellen so far to try to control lane. It has failed, so as in terms of the laning phase, so I'm surprised that Gen G are going to ban this one away, considering that one of the big strengths of it obviously is that 2v2, and it has not come to fruition. Could just be another Zeri angle here for Gen G if it is left open.
Yeah, certainly one of those opportunities. Lucian, like you said, mandatory. going to be taken off the board. It would be, if we were to repeat the bans of our first match of the day, it would be a Tahm Kench follow-up for Damwon Kia.
Yeah.
Renata, another option here, as Ezreal is also available, was banned in game 1 as well. And
Yeah,
will
that's
be
a good
banned
call.
away again.
Good call, taking that one off the board. So just hurting some of the power that Damwon Kia's bot duo can have throughout the game, the later parts of it, despite having a shaky laning phase here. Talia is just completely out of the drafts, by the way, after her nerfs. She has just not been seen, which is very sad because we didn't see her in LCK except like one time, and then I guess that's it.
She like lost a couple of games and then sort of was nerfed. And,
Yeah, unfortunate.
There she goes.
I was really excited to see my favorite champion, Talia, in the mid lane, but there's the Zeri ban. I actually do like this because Ruler has smashed lane, and they had to like steal a Nautilus ultimate to kill him. So just maybe remove that threat.
I like the idea. Will allow us to see a bunch of different things, as well as Corki. Going to be prioritized and locked in first here for Gen G. Showmaker could just go back to the Sylas again. I mean, it kind of worked halfway through the second game.
I think they'll have to wait for a few more picks and ultimates to steal away before going that route this time around, but still a strong possibility, absolutely, that we do see it once again.
Ari Viego could just be locked in.
Yeah, I think that is honestly the safest plan here. Now, Azir, if we want to play the slow game, is another option, but I like the Ari more because it is Corki, or Chovy Corki, excuse me, that we're talking about here, and this doesn't feel like you're going to have as much of an impact as Showmaker in the range game.
Yeah, I'd really like a Viego, especially because you're picking it away from Peanut.
Easy. I mean, you've already banned the Wukong, and does limit the options because until this moment, outside of Canyon, it's basically been a 2 jungle meta. You either have the Wukong, the blue jungler, or the red jungler in the Viego. Renata is also a nice pickup here. You can react a little bit to what Gen G do next. Renata is pretty much always going to be a strong pick, so.
Yeah. And so now Peanut has the opportunity to pick up the Viego if you would like to, but with the Renata Glask already set up for Damwon Kia, they might want to just solidify that bottom lane before they go into the next round of...
Yeah, I would love to see Gen G just get a bot lane with Prio. And Senna, so far, has kind of been that. Once she gets her first few levels and gets a few stacks under her belt.
Yep.
But will it be the 80 variation with the changes, more fasting? I expect things will still be fasting. And I've seen this movie before. Yeah.
I guess we just go with the Senna Singed yet again. So it's likely going to be fasting Senna one more time. Like you say, she does get a few more souls if she takes the farm, but not likely to be the case. All right, Damwon, what is your answer to this one? Is Kai'Sa Renata?
So they're really doubling down on the hard engage and pick opportunities that this comp is going to provide. The Renata with the Kai'Sa doesn't have a lot of great synergy. It can be powerful in lane, obviously, especially in the early parts of it, but later on in the game, you know, if you're going down the Kai'Sa path, you might have wanted a little bit more hard engage in terms of getting those backline picks on the Corki or on the Senna. Because Renata's ult, it can zone, and then Chovy's gonna be like, yeah, okay, cool, anyway, I'm still just gonna like move away for a second and then keep shooting rockets at you. I like this ban. Gonna add a lot of damage with those ornaments.
Oh yeah. Just take away from some of the scaling options for Gen G. Also, deny the ability for Doran to hide, right? Doran has been kind of the weakest link of this Gen G roster so far. And if you pick Ornn, generally you're just going to be okay for the majority of the time. Sejuani as well, going to be banned away here. And top lane tanks seems to be the target.
Yeah, could see a Sion ban too. Just all the setup and the engage opportunities. Sion could be very great defensively into a comp like this also. I wouldn't mind Damwon removing that one. Yep. Also, something like a Kennen, I think, could be a way to change this draft the way it's shaped for Damwon Kia, or even a Gangplank, for example. The Kennen can give you a lot of engage, a little more consistent damage, and give you a little bit of CC to lock down some of these targets. But if they just go for a tank, whatever ends up being left open here as Damwon Kia, does feel like you're going to lose the war of attrition, because Senna will be able to poke and heal, and Kai'Sa cannot do that. She goes in, and she's either coming out, you know, with a double kill, or she's coming out in the death chamber. So
yeah, I do really like the Gragas ban. limiting all of these tank choices. You mentioned the Scion. That is one that is still available. But I'd expect a jungle pick here. Although Canyon does like last picking it when they're on red side. So it looks like it might just be the Nard to come in. And Doran, of course, was playing that one in the last game, and so now Gen G have to answer this whichever way they would like. Of course, Gangplank available. That matchup we've seen bajillions of times.
It's a very fragile lineup, though, if you pick the Gangplank here with all the pick potential that Damwon Kia have. I think it's very risky. It is high impact, obviously, later on in the game. Now, this changes things, because now you have the ability to have a really strong front line. It's not the greatest Poppy angle.
I mean, it says no to 3 of the 4 champions we're seeing right now.
It's also a denial of Lee Sin, which is another possible pickup here for Damwon Kia for their jungle pick. So
very true.
I think it's pretty decent here. It's not the most amazing Poppy angle, like you said. There is some mobility to deny. The Gangplank feels better now that you have the Poppy front line, at least, to kind of keep them at bay. And is going to scale up extremely well.
Well, this is a Trundle angle, if ever I've seen one, but no, considering something else.
I like the Kindred a lot. I like this a lot less.
Yeah, I definitely like Kha'Zix a little bit less. That's a Volibear. That is, of course, Canyon personified or championified. And he is going to be a Polar Bear IRL. This is absolutely fantastic. Canyon going to be jumping on the Volibear here.
Canyon has the thumbnail plot armor. The Volibear thumbnail plot armor. Like, the guy backstage who makes those thumbnails is like already making it right now, and if they lose this game, like, will he even get a chance to use it, you know? I like this because it gives you hard engage with Ahri. You have the setup Sun, really nice turret disable. Obviously, you could set up several dives here with the Kai'Sa pick later on. So it's a very strong option, one that we've been seeing everywhere else basically except the LCK, so I'm glad that we're starting to add that into our drafts.
Finally, the addition of the Volibear is in our LCK repertoire. But we also have the Senna Singed one more time here for Gen G, certainly having a lot of fun. As it looked like also that we didn't have any swap bugs. So here we go, straight into the video game. What is this, Wolf?
I love it. I love it. It's my birthday. I guess that's how it goes.
Yeah, it's exactly how it goes. Just one swap bug, just so that you can't have all of the fun on your birthday. Realize that it is still just another day for a lot of people. However, we have to make sure that it's still pretty good.
Yes. Well, in terms of, you know, later team fights and sustained, Damwon Kia do not have the ability to fight a long 5v5, so that is where their weakness will be. They will need to be able to set up picks, but this is arguably one of the best teams in the world at doing exactly that. Let's see how the execution is here in this third and final game.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how this one's going to go. Let's hop onto the Rift for the decider. Damwon fans a little bit louder this time. That's what's going to happen, I guess, after they take a victory.
I did want to see right away, is the spellbook open or is it unsealed? Lehens has got the pages open. They're sitting open on the table. And he started with teleport this time around, but a bit of an invade here spotted out by Canyon. Will just be a ward over the wall.
Yep. Peanut running around with his big old hammer will find himself a Polar Bear in the jungle.
Like the angle here for Lehens. And Gen G have so much power actually in the early game, but their late game is the strongest obviously, but their early game is really strong in this 2v2 unless they get poked out.
Yeah.
Futures market for Lehens as well. So I didn't see if he took that last time or not, but it is going to be his ability to accelerate his items, which is pretty huge for a Singed, because guess what? He's going with the Senna lane, so he will actually have money this time, and he will be a very strong and frustrating force to play against with these tanks running at him while he's going to have his Rylai's online. And it should be hard for Chovy to die like he did last game this time around if the setup is good.
Yeah, I feel like they will have a little bit of a better time, especially if Lehens is on the ball, and he definitely has been so far. 1 POG under his belt already. As Kellen putting on some pressure here. Level 1 on the Renata, certainly pretty strong. Docdom wanting to get a few autos in, and they are just keeping the health bars honest.
So
Out of Gen G.
Senna is taking some of these early CSs, interestingly here, but has built the support item. And there's a buff where she gets more souls from the ones that she actually kills this patch. So
Yep.
looks like Ruler's trying to do kind of a hybrid variation, but wants to get those kills in early and some of the gold now, but we'll probably start giving some of those over later on.
Yep. Difficult for Lehends to get into the lane, so you
Yeah.
may as well have someone take the farm.
Yep.
right?
Exactly. That's part of the power of Renata here in these early levels. Harass, push down this melee support.
And it's really Damonkia demonstrating the power of this Renata Glass. She is pretty strong. Kellen's also been one of our range support savants as well. He's certainly a player that has been pretty good on them in the past.
Yeah. His, you know, Lulu really comes to mind for me when he was, you know, doing the Lulu Aphelios era for Docdom as most famous champion. And this is a very similar style of play in terms of pushing lanes and being annoying. His Karma also very good.
His Karma is the one for me. But of course, I guess everyone in the LCK plays that champion.
True.
Peanut's pretty good at Poppy. I believe the first time I saw Peanut play it, he was playing like Trinity Force Poppy. Of course, prior to that, he was over in the LPL, and I can't remember his name. I think it might have actually just been Zatai, who played like Trinity Force Ghostblade Poppy.
Yeah, that was
like a million years ago.
That was a weird one.
It was definitely.
I heard about that. I didn't watch those games, but I heard about that.
Yeah. As, ooh, I believe Canyon was just spotted, so Doran not going to bite. As Meganar's there as well, so it would have been a bad fight anyway.
Yeah, he might have been fine, Doran, to get away there, but seeing it means that he just gets to walk out casually, no flashes exchanged or anything like that.
Well, Peanut's wrapping around, looking for Showmaker here as he does speed himself up, but he still has to flash. And that is very high value. Will mean that the Ahri can put on far less pressure in this mid lane against the Corki.
Yeah, and so just in one fell swoop, one long con gank attempt fails on the top side, and Peanut gets a free run by to pick up a flash. And now that level 3 is hit, there's some real pressure in the bottom lane. And the Senna sustain is going to help push Ruler through a lot of these fights where, you know, that's the thing. It feels like, oh yeah, Senna, she's kind of weak in the early parts. Like maybe Renata is going to push her in, but she pushes AoE for the Singed, who then can clear with his passive super fast, and then they both heal, or he heals her.
Yep.
Or he is healed by her as she pushes. Hard to get those words out, but
Yeah.
they're vulnerable.
Ooh, Canyon.
Never mind.
Possibly going to get sandwiched here as the heroic charge is immediately going to lock him down, but Ruler and Lehends can't get to this little fight. Sort of happening on two fronts here, but the Polar Bear is going to walk away. Peanut does get control of the river as the adhesive goes down. Someone's starting to struggle here in this lane as the center is becoming more powerful.
Yeah, starting to be frustrating to lane against, and that prio that comes with it is going to be so valuable leading into a Rift Herald take potentially.
Yeah.
This is not a game where Peanut will be able to steal blue buff against the Polybear very easily, especially because Docdom is also going to be able to fight back pretty well. But we'll see if he ends up going for it. There's a ping actually on it as well. It was a danger ping, I'm not sure from whom, but when that one respawns, we'll have to keep our eyes on it. As look at this damage coming through.
Kellen is just almost dead as Ruler is actually by himself. Lehends is in the shop and Kellen is sub 200 health. They are going to go for a little bit of a back here. And Lehends, he's got Unsealed Spellbook, so he can teleport back in, does so immediately, and they'll be able to continue pushing. This could be plates on the bottom side for the center Singed lane. As Nogri dives forward with the wallop, does have his Gnar available as well as he does boop Doran back a little bit. Barrel is going to get set up and he's just trying to put on some pressure. Canyon turns up as well. Only level 5, so can't turn off the turret up there. Gen G will take the Drake.
Look at the Singed proxying too. This is something that is your solo queue nightmare, but also something that you can use in a pro game when you have a Senna push there, and then you can take it into a Drake. They stave off the pressure top side.
It's like it's like Australian Singed, you know? He's like just doing the top lane Singed thing, but in the bottom lane. Just all upside down.
Exactly, and it's winter over there right now, you know?
Yeah, exactly. It's pretty chilly. As that's the ulti out from Showmaker. So a bit less power here.
I'm really loving how well prepared the bot 2v2, Ruler and Lehends in particular. Obviously, the players came prepared for this series, and they've been aware that this is a bottom meta, but they have just dominated all 3 games. This is the least dominant of the 3, but you could still see it. I mean, the way that they are playing this is so well practiced. Canyon might be in trouble here.
And he's just walking at Peanut, though. Steadfast Presence comes down. That's going to deny a fair bit as Peanut is going to get the smite for the heal. Can Canyon actually take a kill with him is the question. The answer is absolutely not. Chovy picks up first blood. Crab raves about it. And this could not be going worse for Darmonkia right now.
Uncharacteristic mistake from Canyon. He's greedy for this. And this is right before Rift Herald spawns, so there's a pretty good chance that there's a group up happening. They know that Senna is not in the bottom side of the map. She's not in the bottom lane. And he doesn't have enough vision to actually guarantee. Yeah, in the 1v1 you win those, but because you have pressed the attack volley bear, but you don't actually win these when he's not alone. And he comes over here. Chovy is also wrapping around, and I think maybe the idea is, okay, I need to do something here because I'm probably going to die no matter what, so he commits. And then, unfortunately for him, Ruler comes over, gets the heal. Peanut pushes him to the left side to guarantee he dies. Don't even think that was a necessary flash, but he's got Hex Flash, who cares?
Yeah, well, Nuggery's going to dive on in. Doran is just going to be taken down. The flash from Doctom to get himself out of the way, but actually, Doran survives. Doctom's almost dead. Nuggery's almost dead. There's the flash, and he does manage to pick up the kill. But the trial by fire was lined up, and that's a 1-for-1.
1-for-1 here, really well played by Doran. Will cause him to lose some plates here, though, because Duckdom actually lane swapped top because they were grouped up for the Herald take. It's at least traded bottom side for the Senna. So a big trade here. At the end of the day, I think Gen G get a slight advantage, but this is still huge for Duckdom. This is what he does, man.
Yep. He gets a bunch of plates up here as well, a couple of them at least. And Canyon still has that Rift Herald available as Lehends. He's going to flash on forward. There's the goop on the ground as the handshake's going to miss. And Doctom is going to get flung back into the waiting arms of the Poppy. They're looking for another one as well. Peanut was thinking about leaving. No, that's not what you want to do. But Kellen is going to survive.
And it's Unsealed Spellbook value again. Teleporting over here. And Lehends is just making the most of it. They almost get a root here onto Canyon. So it looked like a small advantage for Gen G at first, but now you definitely know it is. Although, there's a control ward in there they do not know.
Oh dear, Ruler's immediately going to flash himself out of the way. The hop comes on through as Ruler's just going to hold onto it. Stands his ground. Does have to use his flash, but still, he'll be all right. Doran here towards the bottom side, getting more money.
It's all calculated. He's like, I just want to bait them, then I'll flash away and not even have to cleanse, and we'll get value in 2 other lanes.
Yep,
so if he gets a plate here almost, just not quite going to pick that one up. Nope. Trying to deny it from him, but it's not going to actually proc here. They'll get on the second pass.
Time around. Yeah, Canyon does have that Rift Herald. We'll see whether he throws it down, but no, he's going to move. Continue clearing out his jungle. Still got a bunch of camps available here. As Nuggery's doing a great job on the top side of the map, actually. But it hasn't really spelt enough of an advantage. He did have a bit of a large one earlier, but after this play and after Doran moves towards the bottom lane and just soaks up a bunch of farm, that lead is sort of kind of nowhere.
Even though Doran is unable to flash the Gnar ultimate here, he's still able to.
Oh, did Doctom cancel 2
Yeah. Oh dear. And then he comes over here and procs his passive, gets the burn. Nuggery's so frustrated, as you can see. And ends up being a trade, so nothing going very well for Darmonkia, even on the lane they've had the most success with throughout this series in the early parts of the game. Once again, going Nuggery's favor, ends up coming back to bite them a little bit, that exchange.
Yeah, tidying up some farm here is a decent little snare, but not going to stop this Rift Herald from taking some plates, as Lehends is just Hex flashing, having a great time. And it is going to be Canyon and Showmaker picking up that money. So, Shelly does do a bit of work, but isn't able to actually break this turret or anything like that. Still got a few minutes to claim the rest of those plates if they would like to, as Doran's playing very respectfully up here towards the top side as a wave crashes onto this turret.
There's so much supportive vision here for Nuggery to make these plays on the top side. He has a control ward in that brush, so as well as a deep ward on the brush to the right of the turret. So he feels very confident to actually just continue to try to threaten Doran and deny him CS. But with the commitment here of Canyon even, it is going to cost them a Drake. So 2 Drakes to Genji. It's Ocean Soul.
Ooh, Doran set up.
He knows, yeah. He absolutely knows. He's got that ward there. He's like, try me.
Yeah. There's vision for both teams. So now the jig is up. So Chovy going to have to deliver his package to somebody else. Nuguri is continuing to try and put on this pressure, but it hasn't really amounted to much denied CS or anything like that as Lahens moves on over. That's Ghost, as he's going to try and walk around all of the buttons that Damonkia can press to try and escape from this one. He's just going to put his poison here as the flash comes forward. Okay, there's the ulti from the Renata as he handshakes the Singed. That's Dawning Shadow, and that's Genji saying no to this aggression.
Man, if he hits that, I think the Ruler has a pretty good chance of actually getting a kill. Does not end up landing those chains, unfortunately, but I mean, that was a flash engage from Kellen that went awry, and now with teleport again for Lahens, he's already back. You think you're going on to me? I don't think so. Lahens is level 9 because Ruler has spent so much time roaming, as you do, as Senna. When they see this coming.
Yeah, that's the flash on in, or the ulti on in from Canyon, and that's just the explosion.
Gets it in the end.
Sometimes you just press W and things are fine. Showmaker's going to make his way down here as well. Elder Frost is going to slow him down as they get some more plays.
But are they trapped?
Just filing in one after the other. Showmaker is going to try and dash this one out. Bailout comes in, but it's not going to keep him alive. And Genji do take the mid laner. Meanwhile, on the top side of the map, stuff's happening. Kellen's going to get himself killed by a turret. And actually going to go to Chovy, so real bad news. Flash out from Doc Dom to get away from Peanut, and it looked kind of good at the start for Damwon, and then turned into a bit of a, some yakety sacks.
Yeah, and if you guys are wondering why we see so little aggression in the mid game in games like this, even when opportunities to dive are like this, I mean, this is a volley bear dive, so one of the more successful ones you're going to get. The turret damage is pretty real, and the ability to kill someone takes so much longer now that the rest of the team can actually respond. So it looks good at first until it doesn't. You get trapped down there, and it's a trade back of several kills for Genji. Ruler has a control ward, so sees this. Really nice flash here into the ultimate to buffer the root, so Ruler does go down. And then they overstay their welcome here. Showmaker finds, Chovy's not in lane, or you should know that Chovy's not in lane, but still commits to this. And yes, you get the second kill here, but it's at the cost of a big turnaround. And, I mean, it's not the end of the world here, but it could have been cleaner. If they left earlier, they walk away with 2 kills, or maybe 1 kill and nothing against you, but now you give over 2. So. Yeah.
Kellen actually, I mean, I was kind of with him. I kind of thought that it would have been the execute, but because that didn't happen, then it's a 3-0-0 Corki, who's, in a pretty good spot so far this game. Shirley's going to be locked down, though, by Damonkia to see whether they can get themselves a turret for their trouble on that one.
And it's Leandri's Corki this time because he doesn't have to worry about burning through tank health bars that much this time around because Damonkia are going to be running at him, and Leandri's will actually even be helpful against the Kai'Sa, who's trying to get on top of him if he procs that. So a lot of extra damage here. Really appreciate the build this time.
Oh, the Ludens, yeah.
Oh, Ludens, sorry, excuse me. Not the Leandri's. So yeah, having that extra burst.
I'll forgive you because it's your birthday.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Nuguri, down to half health as, Ludens, it's working out. It's just a Trinity Force, so not going to need to worry too much about him being too tanky, especially as Minina. So yeah, Chovy's certainly spiking. Canyon goes back, creates himself some shoes. Damwon certainly not feeling as powerful as they were the last time around, and it's 2.2k for Chovy.
Yeah, that's a big problem.
Yeah.
Showmaker is, let's see where he's at in his build. Yeah, he's just got an Everfrost and a Codex with his Sork shoes. Doesn't have a seal and won't be probably getting one this game. And the way that Ahri competes with late game scaling comps is actually when she starts stacking up her seal and gets ahead, and we've even seen Maji's finished, and then Ahri does real damage that's relevant in later fights. Not the tankiest comp for Genji here, but still, she's going to have a lot of problems later on to compete with the Corki.
Yeah, it's Banshee's second as well, so Showmaker is going to do not a whole lot of damage as Lahens is once again baiting them in. Not a lot of places for Canyon to go as the flip back onto the Renata. She's real dead. The volley bear soon to follow as Lahens is just running through. Just does not care whatsoever And yeah, Killer Instinct, I do not think so. That belongs entirely to the Singed this game.
6 stacks on Darksteel for him. His Rylai's is complete. There's just nothing this guy cannot do on the Singed. His Unsealed Spellbook, he's getting value out of it. He looks so well prepared on this. It looked like a fun pick the first time these teams met up this year. And it was like, well, yeah, I mean, it kind of makes sense. It's not really meta, but it's a Lehens thing. But he's making this pick look top tier right now. It makes you wonder if other people shouldn't be picking this one up.
I mean, it's normally like the anti-Yuumi pick. But, I mean, Lehens is just like, no. This is just the best to pair along with the center. And Doran gets some fantastic barrels here as well. But the Piercing Darkness value, Canyon just can't do anything whatsoever. Chovy just lapping up all of these kills so comfortably.
And Lehens' placement there of the grounding is so perfect because Volibear cannot then go through it to escape. It's just, I mean, everything about this is clean and coordinated. Showmaker will pick up a gold bounty on this turret for his team, or will he?
Not quite yet. Shirley hops down to the mid lane, gets flung as Lehens wants to poke her eye, but she is going to be able to get in there.
Not going to get this one either.
Yeah, once again, it's going to be the turret denied.
Oh man, that is
So that's some
tragedy.
bounty gold set up, you know, ready to be claimed. Wolf, don't you worry. Someone they can go get that whenever the minion waves finally get back to these turrets.
If they ever get back to those turrets.
Yeah.
And sole point for Gen G, I mean, they have complete control over this game. It is hard to imagine a way this one goes wrong.
Kellen,
bye-bye.
Just dead. The bailout is just, yes, the bail's set too high, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
You cannot afford that, my friend. And yes, they were offered bail, but no one could afford it. He just dies.
Not enough money in the world for that one.
Nope.
Canyon also just...
Yeah,
what?
steadfast presence to come in there. Ruler is so extraordinarily strong as well, as you can see. And he's doing a lot of damage even to Canyon. Umbral Glaive completed, another Serrated Dirk comes in there, wants to get that extra healing from the lethality, and no one's really built enough armor or anything like that to stop lethality from being pretty powerful as well.
Remember that time where they dove the bottom turret, had a gold lead for a second, but then the turn happened and they lost it?
Yeah.
This is going to be another turret going down here.
Yeah, Everfrost comes on in. Decent charm as Peanut's going to flash himself out of the way. Dawning Shadow's going to make sure that the Poppy never dies, though. And Damwon Kia, I mean, they are circling the drain right here. It's 8,000 gold, the advantage. Ravenous Hydra is picked up, I think, just entirely from the shop.
There's no damage on Ahri, and she's far behind. So, I mean, she is 2 items behind right now.
Yeah.
Chovy, and she can't... Even if she charms somebody, like, who kills them? Kraken Slayer, Duckdom, who's trying to get on top of somebody to instantly die if he does? Like, this comp doesn't function anymore with this big of a lead for Gen G. It cannot work.
Yeah, and it was going to be a rough one anyway, right? Because you can see what Gen G already have built up together. This composition just going to be very, very difficult to fight against with what Damwon had. But it's just even worse as, yeah, Kellen just instantly killing it.
Yep. I mean, there's your Luden's value.
Yeah.
It's a level 7 Renata Glass up against Chovy. I think it was 13 at the time. And they're just going to keep pushing this vision forward. Red buff does not belong to you. It actually now belongs to us. We will annex the red buff. Thank you.
It hasn't been claimed.
Well, I guess they'll leave it. Never mind. They didn't get the final paperwork done on that.
Nope. Not happening.
This has been such a great series for Gen G, though, and what's been so fun about it is they came prepared, they came to play tonight, they've shown us a variety of composition, and I think you could walk away from this series as a Gen G fan and feel like you basically 3-0'd it because they had the game locked up in Game 2 so well, and there was some errors, and Damwon Kia made some smart plays, but all 3 games they looked dominant, all 3 games they came so well prepared for how they were going to lane, how they were going to set up the jungle, and even though Doran has not had his greatest games of League of Legends for the past, 4 or 5 months, like he's really been slumping, even in the finals, it doesn't matter. Like, they're winning everywhere else, and he's doing his job, and he's side laning, and that's okay. And he's going to press Cannon Barrage when it's time to do that. And that's basically his job in this case. He could be a scale and gangplank and do more, but that would just make Gen G even more terrifying.
I think the biggest success story for Gen G is how well Peanut's been playing.
Yeah, really.
I think it's, what he was saying about how much Canyon had affected him in that 5-game series to get Gen G to the final. I think it's really coming to fruition. Peanut's looking absolutely fantastic, and it's allowed the rest of Gen G to look so much better. It's allowed Doran to just sit inside lanes, right? There's not as much on his shoulders to perform now, and Chovy's just doing Chovy things, exactly the same, and Ruler has been consistent as ever. This is the Gen G team that we were hoping to see, right?
Yeah, it feels like all season we started with inconsistent Peanut, then it was consistent Peanut, but it's just above average, and now it's just amazing consistent Peanut. And yeah, that's a big rocket hit. Gonna force them off the Baron. Can they get out of here is the real question. I guess if Doran is just gonna do Drake by himself and they don't chase, maybe. Gen G's like, all right, well, if you guys completely leave, then we'll just take the Baron. Thanks for giving us Prio.
Yeah, it's going to be a package delivered to the mid lane. Doran does secure Ocean Soul. They move that minion wave all the way up towards the inhibitor turret. I mean, this game, it's like it's an 8,000 gold lead still. Like, it's all over but the crying is what it's feeling like to me, Wolf.
What this Ocean Soul will do for Gen G is that it will start the Elder Drake spawn timer. So the game will only be 6 more minutes at worst case scenario, but it will also give them a little bit of healing, I guess.
I did see a game last week where there were 3 Elder fights.
It's not going to be that kind of game. I have bad news for Damwon Kia fans.
Yeah, certainly how it's feeling.
Because there's no poke to even discuss for what this Elder, or rather what this Ocean Soul will do. There's a ton of siege power in Gen G's comp. They should have perma cryo. And every time Damwon Kia try to group up onto an objective, they'll just shoot rockets at them. And there just isn't enough consistent engage. Like, look at how Showmaker is building. It went Banshee's Veil, as you mentioned earlier.
Yeah,
and then
he's no damage.
He's like, I'm trying to go Void Staff with this Everfrost Banshee's Veil build because I need to break through and do damage.
And he does need the Void Stuff, right?
Yeah, he absolutely does.
But still, it's just going to feel not too great as Gen G will start off Baron. Because why not?
And there's absolutely nothing Damwon can do about it. And yeah, you got an outer turret for Baron.
Well, there is a teleport coming in.
Lehens is like, should I switch to Smite, or you guys got that under control?
Well, Lehens is just going to throw in some adhesive. Peanut's going to lock down the Baron, and now they're looking to try and turn for this team fight. Doctarm trying to fight against Peanut, who just flashes over the wall. They are just going to disengage, and you can see the comms from Gen G. They're like, nah, we got this. Let's go for a bit of a reset.
I like this for Damwon Kia, though. Take the Prio they have for just a second and try to push it all the way. I mean, try to get anything you can. And, I mean, objective bounties are up, so you get a turret's worth it. Yeah,
Peanut has found Showmaker, who just pops. Yeah, it went from 50% health to 0, like, in an instant. That was because the Corki locked eyes with the Ahri, and that was it.
Yeah, it's, Ahri is obsolete in this game. She's doing her job, but it's like, no, we don't. You don't actually have a purpose. You're trying so desperately to kill the Corki, but you actually will just get caught and die yourself. Unfortunately, this might just be a push to end with Baron buff. I don't think Damwon Kia have enough ranged damage to clear this safely.
Yeah, Noguri also going to get caught out of position here. Oh my god, these rockets are just doing obscene damage. Like, wasn't there supposed to be a durability patch, Wolf? What happened to that, dude?
Well, he is just not missing either. That's the other thing. I mean, Chovy had a great game in Game 2 with this. He unfortunately was caught, which was not fully his fault. Damwon played him, and then he reacted poorly. But he got really heavily criticized by fans after that Game 2 performance. But honestly, even there, he looked good. And in this game, he is just not messing around.
That's
what I'm talking about, is what he said, basically.
Heck yeah, Peanut having a really good series. It's exactly the one that he needed to perform in as well. Starting to get some tests for both Damwon and Gen G. A bit later in the week, T1 as well.
Okay, Toby doesn't know, but he is not greeting. Well, is he, though?
It would be a Chovy way. All right.
He checks those. He checks those. He missed!
Oh, he'd be like, robbed. Where did you guys come from? He's going to flash just to try and bring them over towards Peanut. The rest of Gen G are now closing in, but they don't have the Corki. Doctarm going to get flashed out of the way from. Great Cannon Barrage placement there, as well as Peanut finds the heroic charge exactly where he needs to. The Singe comes in the nick of time, and Damwon Kia, they lose 2 on the bottom side of the map. Noguri is pushing there on the top side as Canyon's doing the best he can to get rid of these super minions piling on through that mid lane.
The winning strategy for Chovy was to bait them in.
Yeah, there we go. His first death of the game, but, you know, it was a fair bit of bounty gold. It's not going to really save them from the 10,000 gold lead, as Noguri is going to be able to at least get some bounties from this inner turret. But, yeah, that's going to be traded for an inhibitor and an inner turret and an inhibitor turret and a Nexus turret. Likely, potentially a Nexus.
Yeah,
Oh,
I think they get the Nexus for this one. And
yeah, but
there's
that's
question
only
mark
50,
pings.
it's only 50 gold. It's only 50 gold. You can get more gold elsewhere on the map. As we've got a minute and a half on this Elder Drake.
They decide-
And, Genji could look to fight for that one as well.
They decide to back away. There were a few question mark pings on Nuggery. Like, is he really? Like, I was tracking Genji's ping, and I'm like, is he really actually gonna just stay here? Like, maybe we can end. They decide to back away. 2 inhibitors, leaving super minions to the free Elder you were talking about. As this is like Chovy, you know, when your mom's like, make sure you wash your hands before dinner, and Chovy just runs his hands on the water. He's like, I did it, Mom. No, you didn't check correctly. You didn't check the whole thing. You can't just like shoot a rocket in the bush and be like, no, they're definitely not there.
That's the perfect analogy.
Do you wash your hands before dinner? Yes, Mom. Did you check the bushes? Yes, Mom. Did you vacuum your room? He just turns the vacuum on and reads comics.
And walks out. Yeah. It's like, didn't you hear it, Mom?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, it's inconsequential. He is respawned and ready to go for this Elder fight. Damo and Kia are like, can we get Prio for this? And Genji's like, I'll trade you Elder for the Nexus.
Yep, I think that's sort of the trades that we've been seeing a little bit this season, to be perfectly honest. A few Barons for Nexus, a few Elders for Nexus. This time, Genji are going to take the entire base before even thinking about any of those Dragons or Barons or anything like that. All 5 members here trying to push in, take down these Nexus turrets. Oh my God, Kellen takes the majority of his health bar for a 1 rocket. Chovy's also got a package. He delivers that. Everyone's just dead. That's the flash right on top of Showmaker, who does eventually go golden. Dawning Shadow comes in. Killer Instinct into the backline, but immediately the exhaust is going to be there. Canyon's fighting against Doran, and Doran straight up does not care about it. 3 dead already. Another heroic charge from Peanut as Noguri is on top of his fountain, but he's just a quadra kill for Doran as Genji will say goodnight to this series, and in 3 games, reigns supreme over Damwon Kia.
Honestly, one of the most dominant 3, or rather 2-1 3-game series I've seen in a while. Like, it was a 2-1, but it felt like it was a 3-0. And they came prepared tonight. They came to play, and they have been so consistent throughout the regular season, the first 3 games they've played, across multiple different archetypes of drafts. But I think by far they are the team that understands the best way to play the slow and scaling meta while also mixing it up with aggression. It's a slow, quirky game, but also we're seeing singed flash forwards. Peanut on the Poppy, flashing forward for engages, finding opportunities while also scaling. You know, who says that we have to be the slow scaling LCK meta? Genji says, well, we can pick the scaling champions, but also be aggressive, also push advantages like we were seeing in the LPL. And this is a start to the season for Genji that I think fans should be excited about. This is a start to the season where Genji looked the cleanest I think they've looked in about 3 seasons at the beginning of a season.
Yeah.
And maybe it's finally time to lift an LCK trophy. That's the trajectory that you're hoping for here as a Genji fan, because this team lost finals but didn't have to go to MSI. That was the thing they won by losing the finals, was actually being able to get ahead in the meta and prepare super well. And you could really feel that preparation coming through.
No, it's definitely looking fantastic. This time around, Genji, blue side, couple of times as well. You have to mention that
absolutely important.
The home team advantage is definitely there. Looking forward to the second matchup between these 2 teams as well to see whether Genji can do it once again. But also, they were very tenacious, and you could just see that Genji had far more in the tank when it came to that 3rd game. Damwon Kia, yes, they had a great game too, but that was it. They were able to turn around what was looking like a Genji game. That didn't tilt Genji, and they just won. By the way, singed 100% win rate here in the LCK, 3-0 thus far.
I guarantee you it's going to see a huge uptake in solo queue play and support, and I guarantee you that We will see another player try this because just seems so strong. But I mean, Lehends is on another level. He will definitely be the best at it. But
Yeah.
Gen.G Skitty, there you go.
We needed that sign for when you guys were reading
Yeah.
it before and didn't know which Pokemon it was.
Exactly.
Although I then decided that, you know, it evolved into the wrong thing, so I guess I'm not all that smart either. As Dr. Arm just cancels all the auto attacks ever, and Doran survives up here.
You know, there is such a cool turnaround here. I feel like what is starting to happen here in the LCK between these two teams is, in the past, Gen.G was just dunked on by Damwon every time. In Worlds, dunked on by Damwon, etc. Like, it felt like a recurring theme. And now they're having close series with each other, trading it back to regular season. It feels like a real rivalry is actually kind of brewing between these two teams this year because you could just feel how close the games are. Gen.G want to get revenge. They met them in the finals last year, failed there.
Yeah.
And
Every series between these two teams this year has been the whole way.
We need to come up with a new like Telecom War-esque name for it because it is just so classic at this point. It's just so good. It does not disappoint.
The Tigers versus the Polar Bear? I don't know. We'll figure something out.
Yeah, the Tiger Car Wars. Like
Tiger Car. I think I know who'd win out of a car and a tiger, by the way. That sounds like a safari gone very wrong.
Yeah.
You know? As this was a game gone entirely wrong for Damwon here as well. As we're going to have a listen.
Look at how hyped
they
Peanut
take it
is.
down. Yeah, I know.
Look at him, he's shaking in his chair, man. He's nodding, he's shot calling like a madman.
I mean, he gets back-to-back rock charges, man. And Nogari's Nah does actually put him in perfect range in order to do so. But that's it.
I think there needs to be some recognition for Peanut's performance in this game 3 across the POG votes, man. This is a series that I think really does give you hope that like maybe Gen.G actually do it this season, you know, because we're always like, even if they upset in the past, we'd be like, yeah, but, you know, will they be able to maintain the consistency? Like, it's hard to know, but they seem to really have a great read on this meta, and their performance here, the preparation they spent for this was so great. I wish it was the other way this weekend. We'd actually see Gen.G against T1. It will be Damwon against T1 on Saturday, but still, we're going to get that matchup in a few weeks' time, and it'll be worth the wait, I would say, at this point.
I'm very excited to see how they're going to be able to go against them, but there are some gentlemen that are very excited to talk about this Gen.G victory, so let's throw it over to the carpet spaces to break down the series.
Thank you, casters, for that wonderful matchup that you did get to cast there. Gen.G over Damwon Kia 2-1 is the victory tonight, and it was a very interesting and fun series that we did just have there. It all starts with the draft here. I think that Gen.G once again getting the upper hand.
They do. Gen.G's meta read, I am really loving. On the current patch, it seems like they're always able to end up with a favorable draft for them. At least have some win conditions. In this scenario, if Damwon fall behind early, it becomes incredibly difficult for them to execute their comp because you're looking at only short-range characters and into Poppy, into Gangplank, and into Singed, and into Senna, like everything I say. It just sounds horrible, so I think Damwon Kia, there's versions of the game where they do win, but you're really looking at a narrow early game snowball, get that Kai'Sa rolling, get that Ahri rolling, get that Volibear, and then kind of go from there. Didn't hit that mark, so Gen.G's comp just very quickly snowballed to victory.
Yeah, I mean, Gen.G from ahead, like we were talking about, is just so incredibly oppressive. Like, imagine trying to run through the Singed group, through barrels, through a Poppy that like makes it so you can't actually dash. None of them. It's really rough to get through that, and I think that Gen.G, it all started well from the draft, and you know, perhaps it's the blue side. Not sure, but I think just as you were mentioning, their read on the meta is just a bit better right now. We can go into the highlights. We can talk a little bit about what happened in this game. There actually wasn't much in terms of game-turning moments, but it all started here.
Because Damwon Kia know that they're in a position where you need to go for these type of plays. And I don't actually hate them going for this nice usage of Canyon, using his ultimate there to make sure that the Senna route doesn't hit him. But this is where everything quickly goes very, very badly. Showmaker, not on point, doesn't hit the Everfrost. It takes them a really long time to actually get the kill here. And then subsequently, they also have a kind of a, do we go left, do we go right? Like, where do we go? What do we do? As Chovy and Peanut arrive with a full health bar. As a result, I think it's 2 kills, 3 kills get picked up by Chovy. The Kellen trying to get the execute doesn't actually get it. flashes force from Dokdom. So that's your window gone, effectively, as Damwon Kia, right? Like with this type of draft, you don't get a lot of chances, and if this happens, you go for a really big aggressive bot lane dive. The execution isn't quite up to par. I think, if I remember correctly, Canyon also doesn't actually get the turret cancel. The rest of his team isn't quite there. So like, it's just not that clean.
Wasn't that clean, and that was only the beginning of the struggles for Damwon Kia, because after that, they did not have a lot of agency, not a lot of control over the map, and just 3 minutes later, they tried to force a fight here on the Dragon. As you were saying, you know, they felt like they just had to get in there, and this is what happens.
You do, but engaging on Singed is like that little loop-de-loop that Canyon made, that is him acknowledging the futility of his struggle and of this comp. As you're funneling into a choke point, the value of the ultimates from Senna and GP is just revolting. But you gotta, because again, it's not getting better. So Damwon and Kia just ends up looking really silly.
Yeah.
I think today, as the casters pointed out, definitely Gen.G the better team. Damwon Kia, Nuguri individually didn't look that good. Dokdom had a couple of, you pointed it out during the dive they had on top side, a couple of auto cancels, and their meta read seems a little off. So. Not the greatest of shapes, and they need to shape up because their next matchup is going to be T1.
Yeah, I think T1 are looking at this kind of licking their lips, especially because even Game 2, the one that Damwon won, it was kind of the one fight that Damwon did play well. They did play it well, but it was just like the one turning point that allowed them to win the game. If that doesn't happen, Gen.G are a little bit cleaner. Chovy doesn't just package into the enemies for no reason and give Dokdom a kill. I think, you know, that could have been 3 games that Gen.G could have won tonight. So definitely some issues on the Damwon side. Also kind of like the item that we all pointed out, the Banshee's Veil for Showmaker as well. We were all like, this guy needs damage right now. Is he going to block 1 out of 8 Corki rockets? Like, it was just, it wasn't quite my tempo, Chronicler.
It just didn't really work. A movie reference from Valdes. That's how you know the game is good.
It's huge. That's how you know it's a good movie. Guys, let's go ahead and take a look at the POG for this game number 3. It will be Lehends on the Singed, on the Binged. All the people are calling it Binged nowadays. Thanks, Wolf, for giving it that credit. I mean, he did a good job.
There were 2 options. It was Peanut or Lehends. For this game, I personally say Doran had a pretty unremarkable game still. Even if you look at the form tonight, the weakest player, but his laning phase slowly is getting better and better. And if he's not a liability, well, everyone else on Gen.G is looking incredible, right? Like, Ruler is extremely consistent. Lehends is set up. He legit is going to get Singed permat against him, and you cannot pick Yugi. Like, it can't be understated what a big impact that is going to have on how drafts play out. As there we go, nice split.
Wow,
nice split. I like it. I think Chovy was all right. He was quirky, so he got a couple of early kills. But the Peanut and Lehends army coming up clutch here.
Yeah, it was kind of funny that we got 1 vote for Peanut from 4 different places, but none from media, who win 3 for Singed. And also a couple of votes there from the Korean analyst desk. They went for the Corki vote, who was fed the kills by Peanut. But interesting votes all over the place. I think that the Doran vote as well, like, he was very much set up to do tons and tons of damage, and he did that tons and tons of damage very well, so can't really argue with that one. But yeah, just a great look from Gen.G. I think that now, after kind of taking out Damwon early on in the split, the very strong showing from them to start off the split that Wolf was talking about. I don't know if we can say like LCK trophies just yet. I think it's extremely early, but they're looking really good.
I think they're the best team right now. That is, and the meta is going to change. Forms are going to change, and being the best in round 1, as Gen.G knows, even being the best in regular split doesn't actually get you any playoffs victories. But right now, Gen.G look like the best meta read. Individually, the players are playing very well, so things are looking up for them.
Definitely looking pretty good for Gen.G. Let's see what they have to say in the interview over to Ji-sun.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the POG interview translation. This time around, joined by the solo support POG, Lehends from Gen.G. Congratulations on remaining undefeated so far in the summer split. This is the first support POG of the split, and you are the solo POG support player on Singed. How do you feel? I'm happy that we won, but you know, I'm so happy But at the same time, it's a bummer that I won a POG on Singed because this is not a typical support champion, you know. Well, Gorilla actually mentioned about supports not winning POG is a bummer, but Lehans, you just came here to win the POG for all the supports out here in the LCK, and it was another blast between Genji and Damwon Kia. Zeri, one of the most strong pick after the 12.11 patch, was actually not removed in both game 1 and 2 for Ruler. Did you see that coming? I didn't really expect that to happen, but I thought it might happen too. And because Ruler is really good at it, we decided to just lock it in. And in game number 2, and also in game number 1, as soon as you saw that Yuumi open, you locked in Singed as a counter pick, a same matchup we had in the Spring Split Damwon Kia series. You know, we have a bit of an options there, but because we were playing against Damwon Kia, we wanted to repeat that nightmare of Singed. Looking forward to seeing different counter pick into Yuumi as well. And in game number 1, you brought victory to your team with that Baron steal. So could you break it down for us? Damwon Kia definitely had the lead to start the Baron, but I got so lucky that I had the unsealed spellbook cooldown up. So I was like, maybe we can go for a smite fight, and then I was able to steal that away. Because I was not confident at it, I was rather so scared because I have never taken smite with the unsealed spellbook, so I never saw that coming. Game number 2, even though Genji was having the lead and control, it was Damwon Kia having that comeback victory. Yeah, indeed. I think we were having a big lead early on, but we made multiple mistakes, and the opponents were able to kind of capitalize on that and make a comeback. Singed was banned in game 2, and it was actually let through for game 3, and you guys just snatched that away immediately. Well, this matchup was really intense, so we were not expecting a lot of pocket picks to come out. Well, I mean, it was mostly because Ruler being so good at Senna, and I'm so confident in Singed. And I think it is safe to say your Singed is world's best Singed. What makes it so different and special? It's not about, you know, playing that champ well. It's more about reading the map really well. Yeah, that's it. I guess the entire understanding of the game is more important, right? Well, yeah, I mean, as long as Ruler always allows me to play more Singed, I'm always down to play Singed all day. In today's series, in both game 1 and 2, it was Corki losing all the games, but Chovy decided to give it another go and secure the victory in the end. Well, he was not really paying attention to that, you know. And also, Chovy did a decent work, but we still had Peanuts, so we were not too worried about, you know, playing Corki, which was not having a great result. Now, Genji is on a 3-match winning streak, and you are going against Freddy Brion later this week. I mean, winning streak is obviously so good, but we always just want to showcase the best performance for the fans. And to all the fans out here, you know, we had a victory over a very strong team, and I want to say thank you for all the support, and we will keep grinding to reach higher. And this will be the end of the interview from Lehans, and back to Valdez and Chronicler. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for that awesome translation. Lehans just getting ready to potentially roll over their next opponent. We'll see if Freddy Brion has anything to say about that, as the standings now are updated with this new victory. Genji currently are on top.
They look super clean, look incredibly strong. Only match they dropped was the one we just saw against Damwon Kia, which no shame in that. Damwon's still clearly a strong team, but kind of showcasing some of the weaknesses they're going to have to work through throughout the rest of the split.
Yes, very clear. And Genji also a very strong team. And, you know, Damwon Kia, maybe better luck next time. But for the next game, guys, it will be Freddy Brion up against KT. You won't want to miss it. We'll be back after this break.
찍으면 오래오래 나오는 만큼 멋있게 나오도록 노력해보겠습니다.
타이틀 촬영이라 잘 찍어야 돼가지고 이거는 근데 작가님들이 하라는 대로 하는 거라 그냥 열심히 잘 컨셉에 맞게 따르겠습니다. 아니 이 장면은 원기록 모을 때 그 장면.
서로 이제 우차마느라 좀 연결도 많이 했는데 저랑 기인이가 일단 많이 오지 않아요. 서로 약간 눈 마주치는 그게 있었는데 장면이 기인이를 보면 너무 웃음만 나와서 먼저 보겠다고 그래서 저는 눈 감고 있었어요.
좀 걱정되는 게 이제 거북목이 너무 심해져가지고 촬영할 때 계속 이게 목이 좀 뭉치고 힘주고 있는데 잘 나왔는지 잘 모르겠어요.
이런 느낌은 처음이어서 적응 안 되긴 했는데 나쁘지 않게 된 것 같아요. 저는 우승 노리고 있습니다. 화이팅! 화이팅! 화이팅!
오늘 좋습니다. 너 안 좋잖아. 얘 어제 바퀴벌레 나와서 못 잤다고 힘들었는데 차에서 1시간 자니까 좋아졌는데 날씨도 좋아가지고 방금 들어보니까 컨테이너 위에 올라가서 찍는다고 하더라고요. 엄청 멋있을 것 같아요. 문찬 선수 되게 멋있게 나올 것 같아요. 저는 잘 모르겠어요. 강형도 워낙 필라테스를 해서 그런지 몸이 살아있더라고요. 몸선이.
수고 많았습니다.
넌 내가 얘 지훈이가 보는 거는 하고다가 내가 보면은 왜 이렇게 웃음을 쳐다봐? 내가 백성이잖아. 그래? 내 표정이 보였는데.
오늘 기쁨은 컨디션 잠 푹 자고 와가지고 네, 좋은 것 같습니다. 같이 기회 잘 잡아서 결승전 다시 가보겠습니다.
자, 프린스. 자.
저희가 앞쪽으로 오, 괜찮은데. 앞쪽이 좀 괜찮은데.
근데 원래 계속 하던 건데 잠깐 쉰 거라 막 이상하고 그러진 않고 잘하고 싶다 약간 이런 생각밖에 없지. 복귀한 거는 또 다르거든요. 다시 쉬다 복귀한 거는 첫인상도 중요하니까.
자, 시우 부관.
근데 제가 작년에 이렇게 했을 때에 비해서는 무조건 좋을 수밖에 없어서 제가 작년 촬영은 0.5초 나왔거든요. 위치도 안 보이고 어딘지도 모르고 누군지도 몰라. 아무도 몰라. 그래서 그거보다 훨씬 나으니까 됐어요. 목표는 저희는 뭐 일단 첫 번째로 큰 목표로 하면 선발전 가보는 게 좀 목표인 것 같습니다.
저도 이런 촬영 되게 오랜만이라 좀 불이 뜨겁긴 했지만 재밌었습니다. 이글 뻔해가지고 진짜로. 아까 진짜 무서워서 이거 못 찍겠습니다 해야 되나 말아야 되나 하다가 뛰어왔거든요.
한번 익어주면 안 되니?
진짜 근데 개 뜨거워. 이게 바로 옆에 있어.
갑니다. 아, 너무 세다.
고맙습니다.
오늘 촬영 쉽게 다 같이 하셔서 좀 더 재밌게 즐겼던 것 같고 네, 무엇보다 정시간에 끝내주셔서 감사합니다. 팀적으로는 당연히 우승이겠지만은 일단은 바로 앞에 있는 롤드컵부터 갈 수 있었으면 좋겠고
올해도 롤드컵 진출인 것 같습니다.
저도 개인적인 목표는 올프로에 드는 것이고 팀적인 목표는 롤드컵을 꼭 가겠습니다.
이번 썸머도 당연히 우승하고 싶고 또 이번에도 또 가능하면 많이 이길 수 있게 노력하겠습니다. 오늘 촬영 파이팅!
seconds while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread, and fate may fall down upon you, while the devil is knocking right at your door. So are you restless? Each night you hear the drums roar. Awaken, awaken, the voice begins to call you while you hunger. A taste of destiny you're searching for. Awaken.
lollygag, man, I'm on the go. I go 0 to 100, I go Tony Rowe. Check my Robin Hood, Reddit latest post. Counting up these hunts in my portfolio. No time to stash a bag, man, I'm on the go. Just rack the guap, market's hot in Tokyo. Cash in, cash out, don't let that chart catch vertigo. Counting up these hunts in my portfolio. 5 bands, 10 bands, 50 bands. Gosh dang, finna do the running man. 10 bands, 50 bands, 100 bands. 250, 350, 450 and a half. 5 bands, 10 bands, 50 bands. Gosh dang, finna do the running man. 100 bands, half a million. 2 million, 3 million, 4 million and a half. No time to take a break, man, I'm on the road. Lunch break steak with Ray Dalio. Warren Buffett, where you at? Hit me, bro. I'm trying to know where interest rates about to go. Inflation looking crazy, it's out of control. I ain't tripping though, I put aside some crypto. Even my chips got cookies, Nabisco. That mean my dough don't take no risk unless it's official. 5 bands, 10 bands, 50 bands. Gosh dang, finna do the running man. 10 bands, 50 bands, 100 bands. 250, 350, 450 and a half. 5 bands, 10 bands, 50 bands. Gosh dang, finna do the running man. 100 bands, half a million. 2 million, 3 million, 4 million and a half.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2022. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf, and now it is the time for the series that could last a lifetime.
It could go forever.
It could. It could actually. Your birthday may not ever end, Wolf.
Yeah, maybe we monkeys pawed this a little bit earlier when we were like, yeah, this would be great if my birthday is forever. We'll get games like that. Because now we're going to get games like this, and they will look very different than what we saw before.
Yeah.
As was mentioned on the pre-show, for those who didn't catch that or didn't know, Vikla is actually now no longer on the team, no longer on the active roster, so it will be Arya tonight. We'll see how he performs because he had a bit of a resurgence in the last series KT Rolster played, especially on his Azir.
Yeah, they actually had a pretty good game. That was a very weird draft from T1 in the game that KT were able to win in the Telecom War, but it's been a really tough test for both of these teams, actually. Let's jump into points of the match and get this one going, because 6th versus 7th, remember this was the Fred Brion that denied KT their playoffs berth, which is pretty upsetting for a lot of fans of KT that have gotten used to KT being up there throughout the years.
It was such a great season for Rascal, and KT were just not able to make it across the finish line, but a lot of that, resurgence was around Vikla, who will no longer be part of the team, but, I think some of the questions we had about why Arya was playing have been answered, but he has not disappointed us so far this season. So we will wait and see how he does tonight, because this is arguably the toughest matchup lane-wise across the board here. You could also argue, I guess, the jungle and top matchups can be, a little bit more volatile in this one, obviously, because not looking the most consistent so far this season against Umpty, and then, of course, Morgan on the top side against Rascal. So we'll see, but I think this is definitely the key matchup because Lava has played a lot of the champions when they weren't meta that are now the most meta. So meaning that he played Corki kind of before everybody else, who's playing a little bit longer than everybody else, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, no, definitely. I'm right there with you, picking up what you're putting down. Don't you worry about that. Both of these teams have had really rough schedules so far, so this is the first time that either of them get any breathing room. Aiming versus Henna is a really interesting matchup to me because I feel like Aiming hasn't been performing up to the level that we know that he's capable of, but now is an opportunity to go against a player that hasn't really been up there as far as, the better bottom lanes that we have here in the LCK, and can try and prove himself. As we have a look at some of the team stats, and yeah, they're going to just not look good, by the way, guys. These are teams that haven't been able to find any series victories, although KT having the highest dragon percentage in the league is the weirdest stat I've seen in a really long time.
And I can explain it. It's because T1 were not in control of the first two and arguably the third game they played in that series very well. They just won it from better decision-making and better team fighting later on in the game. And Gen G also ignored Drakes in that series against KT Rolster and tried to end the game before we got to Elder or really relevant Souls. So with the opponents they faced, KT had a great series against T1. They weren't able to take the win in the best of 3, but they dominated objective control, and so that's why that number looks like that. We'll see how they do against Fred Brion, who historically have actually had one of our best dragon percentages here in the LCK.
Yeah, they're not necessarily up there yet, but let's see how they're going to go. As first, we are going to introduce Fred Brion to the Rift. Sword not going to be playing today. It will be Morgan once again, as you can see right there. Of course, flanked by Umpty. Lol King Lava there in the mid lane, and then Henna and Delight, bottom side of the map. Delight has been still really good, I think. There's a lot to say about Fred Brion and their slowness, their lack of ability to really push any sort of tempo, but when Delight decides to go, the guy looks real good.
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to seeing more. Rakan was also buffed on this patch a little bit.
Yeah, that's true.
We'll have to see whether he pulls that one out again.
Might even be banned against him, in second phase if that's the way we're drafting, but this team has been at odds with its playstyle and its identity this season because we know how good they are at playing slow scaling comps. They've been playing Kalista, Kai'Sa aggressive comps slowly, which is, again, not the way that it's normally played, and so they've looked a little bit disjointed as a result, and time will tell if they can perfect it and actually end up playing the more aggressive style, or if they will revert back to spring season Fredit and play more Corki, play more Azir, play slower. But they need to decide one way or the other, because right now they've kind of got just one foot in the water.
Yeah, you really got to have both feet in there, generally, if you're going to make things work. As #GoBro, I think the hashtag you're looking for there, sir, is #BroMemento. That's the best one. But this is KT. It's a team that took T1 to the entirety of those 3 games and honestly looked like they could have won the series in certain moments. Weren't able to ultimately. Cuz, I think, was having a much better day. The last day that we saw him, Arya as well stepped up his performance. And Aiming in Life, we're just hoping that we can see some evidence of some of the scrim rumors that we've been hearing about actually come to light here for this team. And I think this is an opportunity to do so, right?
Yeah.
Fred and Brianna struggling. This is a time where KT really need to start stringing some wins together.
It's certainly true. I mean, for both of these teams, it's time for a turning point. And KT, I think, come in as big favorites tonight because of their performance against T1. And yeah, they lost to Gen G in a dominant series, but they pushed T1 to the brink, whereas Fred and Brianna, in neither of their series did they look strong. They had a tough schedule too, but I mean, KT almost beat the Game 5 T1 from MSI, the defending champions. And
yeah.
Had they played a little bit cleaner in Game 2, they would have walked away with a 2-0 win there. So I think that we could consider them favorites. Now, this is the key matchup, right? And it doesn't sound like it would be when you consider there's players like Morgan and Rascal and Umpty that we could be talking about. But I think it's just so based around the fact that Arya is on a bit of a resurgence. Lava, it feels like it's a meta that should be good for him, but he hasn't really been able to play the picks that he was famed for in spring. He played the Galio 1 game, lost 2 games of Orianna, and hasn't really been put in a position where he's facilitated to actually hit those scaling points. He's playing the Galio in a pick-based comp, but the team is playing slow. He's playing the Orianna, but never pulling the trigger. And so with Arya having this sudden kind of comeback here, maybe this matchup ends up being KT-sided and Fred and Brianna fall apart. And so we have to zoom in on it a little bit.
Yeah, we'll see who's going to be able to actually sort of step up here, because Lava, there were arguments, honestly, that he was a top 4 mid laner in the LCK.
I was on that, yeah, I was on that train.
It's a crazy thing to think about, having known Lava for so long, right? And knowing the caliber of mid laners here in the LCK, but it was a fact. It was just a thing. He was performing extraordinarily well, especially towards the end of the season. But his debut here for Summer has just not been very good. Rascal had some good moments in their last series. Looked a little bit invisible in their first one. But we have to remember, you know, this is Fred and Brianna coming off matches against both DRX and Damwon Kia, 2 teams that were undefeated in the first week, both of them looking very, very strong. And then KT up against T1 and Gen G, not going to be feeling super good about how those ones went either, right?
Yeah. Fred and Brianna coach, very pensive and has a lot of strategies in the book of strategies that looks like he's got prepared here.
Oh, yeah.
They will have side selection.
Yep.
So
they will have blue side.
Yep.
Indeed.
Yes.
Edgar, of course, always with his notebook as well. So I'm hoping that Edgar has something in store for these guys.
I hope so too. I really do, because I think this team has so much potential. And the fact that this roster has been mostly unchanged, right, with the exception of Morgan and Sword coming in.
Yeah.
It feels like we have to see the proof of something here this season, or it's time to blow it up and start over again. I really think we're there, and I personally hope not, because I think this group of players, this team, this anime protagonist of a squad is ready for and destined for greater things than what we've seen from them so far.
Yep, and you know, we also had Morgan letting everyone know that it's not an anime anymore; it's live action. And I'm not liking the live action.
Yeah, so far it has been, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's just not. It's not been good, and we all know what happens. Like live action adaptation, just not. It's not the way. So let's go back to the anime, boys. Let's do that. And here we are into the draft for game number 1 of our final series of the night. Lucian going to be banned first on the blue side, which is curious.
Lava's Corki taken away here too. Not a surprise, even though he did lose on it when he tried it in that final game last week.
Ooh, respect.
Okay, so we're starting to thin out some of the slow tempo picks around here.
There we go. We just, what else do we need banned? Like Victor maybe?
Ezreal, just ban an Ezreal and a GP. Boom. It's done. We solved it. We're back in spring season. Hey. Okay, now ban Gangplank. And we have no scaling elements here.
No. On.
Yeah. Or,
well, actually, both of these top laners want to play on. Let's we'll see what KT is going to take away. Wukong still stands out.
There's a lot of picks open. Twisted Fate is open. And that's kind of a scary thought. Renata is open, very blindable. Ahri is going to go to lava here, it looks like.
Yep, Denial as well. Of course, Aria does like playing the Ahri when given the opportunity.
Yeah, it's a really strong priority pick between these two in this key matchup. And
something like a Lissandra could be played. Aria has tried it into the Ahri so far this season and failed.
I'd love to see that, actually. Give it another go and, you know, see how they perform with it. And it will be the choice here. I think it's a pretty easy call. Might be able to just grab a high prio 80 carry with this too and kind of wait and react now otherwise.
Just the Yuumi. Just do it. Don't be afraid, life.
Zeri is banned. Ezreal is banned, so...
And Lucian is banned. So
Lucian
like,
banned. Like,
the 3 Yuumi 80 carries are actually off the table.
Yeah, just grab a safe meta jungle here. Instead of the 80 carry, that's what they're going to do.
Yep.
Leaving the door open.
Ooh, Cuz really diversifying his picks here with his second Viego.
Yes.
Which is fantastic.
He's only played 2, the Viego and the Wukong. It's the red side jungle champion.
Uh-huh.
Well, yeah, Zyra Rakan, great. You mentioned Delight. When he goes, and it's been his best champion. Rakan, as you mentioned, was buffed on this patch, and you kind of alluded to we might see this come through. I said it might be banned in the second phase. We don't get there.
Oh, Rascal's going back to the Gwen. Okay.
Doesn't care if it's nerfed.
Nope. You know, you still get those resistances once you get all of the points in DW, you know?
You know, this is a game where, because of the lack of scaling mids here, I mean, it could still be something like a Victor. Well, no, it can't, because already Lissandra's locked in. What am I saying?
Unless it's Lissandra support.
Yeah, very unlikely.
Yes.
I think that there's a Jace angle here, actually. This is one of those rare times where I feel like Morgan could play Jace and feel okay about it, and actually end up doing a lot of damage with the Lethality Xayah as well, and kind of snowball a lead.
I hope they don't play Lethality Xayah. It's dead. Please let it die.
It's never going to die in our region, apparently. I do wonder what will be the response here, though, to the Gwen, because Jax is another counter pick that we don't see in our region, but we see literally everywhere else all the time, constantly. Could be a ban here on it from KT Rolster.
Morgan could also Camille.
Yeah.
Because he likes Camilleing into matchups that should be losing matchups and then somehow managing to win. He did that on Harmwell Live.
It's true. The Vi.
Yeah, the Vi ban to come through here.
He's pretty strong, and obviously Umpty likes to play it. Hasn't played it yet this season, but has been very vocal that, and has played a lot in solo queue, but he's been vocal that he thinks it's a very strong pick. So now we're going into 80 carry territory here for KT, and Fred Brion will, you know, have to pick their counter for the Gwen, but we'll have a little bit more time to suss out what jungle pick they want to once they see the Ornn.
Ornn is locked in. That's on support.
Yeah, it looks like it. Or they forgot what they're doing in their draft, which would be really scary. But
well, that means that they're probably going to play Senna on.
Yeah, it also could be.
But like, you can't now pick away the Senna.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of where Viego could fit in this. Like, it could be support Lissandra, Viego solo lane.
Oh, it's 100% Senna on, and there's nothing that Fred Brion can do about it.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely are going to really struggle into this lane. I like the follow-up here, though, with the Graves to go to the jungle and the Kayle pick, which will scale up this comp very well into the later parts. And yeah, it is the Senna Ornn, as you say. Very interesting choice here for KT Rolster, but into what they picked early, the Xayah Rakan, it feels very strong, and Ornn will be able to, you know, basically push this Senna ahead, and also then later on in the game buff up the scaling. It's a weird champ to have in the bottom lane in terms of, you know, meta for the last few years, but his kit allows him to engage really hard and can actually defensively fight against Rakan really well in lane too. So he attack, but he also protect. And
I actually really love this KT draft. And you might be looking at it going like, oh yeah, but like, where is the damage, etc., etc. But Frozen Thralls plus Viego is like, once you get that one pick, which Frozen Tomb can certainly set up for you, that the CC from an Ornn can certainly set up for you, then you have all of your opposing team's damage as well. You get to just be those champions as the Viego, as all of the icy dudes just explode around everyone. It's a really cool comp.
Well, who would have thought that all that we needed for some crazy and fun new support picks was for Senna to become meta again, and then for us to hit patch 12.11, which had no significant changes to the champions that are now being played in the support role. Who knew? Thanks to Hens and now Life, who will be playing the Ornn. Life notorious for unusual support picks in both Senna lanes, but also just in general. So
I think the first Ornn support that we had was Marta. Quite a few years ago now. Might have been when he was on KT. Yes, it was. It was him and Deft. So 2018, something like that. But it's something that has always been in the outskirts of what could be possible. And this is also Rascal, who's said that tanks are really good, or Gwen.
Yeah,
in the last
that is what he said.
Yep, and we'll see how it goes. We hop onto the Rift for the first game. Well, I think I know the team that has a little bit more representation in today's match.
Certainly.
Need a little bit more Bromento.
Yeah, well, the org that has a long-standing legacy versus a fairly new one.
Yeah.
Will sometimes come to that type of conclusion. Is we saw Canyon play Graves, and he was kind of ahead of the curve in that regard. I think this is a very smart draft for Umpty to play extra damage because he will have the setup from Lava, and he's going to be doing a lot of consistent damage on top of the lethality Xayah. Morgan will be the really big layered damage dealer once we get to level 16 for him. Very long time from now. But yeah, I like KT's draft here a lot.
I do definitely like KT's draft a lot. I am worried about the Kayle, because Umpty's not exactly going to be packing all that much CC as he comes into the lane. Both Graves and Kayle can slow down the opposition, but I think Rascal's going to be very capable of just walking it out. And so the Gwen is going to be likely untouched as the laning phase goes on, unless Morgan can have a really impressive laning phase. That will be difficult, as Rascal is certainly a difficult opponent.
Fairly standard tank support runes here for Life. The Guardian, nothing special. We'll obviously have the Dematerializer. You guys can see the inventory is okay.
Ooh, okay, Life just going to try and turn this one around onto Henna. Piercing Darkness as well, helping out here as Life just walking at the Xayah.
Level 1. He's just chasing him down.
That's just, yeah.
If he has 2 there, he probably kills him. Gets the knock up and goes through, but
they're going to be very close to it as well, as there it is, actually picked up by Fredaprion first, as they had the shove.
Yep, will be just a moment here, and then that will be traded back. And by the way, notice aiming went first strike on Senna. So we'll actually have the ability to harass gold, which is actually really cool. I wondered if this would be a thing that would happen. I think you really need a very strong defensive tank support if you're going to run something like this, because the risk is quite high, but he should be able to pretty consistently farm up a lot of money.
Yeah.
If played correctly. I actually like this a lot. KT, man.
Yeah, it's like, it's a bit greedy, but I kind of agree, you know? Like, if you've got the Ornn there, who's just, you know, the best multi-classed champion in the game, then you're just probably feeling pretty good about it.
Yeah, and they can just hold this wave pretty well with the Dematerializer used on the cannon minion there. Just going to collect these last few, and then the wave will neutralize. Then with level 3 up for the Senna, could start to actually be aggressive in this lane and continue to trade, or rather exchange for first strike gold. Yeah. Very fun stuff we're seeing here. Some meta-changing stuff. No more like, oh, it's boring cookie-cutter drafts. We're seeing people try some cool strategies in my LCK on my birthday.
It really is your birthday, Wolf. It really is. Yep, KT just going to be some farming back and forth. You can imagine that Senna's going to be pretty happy as Umpty's down here on the bottom side, but with the wave in the position that it's in, they're not going to be able to actually threaten too much.
They have lost a few minions here, as you guys could see in the CS count, because of this wave push. First time Senna's been pushed in super hard in a while. But it does happen. Yep. And it will happen in this case.
Yeah, it's also difficult in the first few levels for the Ornn or the melee support that's trying to do the farming to get in there and safely farm. So let's see why that's happening. Bit of a cheater recall here for Henna. Goes back, gets some shoes to augment the extra sword. He's got another sword. And so just all pretty calm. Aiming goes back as well. Collects himself a tear as well as his long sword.
If I'm not mistaken, I think the first time we saw Kayle played on day one was into the Gwen. I think it was Keen's Gwen, and it struggled a little bit in the early game, but I think Morgan is actually outperforming that first matchup we had. I can't remember who was laning against Keen off the top of my head, but that happened, and then, you know, he got a pretty significant lead, but then the Kayle popped off later.
Yep.
Only an 8 CS lead right now. It could obviously continue to grow. Brass was about to hit level 6, could put a little bit more pressure on, but, you know, I mean, Kayle is just farming, you know, down here on the bottom side. Henna in a decent spot to start off the game.
Yeah. I think Henna's probably not too upset about how the situation's going. I'm a bit worried about these two long swords because they can form a serrated Dirk.
Yeah, well, you know where that's going.
Yeah, I do. I just need to accept that we're just going to have Lethality Xayah forever.
Not forever necessarily, but
for a
until
while.
You stop caring about it. One day it'll happen, you'll be like, oh my god, they're not doing it anymore. But the more you think about it. Okay, level 6 is hit here for Morgan. He's got ult.
Yeah, Rascal's got the needlework though, so he's throwing them out towards Morgan, who has to flash.
Morgan does not have enough mana to use his ultimate, I don't think. That's why he has to flash here, and he might just die.
Yeah, Arya sees him, I believe, but isn't going to be able to claw over there. As teleport available for Morgan. No flash now, though. Ghost is down for Rascal as well, but he'll be fine. Umpty down here towards the bottom side is going to start off this Drake, and they should be able to secure it.
So Morgan had to flash. We'll teleport back to lane. Arya losing a massive amount of farm because he doesn't know where Umpty is. Walks all the way around the edge of his lane and loses the whole wave because he went for this. Didn't go for the flash claw in or anything like that, thankfully, at least, but made a threatening choice, but it cost him big. Umpty will get away with grabbing this Drake.
Yeah, Cuz as well able to fight Delight here because Umpty is far too low. And Cuz is going to have that shield removed, and we'll head on over here and take the Rift Scuttler. So not going to get any first bloods just yet. Remember, our first blood was what, 32 minutes?
Yeah.
34? Was it 32? 30?
I want to say like 34.
34 and a half?
35. I have the number in front of me once I pull out my fancy record sheet.
Yeah, and then the game lasted 36 minutes, if I remember correctly.
I'm pulling it out, and it's going to be
34:30. Yeah, it was
34:30. Yep. 34 and a half.
So we've still got quite a few minutes to go, as aiming is just gonna tank the turret forever, and then look to go home.
It's okay. He knew that on this patch the early game turret damage was nerfed, so he's okay.
Yeah, that's exactly what he was testing, just making sure that he could see those numbers.
You know, working as intended. You're welcome, Riot.
But just wanted to get the extra money. And now he has a serrated Dirk as well, so that healing going to be buffed up. Very nice. Rascal seems to be perpetually relatively low on health, but does now have a leeching weir, so will continue to be more and more happy.
Yep, level 6 got hit for Morgan. Has his Berserker Greaves online. It's going to be one of those games where we sit and scale, even though Freddy Brown's comp didn't look like it was going to be a scaling comp at first. They locked in the Kayle, so they're also just going to be chilling and scaling and farming.
Yeah, no, I do like the I like the Kayle ulti against KT's draft though, because the KT draft does rely on Viego getting resets and the Frozen Thralls getting in there after the glacial after the Frozen Tomb. Almost every other ultimate is named after glacial something, so
true.
I went for it there, but no, Frozen Tomb. And so I like the idea of being able to keep someone alive, right?
Yeah, and keeping Morgan.
It's going to have to be himself for the next little moment. That's some flashes. We are going to get the snare as the ulti is going to be used, so they do get that button. And now just a massive dive towards Life, who is now dead.
So will end up being Morgan escaping. It's going to cost him a lot of CS, though, and plates. And as you mentioned, yeah, the kill on the bottom side, trading back, making a cross-map play when the top side dive came through. And no teleport for Morgan either because he had to expend it earlier. Means This is just really quite costly, and this is how you punish the early game Kayle. She now no longer has a turret, so farming becomes a little bit more difficult. Looks like we're going to see a lane swap as a result.
Yep, you can see Rascal moving on down here. Shelly will be taken out, so not going to get any double charges or anything like that. As, yes, Korean Lissandra does make a lot of noise.
She really does.
Just bear with us.
It's really bad. Don't enjoy it. So let's watch how this happened to start. Life actually all-ins onto Hannah. Yeah, and then just dies after he has no tools.
Yeah,
that
so
happened.
just didn't have information about the fact that Umpty was there with the light.
Bit of a, I mean, I think we can call it a mistake here because they knew that there was no jungler on the top side because they were diving super hard on Morgan and he was alone. Yep. But, you know, I mean, sometimes you see a recon and you try to make the big play.
Yeah. And, you know, Life is like, I'm getting money this game for, like, the first time ever. This is awesome.
Yeah, he's like a Pantheon support, quote-unquote, that doesn't even build a support item. Like, yeah, I'm going support, but you didn't build a support item. No, it's clear. I do a lot of damage. All right, okay.
Like, my support item is all of these Doran's blades. Don't you worry about it. Yeah, absolutely fantastic.
If it's barrel, you know, it's fine. If you in your solo queue game, it's definitely not okay. Anyway.
It would have been cool if Life had have played support Jarvan in this game, because his support Jarvan's really good, and he could have got more money.
I thought for a moment when Delight was going up there that maybe they were going to try to swap lanes super early in the game and put Morgan down on the bottom side just so he could get some free farm there and just sit under the enemy Ornn and Senna for a second, and then they'd have to swap, but didn't actually come to fruition, and he's now kind of been bodyguarded by Umpty. Umpty's kind of hovering around there, but you could see it reflected in CS differences, how much defensive roaming towards the top side to potentially counter gank from Umpty there's been, whereas Cuz just sitting 24 CS ahead at the moment, has his Kraken Slayer.
Yeah, he's having a great time.
He's just like, he's PvE, and Umpty's just like, oh, I wish you didn't pick Kayle, this is just so miserable. He now has his Steel Tip and his Cull, where he's just really scaling.
Let me just cash in this Cull real quick. In the next 7 minutes. We'll see whether Rascal is going to be able to pressure him away from this lane. Right now, KT are doing the Dragon, so the Gwen is not necessarily going to be able to do too much, but that is a very comfortable take. And it is going to be Infernal Soul this game as well.
Well, yeah, just becoming a new trend here in the LCK is Aiming has his Umbroglaive this early, and will, I think in part due to the fact that he's farmed so much first strike gold, but he can start removing vision. You see he's already starting to get a little bit of value out of it right now, clearing vision around the bottom side, where KT have a massive amount of control around the pit. There's some defensive vision set up, obviously, behind the Drake pit, but KT's is more relevant.
Yeah, Fred and Brion, it's all in their own jungle to make sure that that Umpty can farm. That is not really what you want.
But it's what you need, in this case.
I mean, he needs to be able to get to that Gore Drinker, man. It was buffed. Gotta get that ability haste.
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
Canyon was like, oh, I forgot that wasn't on the patch I played this one.
He still did very well.
He did very well.
So it wasn't too bad.
Great game from him on the Graves. Only other Graves we've seen so far. As Lava has gone for Liandry's here on the Ahri. Again,
there
not common, but
members.
It makes sense. Uncommon, but smart.
Yeah, I'm okay with it.
We're thinking, we're adapting, we're evolving. Because sometimes in the LCK we just always do the same thing. And sometimes we actually go, you know what, I think this might be good here. And we
remember, Everfrost and Liandry's were both nerfed. So, it's even.
Fair enough.
He's going to do a fair amount of damage if he can actually layer some spells over. But of course, Ahri is kind of a burst mage. So it is a very strange situation. Charm is going to go wide.
We saw, obviously Silas build this. Showmaker built it previously, and it was the right choice there. I think in this case, he's just really hoping that he's going to start to pop off, and then will still be relevant against the Ornn later, because he built a Dark Seal, and he's hoping that eventually some numbers are going to appear on it. As he continues to be aggressive, he has the perfectly timed stopwatch coming in just a moment here too. So we hit the 14-minute mark. So a lot coming online here for Fred and Brion in terms of what they can do team fight-wise right now. But Morgan's about to hit 11 too. Like, all these little pieces are coming through.
Yeah, things starting to line up ever so slowly. And this is a Fred and Brion game, so it's going to be slow. guys.
It
That's sort of
certainly
how
is.
it goes. But yeah, I kind of hate the Leandris. Like, a lot of me just really doesn't like it. But if you see an Ornn, I guess, take an anti-tank item. But I feel like it just goes against everything that Ahri wants to do.
It does go against everything Ahri wants to do. And it is also going to make it so that it is certain death if she encounters Viego and is jumped on by him. Whereas she has Ludens, then she can at least fight back and perhaps even turn it on him if she's further ahead. But the Leandris won't do damage fast enough, and she might just straight up die to Kraken Slayer Viego.
Yeah, maybe.
So like that's a scary thing, because otherwise you feel very strong. Even though Ahri and Viego work well together, you also feel very good against Viego because he's kind of running at you, and he also is lined up to try to stun you, but then you charm him in that same line, and so you feel good about it. But if you fight him in the neutral with this itemization, you might be breaking that stopwatch, depending on how the setup goes.
Especially with Cuz so farmed at this point in time. You got a rotation down here from KT. Umpty gonna spot out aiming. Walks over. Shirley's now being started by Rascal. But I think it's just more of a scouting mission. Aria also can slink into Fog of War now towards this bottom side. 1 minute until the first Infernal Drake of the game, but no soul point on the line for anyone just yet, as we are 1 Drake apiece. Chem Tank done for life. Gonna be going real quick towards people. Riftmaker also just done for Rascal. Decent little spike there.
Yeah, in 1 minute's time, KT should definitely be posturing for this first Drake, and we'll look to fight for it. Morgan has 11, but we're still not really a champion yet, as Kale on the top side of the map.
Yeah, wants to build an item all 3.
Yeah, he just had to build so many pieces because of the call coming through of that Nashor's Tooth. Nuzlov is just being a bit of a prankster right now, waking up Shirley. Now they're going to actually go for the commitment.
Yep.
Rascal nearby. The rest of the team is rotating over. I think KT absolutely have the better equipment to fight for this right now. And I think Frederick Brown realized, like, okay, if we try to really hold this, we're in trouble. But this does allow Frederick to maybe try to set up for a trade. Positioning here of Life is so good. He's actually got a really nice angle next to the Drake pit where he could trap people who try to come over. And I think KT should be more decisive in this moment, but the setup was at least good. Like, they're not actually doing either objective. Finally now going to commit to going bottom side here.
I think committing to try and find some sort of engage is great for KT, just because they do have so many of their tools online.
Yeah, exactly.
But haven't actually done anything. It's always very difficult for any team to fight into Frederick Brion, I think. I don't know what it is, but there's something about it. It's hard for anyone to fight this team.
Yeah, I mean, they just play so carefully and defensively. And
maybe it's just because they're so likable, You just don't want to hurt them.
You don't want to hurt them, yeah. I like that explanation. That's going to be my headcanon from now on.
Yep. They also don't try to take objectives from you if you start them. So certainly slightly high on the agreeableness quotient, as it were. Delight's going to come on over, doesn't have an unsealed spellbook, so he's just going to watch Cuz, who's ripping this Drake apart. Decent attempt there from Umpty to throw out the collateral damage, but it will just be the dragon secured there for Cuz.
Yep, and now KT in a pretty good spot to set up for a reset, and then potentially a collapse here for second Herald. Frederick Brion is not in a position to fight, as we mentioned, because they don't have those items. Nashor's Tooth is up now for Morgan, but that's not your spike. Your spike is when you hit level 16 and you have 2 items or more if you had a great game, and you're ready to actually get into the action. Also, Ahri with single item Leandris, not feeling so great about that one right now. Whereas Everfrost is like the most broken item to have if you're only going to have one. Now, Leandris will get more powerful as time goes on. The choice will make more and more sense, but at the moment, you're just sitting and waiting.
Yeah. Cuz does find this ward, does also know that Delight is in the area. As Shirley is likely just to go back to the Void.
Yeah, it's starting to feel that way. She's just not going to be taking this game, potentially. I think KT have the power to do so, and they should, but
yeah,
with how timid they've been, I do wonder. They are grouping up for it now.
Yep, control wards, come on in. As Frederick Brion thinking about trying to go for this one. Delight's over here as well.
This is amazing for Frederick Brown if they could pull Rascal out of the bottom lane and then also delay this, but Rascal realizes, okay, they're going to play around with this a little bit. I'm not going to let Morgan free farm. Yep. He stays here.
Henna also has a Kraken Slayer, by the way, so we're safe. No letality's eye this time
Yeah,
around.
you know what? Like,
beautiful.
You got your wish finally.
There we go.
I didn't even realize that just now. I forgot about it too. Maybe that's why it happened.
I thought it was your birthday, not my birthday. Oh my goodness.
Well, Rift Herald will just go the way of KT Rolster here just in her final hour, final 30 seconds. We'll finally go over one of the latest Rift Heralds we've had in the LCK in a long time.
Well, we've had a lot of latest things in games with Fred Brion in them. And that's not stopping yet, as Morgan will be able to grab this turret as well. It's going to even things out turret-wise. Of course, first turret blood did go over to KT, as aiming does go back home. Arya throwing out a cute little Q and yells a little bit, as Lysandras like to do. There are 4 people here, but this is a Lysandra.
Yeah, she will never die.
Yeah.
But she will also never defend this turret. So, you know, I guess Fred Brion like, okay, well, we'll take the brick, thank you.
Well, Cuz just stabs Delight. And, you know, Delight does stick around for a little bit longer. Smoke screen comes on through as that's a snare. Onto Umpty. Lava dashing on in, looking for aiming. The flash comes through, though, keeps the center alive. Good double knock-up. Frozen Tomb comes down, and they just explode Morgan. He has no opportunity to ult whatsoever.
Very well played here from Arya. Nicely timed ult, and King CC very powerful. And for Lava, if he has Everfrost, maybe you get that pick, actually. But he goes forward, and it's just simply flash. Cannot root anybody in place.
Yep. Delight also trying to get in there as Cuz off to the side. Henna has to Featherstorm now as everyone's just getting caught up by this needlework. My God, Rascal, that is just too much damage. The Thrall comes down and the minions conga line towards the inner turret, and KT will break 2.
The KT have just firmly taken control of this game now. The inner turret gold going to go their way, and it'll be the 3rd turret of the game they pick up here. 90 seconds to go. Before that, the Drake comes over, which will be their Infernal Soul point. So he's going to pick up this ward before he backs, and full map control over to the side of KT Rolster, as Lava's attempt to grab a pick is just completely shut down. And, I mean, you see Umpty sets up for this. They force out the Claw. And if he has Everfrost there, he actually roots aiming, but aiming casually walks away. He's like, oh, you only shoot that one direction. What if I just sidestep? And that's it. And then he pays for it.
Yeah. I mean, it just was just a flash from the center, and that just cost them the entire fight. Both of their turrets in the mid lane. And KT now looking in such a good spot.
It's so interesting, too, because I think if you have a comp that is more CC setup, you can go Ludens on Ahri and it's totally fine. You'll have that extra damage. You'll feel good about it. But Everfrost just means that Ahri can be very self-sufficient in picks like this, or for potential picks like this. And, you know, like, I'm not saying aiming dies 100% if he has Everfrost, but, you know, he's under a lot more threat. And,
yeah.
We can just see the Liandry's in this stage of the game is basically worthless, unfortunately. And he's going double mask as well. You could see he's going towards it, which is going to make it
maybe
less
double
bad.
mask is just the best right now. That's what Lava thinks. But I think that it's not. There are certain champions that you just can't force it on.
And like Victor is almost one of those champions too. You've seen a lot of people try to build it on Victor, and he just can't proc it consistently. It seems like he'd be able to with Deathray, but actually not really. It just doesn't work out very well. It's really hard to actually apply that, whereas Ahri has the same problem. You know, she is going to hit an Orb of Deception and Foxfire somebody, but like she's not hitting the whole team and draining the life away. She's consistently able to apply it onto the front line. If she misses the Orb, it's like, well, good luck. I mean, she has ability haste with that, but
yeah, I guess you like, I don't know.
I'm not a big fan.
I'm not a huge fan either. I like using Ahri to try and pick off priority targets rather than just softening up the front line, right? And Lava will be able to do a fair bit of damage to the Ornn, and you know there's a fair bit of health on the Gwen and the Lysandra as well. So I guess that's okay. But just killing aiming, which is exactly what he tried to do in the last fight, that could be an option. Aiming, no flash available for the next little while.
Like if we've had this charm. If we've now had Sylas Liandry's, we've had Ahri Liandry's. Like the next step is to get like LeBlanc Liandry's, and then it's like, really, we've seen everything.
No. Where's Graves Liandry's, dude? You get that smoke screen, burn them down. Umpty, what is this build, man?
Damn, I mean, whew.
Yeah.
It's looking pretty doomed for Fredit right now, just because their win conditions are so limited, and they're in a position where by the time Kale hits 16, like when Morgan is cresting that, he's only going to be at 2 items. He just finished his call.
Yeah, there we go. Huge spike.
By that point, it just might be too late. Like KT might actually have taken the Infernal Soul by then. It's going to be lining up pretty close, but I think KT have the advantage there. Their Senna is scaling well. Their Lissandra is 1-0-1, but already has Zonius going towards a Void Staff. They have massive amounts of damage with the Gwen and the Viego in the front. No stopwatch is broken on their side.
Yeah, and Rascal's like, he's getting towards level 15, level 16, and, you know, the nerfs to Gwen, not necessarily as much of a big deal anymore. It's like, yes, 10% less time on the reset or something like that.
And yeah, the dash and all that stuff is like, whatever. It's not going to matter when you're needleworking and queuing the entire enemy team because there's no one to stop you.
Yep.
And you're immune.
Indeed.
So I think arguably because of the way these comps collide, the Kale is not going to be as impactful as the Gwen even when she is 16 in these upcoming fights, because the items are more valuable for the Gwen. She has a stopwatch. Morgan frankly just can't afford one. Not that he has one kind of built in, but we'll see how that fight goes once he does have 16.
Yeah, you can see Cuz spotting out the members of Fredit Brion here as Lava. Charms up life.
And like aiming's like
darkness is there.
Nicely, Andres, by the way, let me just cue my tank. Oh, he's already at full.
Yeah.
Cool
Ate the
story,
honey
bro.
fruit there as well, you know. KT, just, you know, you could start Baron if you want to. Fredit Brion don't look to be challenging very much of what's going on here. As you can see, KT have all of the wards in the topside river that you could ever need.
Yeah, I mean, they have... Their one fear is that Fredit is going to try to trade objectives or try to sneak this one. Because they have, I mean, because it is actually crit Xayah this time around, they have a decent amount of damage. And they have Leandres on Ahri, so it's better than normal Ahri damage to this. So
yeah.
But I think it'd be optimistic for Fredit Brion to even try this, and because they have so much vision around it, I mean, like almost too much vision. Like how many wards are in that pit? It's pretty unrealistic. And KT, all they have to do is hit that smite on this Infernal Drake, and the game is basically theirs. And then it also puts a timer on Fredit Brion. Morgan has been level 14 seemingly forever because he hasn't been able to farm, because they don't have vision for him, so he can't push lanes, he has to wait. And so he's like not going to be 16. He could have been in a different game state before this Drake, but not this time.
Yeah, Arya completes his Void Staff as well, so that is done. Third item comes in, his teleport is unleashed and ready to go. 1 minute until this Drake, which is going to be the next big protocol for KT. Fredit Brion, we'll see whether they battle them for it. They have been very passive so far this season. That doesn't seem to be stopping. 3 kills in 27 minutes. It's not very many kills.
Not so much. Very low kill counter.
It's like once every 9 minutes.
Delight is also a champion that can't clear wards very well. All the wards that KT have on both objectives, it's really difficult for him to safely clear that right now, and Umbroglaive is getting insane value.
That was an engage ability.
Almost. Well, I mean,
yeah, it was. Disappeared.
Yeah.
They got a teleport, as Rascal's Riftmaker is the really angry Riftmaker now, as Life has built that one for him. Bit of priority there for the top laner.
Yep. No Mythic up for aiming, of course, and
he hasn't actually built that one yet.
It's time, Fredit Brion. Can you secure this Drake? I mean, they may lose the game over this. Charm's on cooldown. KT could just run at them.
Yeah, Arya can just claw over this wall, can be anywhere he wants to be. Certain flanking opportunities here as Life is just going to buy enough space. Gets a huge shield as well as Rascal's diving on into the middle of everyone as Delight's just going to get cut down where he stands. Dawning Shadow flies forward, and Rascal just seems to be able to do whatever the heck he wants. Look at this needlework tear them apart, but both of them have to go golden. Morgan does need to be respected. He pops the ulti and dives on forward. Aiming now over to the side, little Lissandra has been taken down though, and it's Morgan. He picks up a double, make it a triple. And they did not respect the Kale, and KT pay the price.
Despite all those kills, Morgan still doesn't hit 16, so in the next fight he's going to be much more impactful once he gets a few more minions under his belt. But still, the fight here in terms of sustained damage for KT isn't amazing. Once Rascal has used his combo, he's hoping to run at people and hit a few more Qs. But he just wasn't able to actually consistently do that damage that the KO can do. The KO's immortality with the ultimate coming through is such a frustrating thing for KT to deal with. This lost team fight means that it's a Baron going over to Frederick Brion. So there's a chance, right, for them to actually get enough vision control to bring things back. There's a lot of wards to kill, especially on the bottom side of the Rift right now. But aiming as Senna in a long fight can't do that much. He's not a traditional AD carry. The engage here is so great for life, guarantees them the Drake. So then now you start to see those Infernal procs come through. Look at Rascal, charmed but doesn't care. And then aiming is Dawn of Shadows, and then otherwise pretty invisible for the rest of this fight. He's got long range, but he can't really get in here. And then the turn from Morgan is just beautiful. Charm hits, and he's in a perfect spot to actually continue to do damage. His autos are going to start proccing. And he just does so much in this fight with the AoE.
Yeah. And he was like relatively untouched until the very end, right? He was able to just kite it out, and everything was fine. It looked like Arya wasn't actually able to use his ult. He was sort of trying to dive forward and then died before he managed to actually press the button or something.
Yeah.
What it sort of looked like, unless he used it earlier.
Not 100% sure about that. I wasn't tracking it super closely, but it obviously wasn't in the fight. And yeah, that definitely could have turned things around a little bit, given a little bit more time for aiming to actually come through and do some more damage. Because at the end of a fight, Senna alone cannot clean up low health bar fights like your traditional AD carry can. She will just instantly die.
Yeah.
So he couldn't do anything. He just had to retreat.
KT definitely on the back foot now. It had so much control throughout this game. And yes, they still do have the Infernal Soul, which is very powerful. Now they're just trying to buy space for Rascal to get a split push happening here towards the top side. Double mask and hat done for Lava.
That's going to make those double masks hit a lot harder.
Yeah, Humpty dashing forward. It is going to be the inner turret taken on the top side, so an even trade as far as turrets are concerned.
But
now, yeah, the Ornhorn's going to come through. That's going to just delay the backs here, as Rascal's just going to go home. So, never mind. Just kind of wanted to press the button, I guess.
Well, Life was definitely hoping that he was going to try to push this advantage further, but wasn't able to delay everyone's backs, and because the turret was at full health, it was pretty risky to hard push it there, and so he will get away.
Yep.
And that, you know, Ornhorn going to be up for the next fight, the Elder fight, so he's not going to feel too bad about this one. It really is just going to come down to one Frederick Brion Elder flip, isn't it? It just always does.
Yep.
Who cares about Drakes? KT's Drake percentage going up.
Yep, staying very, very high. They lost that one cloud, which feels a bit sad as far as that percentage is concerned, as Life is going to bellow away from the charm.
Still, they're at 80% right now. You know, that's higher than the 70-ish they're at right now.
Absolutely.
It's going up.
Still building on that stat. Love it. Rascal dashing towards this lane. Nash's 2 helping tear this turret apart, as you can see. He's got Banshees. He's also immune, so holds on to that by just pressing W.
2 minutes to go. Morgan has 16, has his death cap, so we got 2 hats over here for Lava, or for Frederick Brion rather, and
I respect the little zoom as the cannon was missed.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, that's he's got a hat and a headband. Like, the hat's even a bit redundant, but it's still going to be doing a lot of work.
Yeah. QSS, by the way, for Morgan too. Yeah, well, that's the headband you're referring to, and I think it's pretty smart. Like, I think the ways that the Frederick wins this team fight are like, basically they delay the fight and kill Arya or Rascal if they can focus Rascal, charm him after he goes immune, and then Morgan cleans up the fight because he's going to do so much damage with this crit version of the Xayah in the later parts of it. And just like last time when KT failed, they just don't have the same sort of consistent damage. That's the way. Also, now they have insane wave clear. They should be able to get some prio for this Elder.
Yeah.
Winnable, suddenly winnable, like for real.
I mean, this is the late game Kayle story, right? Theoretically, they should be in a pretty good spot. But, of course, you know, there is an Ornn over the other side. Gwen's no slouch when it comes to scaling. And does still have a lot of money. But still, like, I mean, Morgan's got a bounty now after that last fight that now kind of feels like forever ago.
Yeah.
Life's got anathemas, though. So that might be the answer. You know, stone plate anathemas, it's going to be harder for Morgan to be able to reliably kill the Ornn, if that's in fact who's going to have the anathemas.
It's really hard to proc this Infernal Soul also for KT. Their comp is not really, I mean, once you get the Gwen in there, it's all going to be fine, but like in neutral, you're getting almost no value out of this.
Yeah, it's a little bit harder. Let's see whether they actually start anything up though, as Morgan, he teleported in. And now the Elder has been started. Rascal spotted on the flank. KT back away. Umpty still has control of this dragon, who then gets angry at Cuz. No one really wants to take responsibility for this huge flying lizard. As Umpty does grab him one more time, Rascal steals away a red buff and now looks for that flank yet again. He's being pretty patient right now, as Morgan doing a lot of damage off to the side. This is just going to be a 50-50, isn't it?
It really is.
That's just how it's supposed to go.
KT pulling it back.
Yeah, Rascal gets over the wall here, as now we're going to look for the fight instead. The Ram is just going to go one direction and then fly back, as Umpty had the ulti. Oh, the dragon was taken by KT! Now Henna's trying to kite this one out, as Cuz dashing forward with the ult. Morgan is going to go golden, but he will then get eaten by the dragon, and KT will find themselves the team fight as Delight tries to go home.
And the teleport top, where the turret was set up earlier from Rascal, is going to be the path to the Nexus, the path to victory. KT Rolster patiently wait in that fight till the last possible moment. Charm is down. They pull the trigger when the Drake is low, and that's when Life actually tosses the ultimate out and they charge through. Very well played here from KT.
Ooh, nice knock up there onto Henna, who goes golden for a few moments before he inevitably is going to die. Both Nexus turrets going down pretty much at the same time. 4-1-1 here on the Gwen for Rascal, having a pretty good game here today. The Nexus goes down and KT will take game one.
Really great game from this roster that built a very unusual draft.
I loved the KT draft.
And it was good. It was strong, and you could see, yes, they did lose that one fight when the Kayle popped off because they didn't have that sustained damage, but when it mattered most in the final fight, they just waited. Okay, Fred Brion's almost in smite range. That's when we're going to go. And they're all trapped. They're trying to hold that aggro. Because if Fred Brion walk away from that Drake, they lose the game. So they have to stay on it. It was such a patient choice from KT. But then also, the second it was time to go, they went and committed super hard. Rascal had the follow-up damage there. And it wasn't about the Senna at all. It was about the Ornn support that really shaped that last team fight.
Oh, it was a great performance from Life. He had a few whoopsies when it came to some of the combos and things like that, but otherwise, he started fights when he needed to. I think Rascal played very, very well. The last smite as well from good old Cuz was certainly that was one that was necessary, but ultimately that game came down to an Elder flip. Like, let's be real. I'm hoping that we see better from both of these teams so we don't get into that situation again.
We shouldn't have been in that situation because KT should have been able to control the game and not end up messing up the subsequent fight after taking Infernal Drake, or Infernal Soul rather. And if they don't die there, then they have more prio, and it doesn't look like that. It doesn't look like a flip. It looks a lot cleaner. But yeah, as you said, like, it shouldn't have gotten to that point in the first place. Fred Brion pulled another miracle out of their hats, but it still wasn't enough.
Yeah.
And Morgan sitting at 8.4K just never was level 16 long enough to really be relevant.
And it didn't really work. Aiming also doing the most damage in the game as this support center. Definitely very impressive stuff. He was getting a lot of poke through. And he was, you know, the one range character on the team, right? So you can understand, but still doing a great job on this center. And I'm looking forward to seeing what KT have in store for us in game number 2 as far as their next draft, right? Because this one was really cool. I really liked the cohesiveness. I liked the idea when it came to what they were trying to achieve in team fights, and they executed on it pretty well outside of one blunder. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, the analytical carpet space as well as game number 2, which might be the first KT victory of the season. We'll see you there.
장로.
나 공격 잡고 약간 높을. 아, 봤어. 약간 높을이야. 앞에부터. 다야 노고.
천천히 빨리지 말아봐.
마리 봐줌. 알았어. K 나왔어. 마리 빠졌다. K부터 나와.
탑에 텔 쓸게.
마리 어디 갔냐? 탑에 텔 쓸게. 끝내자. 이거
애들 집중 끊어줘.
텔 찍어줄게.
야, 안 끊어도 되거든? 안 끊어도 끝나, 일단.
The night beckons while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread, and fate may fall down upon you, while the devil is knocking right at your door. So are you restless? Each night you hear the drums roar. Awaken, awaken, the voice begins to call you while you hunger. A taste of destiny you're searching for. Awaken.
Hello and welcome to the Analyst Carpet Space. It is me, Valdez, with Chronicler, and we just had a game. It was a bit of a long one. I think that KT's comp eventually was able to push it over the edge, but there was that scary moment where Morgan almost stole the game away, and it all starts with the draft, Chronicler.
Love the KT drop. Loved it. The level of play, we have some notes, but I love this draft. The setup was impeccable. The Gwen, I think it's good that she's dropped in priority. The pick is not suddenly unplayable, but it should definitely not be B1 anymore. The Lissandra counter pick into the Ahri, working out well, snatching up the #1 priority pick. The Zyra Khan I think was okay, but the Graves and the kill really didn't do anything, especially because Fred Brian, you need Umti on some proactive because he's not making the plays, it's just not happening. And then that Ornn and the casters as well going like, what you gonna do now? And Fred Brian can't do anything. This setup, really, really well done by Fred Brian, and you avoid this with a Senna ban in second rotation. That Nautilus, while it's a strong pick and it's good into the Rakan, definitely upstaged by that Senna Ornn.
Senna Ornn finding a lot of value, even with the Ornn in the duo lane, was still able to build at least one item before
eventually
the last fight.
He got there.
Yeah, he did do something there. We do have the first strike stats. He did do 827 damage, 661 gold gains.
Yes.
What are your thoughts on this, Chronicler?
So, I like the inspiration tree as much as anyone, but this got 40 gold coming out of lane. That's not a lot of gold. Yeah, it was, and the reason is because, especially into Xayah, even though she doesn't go lethality anymore, still generally she will be the one starting up combat because she outranges you unless you hit her with specifically Q poke, which shouldn't be that hard to dodge, especially since the slow has been changed. So what happens is that you don't actually get to proc this in the early game at all. It's just about the late game where you're able to consistently go for the big ultimates. And this was with an Elder and an Infernal Soul. So like, I really like First Strike as a rune on champions that can use it, Assassins, but this was not it.
Didn't seem to be it, Chronicler, in the realm of what is it and what is not it. This is Lava's item builds. We did see this elsewhere, Chronicler.
Yeah, very shortly. It's building challenges as well. It's specifically as a counter to Lissandra because you're not able to use your Everfrost ever. You go for a much more poke-oriented build where you just try to clip people with your true damage on your Q. Didn't work though. But that's the thought process behind it. Didn't work.
So nice try, but not quite it, I suppose, either at the end of the day, just in the fact of the result. Let's go into highlight #1, which was the Elder Soul fight. Yes, this is highlight #1.
Yeah. And there's shit that they get the soul, and you're like, this is free. This is peachy. You're looking good. You immediately blow someone up, and then overchase into a kill. You don't need to do this. The moment those two stopwatch come down, you know what's going to happen because the kill hasn't been used. You don't need to chase at all. You got the Infernal Soul. You can back. You can reset. Then you pick up all the items. You use that incredibly strong soul you just got, and then you just walk to Baron. And instead, we got what was effectively just 10 more minutes in the game.
Bonus 10 minutes on the game, and they got the Baron, they pushed the mid lane, and it didn't matter in the end because KT had the Infernal Soul, they had the better comp, and then we had a, it wouldn't be a Fred Brian game without an Elder flip, so let's go into that clip and see how this one went down.
Gotta flip the Elder. And even if you're building a Bruiser Graves, and even with the durability patch, there is still a limited amount of damage that you can actually take. And this late in the game, you see also the unfortunate reality of Umti, and that's might not even talk about, Umti using a stopwatch while he was killed. Also, there's also just a miscommunication that you need to have hashed out. Because if you steal that, Fred Brian might have won this game, and then it would have been completely fine. But they lose Elder, so they lose the game. It was a game that should have been in the hands of KT, and then wasn't.
You would think that after all these Elder flips, Fred Brian would be really good at them by now, but unfortunately, if Umti's not doing it, the rest of the team is not either. So we do have the POG ready to go. Let's see who to pick it up for this game. It will be Arya on the Lissandra. Kind of a difficult choice in this one, Chronicler.
It was really hard. I'm happy that Arya gets it because Arya is really having a great redemption story thus far throughout the splits, as he was by far the weakest part of this KT roster, and we're slowly starting to become more and more comfortable on the LCK stage. But you could have gone for a number of people there. I went with aiming because he didn't die the whole game. I think Rascal had a good game as well. And again, this was a game that was decided in 2 fights with very little action.
His Orn Horn button a couple times. I noticed him. Don't you worry, Light. You did your job real well.
It was a peculiar game. Yeah.
KEKWEN analyst in this one.
That's okay.
We had 5 votes for the top lane as well. Rascal, you know, he was Gwen, and he threw in the needles and all that good stuff.
I was just getting flabbergasted with this one.
It was a weird game. They won the draft, and they did end up winning the game and almost all the objectives. But let's see what Game 2 has in store for us. Back to Atlas and Wolf.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for the breakdown of that game. Also, thanks for shedding some light on why Lava built the items that he built, even if they didn't really work.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. People build it in challengers into the Lissandra too, but like, if you're building like that for Lissandra, then you will just limit your ability to pick anyone else, including the Senna that they almost got but then failed to get. But anyway, I don't want to go into it too much. I see why he did it. I still disagree.
Yeah, I'm a bit like that as well. But KT got a really, really cool draft, and now it is time for Fred Brion to deny that sort of draft this time around. And they showed that they can win fights. It just took them overextending into a Kayle in order for that to actually work, and ultimately it wasn't enough anyway. As Hirai and Rascal are having a bit of a conversation here before we get into the game.
It's just crazy to me that Hirai is still a coach in the LCK. I think he might actually be the longest standing coach of Korean esports at the moment, because he was coaching when Como was actually still sitting in the booth playing StarCraft 2. Like,
yeah,
he has been coaching for 11 years now.
Man,
maybe even close to 12. It's incredible how long Hirai has been a coach across multiple games. Has picked up a title when he was on Longzhou as well. Man, multiple titles, of course, back in the StarCraft 2 days for his team in the Team League, but
she just hit
me with the bro, I think is what it
hit
said.
me with the bro, I guess.
Made him go see the bro game. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, cool.
That's all I'm saying. I mean, that's my
hashtag bro memento, everyone. That's still sad that it's not represented on these fan signs, but did manage to find a Fred Brion supporter in the audience, and they're back on the blue side once again. We'll see what adjustments they are going to make to this draft phase. Last time around, it was Lucian, Azir, Ezreal. This time, it's Gwen. Something. And I like that.
Corki also still not available for Lava here.
Yep.
So it might just be another game where we're not doing mid-game or mid-lane scaling. And I like that. Lucian also gone. This draft looking very familiar. No, the Zeri is gone. Okay.
Yep.
No Ezreal.
So that means Azir will be left available, and Wukong is now going to be banned, and we'll see what Fred Brion are going to prioritize. Last time it was Ahri. This time it could be Azir. We'll have to see.
I hope it is not Ahri, based on what we saw last game, unfortunately.
Yeah, the Ahri did feel a bit like it was a pick away, as the Wukong, once again, is going to be taken away.
I would also enjoy KT playing the Azir if they are going to play the Ahri. Like, oh, okay, we'll play that. But I get the feeling we're going to kind of run it back a little bit here.
Yeah, that's what it's looking at like right now. Of course, Lissandra Viego.
No, the Azir, yes! That's what I want.
Yeah.
That's what I want. I want to see more Arya Azir because he looked really good on it.
And look, it's Pigeon versus Fox. And I know who my money's on in that matchup. Pigeon. Heck yeah.
Well, the Pigeon is like pulling like small bird soldiers out of the ground. It's poking the Fox. I mean, it does.
Yeah, that's true.
No, don't do that. No, the Azir was more fun. It's a completely different game than the one I just already watched.
No, Salty Runback. Let's go.
Okay.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Orin ban incoming in the second ban phase?
Nah, it's I think Senna is the more important pick. So I would suggest that KT picks Senna here. And then Fred and Brion need to ban the Ornn, and then KT can put Senna with, like, anything.
Yep, I think that is the way. If you're going to play the Senna here, you just lock it in now, and maybe Life's like, yeah, I'm down to play Singed. I would not be shocked. Like, if all the support players to play it could be him, as Tahm Kench will be the choice instead. Can go well with Senna. This is kind of the opposite way of thinking about it. It's like, okay, Tahm Kench can also play with any scaling carry, so they'll probably ban the Senna now, but at least you can play Jinx if you want. You can play so many different champions.
Well, Kayle is not going to be played. KT going to deal with that one now. Might look at some jungle bans here as well, as they already have their Viego locked in. Last time it was the Graves picked up. The Vi ban came through for KT in game number 1.
Yeah. Could also be a Gwen ban from KT. Like, this time around, they just ban it. Oh, it's already it's already banned.
Double Gwen ban.
Sorry, my bad. That one's already banned at the beginning. I forgot about that. But
they banned Gnar last time as well.
Yeah, Gnar is a good choice here. See what they want to do. I don't want to predict this because it's been a bit wacky. It will be the Vi again. Okay.
Yep, I'm okay with running that one back again. The
Jinx is an easy ban. Yeah, here. I think this is the best AD carry that you could pair with a Tahm Kench.
Aphelios, let's go.
Aphelios into this, not that bad.
His passive was buffed, Wolf.
True. I forgot about that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Gangplank going to be the choice here for Rascal. Blind, but
I think Gangplank is 100% blindable. I think this is a smart move, and then you have to pick Gnar into it.
Or you just go like Renekton. Morgan Renekton. And
Gangplank lanes well into Renekton, doesn't he?
Yeah, but you have, I mean, it depends on what jungle you pick. With the Graves, you're not going to be going down that path.
No, it's going to be the Ornn this time for Morgan.
And the Ornn here, going to be fine. Okay, the Kog'Maw angle. The Kog'Maw angle. No. They did the not fun Lissandra, now they're going to do not fun Aphelios, Atlas.
Yeah, I mean, we did sort of predict this one. So Aphelios comes out slightly buffed on this patch. We'll see how he's going to go into the Xayah.
KT, AK killing tension over here. All right, well.
I don't think we have any swap bugs.
Nope, and I think Fred and Brion's comp is much more well-rounded than the last one. They don't have the follow-up of the late game scaling Kayle this time around, but they have the late game scaling Ornn, which is going to affect the entire team. And hopefully we actually see Everfrost from Lava this time around, because there are so many potential targets he could pick up. He can also end up, fighting against the Viego a lot better with it.
Yep.
And there are ways that this game, if played better here for Fred and Brion, look very different. We could have a 3-gamer on our hands, but on the other side of the coin, I do think KT still have the better draft, but it's not as huge of a gap as it was last game around.
No, I agree. I think that with the Ornn, this composition makes a lot more sense with the Graves, right? Because there's far more setup on top side, so Umpty can actually go there, theoretically. It's also not a Gwen up there, who is still very strong, even though she was nerfed a little bit here on 12-11. It's going to be the Gangplank, though, and he's still very strong. Rascal's
he is very strong.
Yeah, he's done pretty well when it comes to the power picks up there. And so we'll have to see how he's going to go. But here we are, onto the Rift for game number 2. Possibly match point here for KT. Ooh, KT fans out in force as they make their way onto the Rift.
Looking for a 2-0 tonight to close the series out. They could not do
indeed
last week. And Life has such a, I want to say, I don't want to call it an easy job, but it's a straightforward job this game. And it's just to protect the carries. And there are 2 of them. Rascal is going to be one, obviously, in the later parts if he can get barrel setups.
Yep.
And he can engage from a really far distance away with those, as well as with his cannon barrage. And then he just protects aiming. Arya already has self-peel, and it's going to be totally fine. And it's life. So he's also going to be an engage support here too. He will be able to try to engage on the back line. As looks like we had some very near misses. To
Yeah, we really did.
A real fight here, but not going to happen.
Ships in the night, one could say. So that vision, well known by KT. See how Cuz plays around it.
Unsealed spellbook for Lava, interesting.
Okay.
Not very common, but again, just trying to find any advantages he can in the matchup.
Yeah. Gives him access to the Dematerializer. As, yeah, the Ornn picked into the Gangplank, and so far in the LCK has not been the greatest of matchups for good old Ornn.
Yeah, Ornn doesn't scale as well damage-wise as Gangplank does. Obviously, he is a great engage tool, but his ornaments are where he's going to find his strength. And in terms of the laning part, you know, it's really just about how much respect the Gangplank shows, because it's a balancing act you walk, a balancing act you walk there, and I think that it's basically how most Gangplank matchups go. You mentioned the Renekton one earlier. I remember that actually had a pretty close win rate, but again, laning phase can be very comfortable for the Gangplank, or if you make one mistake being greedy, then pops back.
It's interesting because you think of Renekton as being this super powerful early game champion, but Trial by Fire makes the lane really difficult.
Yeah, you just really...
And then you just keep getting shot over and over again. Doesn't feel fun. But anyway, KT, let's see how this bottom lane goes, because now having a look at the draft for KT, they're lacking a fair bit of magic damage. No Gwen towards that top side, it's the Gangplank instead, and so it means that Lissandra is the only form of magic damage, and if they try and keep him down, then things will be okay. As Cuz moves on in, Claw is taken, Electrocute finally goes off, but Lava does flash to get himself out of the way of that one. Umpty going to find Cuz here, point blank range as well as the smoke screen goes down. Umpty trying to get on top of him as the dash comes out. Charm is going to miss as now flash has to be used. And Umpty, yeah, does throw out the Scryer, but still getting the flash out of Cuz. Great news here in the early game for Fredabreon.
Yeah, so a flash early across the board, tied up 1-1 there. I think perhaps if Umpty waited for the stun to come out onto the Scuttle Crab, he might have actually been able to just completely kill Cuz there, and Cuz would not have been able to escape or would have had to flash earlier. But he just wanted to do the damage early and gets a pretty nice lead as a result. That takes away a lot of the kill pressure for Viego. And I'm going to get back to this lane just in time. Yep. And, hey, look, we've exponentially raised the action. The kill count hasn't gone up, but we saw a lot of attempted things to occur.
There were like 2 different instances of stuff happening.
Yeah.
And that's way more than we'd seen in the past. That was some satisfying farming as well from aiming, so I'm going to put that down as a little bit more interesting action there. So happy birthday, Wolf. There you go, like a Fredabreon game where there's heaps of really cool stuff happening. There you go. And it's only 4.5 minutes in. So many more opportunities for fun stuff.
We're about to explode with the amount of fun that will occur. Speaking of fun, look at that. Look at that.
Whoa.
The fun levels just went sky high just up there with Rascal.
That was insane. Did you see how... Yeah, exactly. He was so high in the sky.
Bounced, man.
Yeah. Whoa. It's like he was on a trampoline. Morgan is just going... Oh, look at that. Oh, gets another one. Rascal to the moon. He's the opposite of the stock market right now.
He's... he certainly is. He's going upwards. It's sell now. Sell when
up
he's at
and
the
to
apex.
the right. Up and to the right.
Sell
okay.
that sell that Rascal stock when he's at the apex. Get in there.
Yeah, definitely need to. We'll see whether we are selling the Rascal stock or not after this game, as of course KT, they could win their first series after taking this one away, but Fredabreon still have the opportunity to do so, and they are nothing if not tenacious, Wolf.
That is exactly what they are. Uncrackable.
Mm-hmm. The power of friendship. It will endure.
Okay, this could be a successful gank. This might actually lead to some death.
Yes.
Some killing.
This is a dangerous one. Umpty's waiting in that tri-bush for quite some time.
6 is up here for Morgan.
Yeah, there's the Ram. Let's see when the flash is coming down. Ooh, does nail it. Eats some oranges, though, so he will be K.
Yep. Was really cleverly timed attempt there by Morgan. waiting for the smoke screen to slow so they could guarantee the charm, or rather the knock up there, what they call the Forge God. Yep, but it doesn't happen to lead to a kill. Forces a flash and actually puts Ornn at a very significant CS lead, sitting at about 15, the advantage right now.
Yeah, there's a few minions for Rascal to take here, but it's not going to even it up, even nearly. So he is going to be in a real good spot. Here's good old Morgan. And, you know, Ornn's earlier laning phase is actually pretty good for a tanky guy.
Yeah, really is. I mean, it's where the meme comes from, where he's like a mage and...
Yeah, an assassin,
all that stuff.
And a warlock, and all things.
Somebody get Lissandra a throat lozenge or something, man. she needs like a Halls or like a...
Yeah, we need to walk down there with like some lemon ginger tea or something like that.
I want to hear Lissandra in the Ricola commercial. She's like...
Never make that sound again, please. Oh my goodness. It's because of all of the immense amounts of gameplay that we have to talk about Lissandra needing a throat lozenge, you know? That's what it is. That's what it's come down to. Rascal's holding onto this wave. He's got his barrel there just for safety. Bit of a safety barrel. Like that one.
Safety barrel, I like it. Fredit Bree on the seatbelt team against the safety barrel. I started calling them, for those who didn't watch last season, I started calling them the seatbelt team because they always just fasten their seatbelt. They're very safe. Always use hand sanitizer when they come home and follow good practices. Don't cut corners.
Oh, well, life's going in. Delight gets licked, and that is the outcome of that.
Yep. Still waiting on that Tahm Kench Yoshi skin.
Really want
collab waiting to happen, really. So it'd be the big Yoshi, you know, from the Donkey video.
Yeah, he has to make the blem. It has to come with the sound effect, otherwise it's just not going to work.
Yeah, I don't know, make it happen, right? Call Nintendo.
Yeah.
My uncle works there, maybe I can hook you guys up.
Yeah, there you go. Easy peasy. Sure, it could work. Okay, KT setting up around Shelly. She's been alive for 35 seconds. As you can see, not a lot of vision available here for Fredit Bree.
Yeah, there really just isn't. And with Rakan already up there, Tahm Kench making his way. Like, life is fairly nearby. And, you know, Rascal has Cannon Barrage. They could definitely make a play for this.
Yeah.
And they will.
Aiming and Delight both down towards the bottom side. So, should be a 4v4. But you can see Morgan has the inside track. He's going to move down. And control is over on Fredit Bree on side right now. There's the quickness as Cuz tries to dash away, but he's not quite able to. The Devour comes through onto the Viego as Delight still burning down. Cannon Barrage just to get him out of that choke point as Rascal finally sneaks around and Cuz will lock down the Rift Herald. Morgan gets a nice knock up though, but Cuz flashes out of the way. Life now just walking after them and gets the double knock up. Oh my God, KT, that was beautiful, and they'll pick up the eye as well.
Life robbed in game 1 of POG is making a case for it in game 2. Here is
Rascal is dead. Oh, okay. Eat some oranges. As Life
so
will
close.
come in. Yeah, it was pretty close to the escape, but it wasn't quite there. And Rascal will be taken down. So one comes back.
One comes back, but they still walk away with the Eye of the Herald here. Cuz is going to be able to amplify one of these lanes with significant gold influx. The bottom lane was just not interested in action. They were kind of outdated. They're still thinking the old ways of like the early game where we were not going to fight. They're just going to kill minions. You can see down there on the bottom side, but it's a really nice aggressive engage here for Delight. He dashes back. Things look good here for Fredit Bree until Barrage controls the choke and Life is able to set up for the double knockup. Morgan goes in, which looks like a good play at first, but it actually ended up being a big overextension because now he's trapped here. Arya is on the same page communication-wise here to control the choke a second time.
Yeah, the Circle of Frost was fantastic.
Yeah, and listen, just Life calling it. He's like, watch the front, play slow, and then he's like, good, good, good. That's what I'm talking about. When the barrage comes down, focus Ornn, focus Ornn. And then they're just talking about like push on to Ahri. And there you go.
안 쓸게 안 볼게.
Nice work, Life. Look at that. Taking control of everything. Then we're going to watch Rascal die. Something was waiting for him. What a ward.
I was kind of hoping we were going to get to see Life's reaction to that as well, where he almost saves him, but Still, good win here for KT Rolster, who will also take the second Drake of the game. A 2-0 start for them. Again, just continuing the trend of getting every Drake in, this season so far.
See what soul it's going to be.
Mountain.
It's going to be a mountain soul, okay. So no clouds for me today, but it's your birthday, so I won't demand them.
That's okay. Maybe we'll get a cloud in game 3. As KT are just going to drop this down immediately. Down here on the bottom side after already grouping for Drake. It's a really common strategy. Life is down here with a flank angle, so...
More
and then
money
Delight.
going to the Aphelios as well. Definitely good news for KT. There's the Moonlight Vigil. They take down the turret as well as aiming, dashing forward, looking for Delight right now. Graviton comes on through. Life is just going to dive on top of them. And Cuz is almost dead. He's going to Heartbreaker away. So the Blade Caller definitely doing a fair bit of work there for Henna.
I mean, Henna has cleanse, so you could try to justify just hiding under the turret there, but the Rift Herald is crashing, and you know the enemy jungler is there. You know Life is on the flank angle. They just waited there under turret to die, basically. The turret is not going to save you in this case. You're in a durability patch, and you are under turret. The turret's damage is buffed, but like, they walked up here to try to clear this wave. There's like a whole wave of minions on this as well, and maybe the idea here is Umpty's coming so we can turn this, and they do almost trade back a kill, but feels like a really big misjudge of how much danger they were in there, because I think they probably could have just given the turret, walked back, and let the minions come to the inner, but they stayed, waited for Umpty, and they died. It will be Laundries again for Lava.
Yeah, he's sticking with the plan. The anti-Lissandra plan. Not very tanky on the side of KT, so it's not going to net him as much value outside of it, but, you know, Tahm Kench will have some tanky stats, I guess. So it's fine. See how it goes. It is going to be Gale Force picked up for Henna. You went Kraken Slayer last time, aiming also going for the Gale Force just to add some mobility to the Aphelios, and also does help with a lot of his combos, as you saw there towards the bottom side.
Yep. And we're going back to a bit of a sleepy time.
Yeah.
A bit of a lull state.
It feels like it is kind of working in KT's favor, though, because Aphelios is just getting more and more money, and he is going to hit critical mass and will be very scary. Is Delight not going to get licked? Avoids the Tongue of Life.
Yeah, Fred and Brion just do not have the same scaling power, especially when we're talking about double mass Ahri.
Well, Cannon Barrage will come in here as Arya looking for an opportunity. He has to ult himself, though, to try and stay alive. Good Orb of Deception does get the damage after he comes out of it. Devour has to be used here as the Ram comes down. Life still at full health, flashes to get himself out of the way as Fred and Brion trying to group up and make this fight happen as Rascal's still on the bottom side. KT disengage. But they are the ones that reap the reward.
Yeah, they will reap a huge reward here. Cannon Barrage helps define this fight even though he's not there. And then he is able to just keep pushing bottom side, picks up some gold for himself. His call is nearly completed as well. We'll just need a few more minion waves, and then that's going to go down. And of course, Umpty to clear this mid wave. Really nice defensive ult there from Arya. And if the Moonlight Vigil hits, it actually ends up being a way better fight for KT because they've corralled Fred Brion into this choke point. Unfortunately for aiming, not to be the case. You see this one goes wide here, unfortunately. And if that hits, I think that Fred and Brion don't even really get to turn around on this, and KT might even try to push the issue further. But then Life has some heroic defense here. Stopwatches, despite being in Devour. The follow-up there, then flashes the charm. Life's had a fantastic night of League of Legends.
No, he's definitely playing very well. Of course, he's had a lot of practice on the Tahm Kench, keeping Ruler alive all those years, and is well and truly at home on this particular pick. Has his Locket of the Iron Solari as well. And Trinity Force finally completed for Rascal, who was further behind than he is now, but is still struggling to create any sort of CS advantage up against this Ornn. Level 11 now claimed for both of our top laners. Decent little stun there onto Delight. Gleaming Quill not going to be able to find Cuz.
I wonder
slinks away.
If he just goes straight into Collector second. Doesn't feel like it's necessarily that good in this game, considering what he's up against, but it is the meta and probably what he'll do. I am curious to see if he'll build something else.
Yeah. It might be the Zeus build. I reckon that one would be really fun.
Yeah, honestly,
game.
I'd love to see that. This Collector is, you know, so situational, and he's mostly split pushing this game, so...
Yeah, and it just doesn't really do very much into on.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you're not going to get that execute.
Yeah, kind of feels not super great. But Fredabreon's set up and looking to try and fight this Drake. Quill once again going to go wide as Fredabreon give away their position. A little bit of a snare onto Aria, but he is not going to get engaged on.
Double barrel.
Dealt with, yeah. There's the barrel. Does a fair bit of damage to Delight there. Morgan shrugs it off pretty calmly. As Scryer's Bloom going to be utilized here by the Gangplank just to get news of exactly what's happening. Cannon Barrage wastes absolutely no time as the charm connects, but he eats oranges, and he will be absolutely K as the grand entrance comes on down. Rascal will be taken out, and the Drake not actually taken just yet. Umpty going to go down relatively low as Cuz is diving on top of it. He secures the Drake in amongst all of the craziness as KT are fighting 4v5, and it's working out. Aiming is desperate to try and find some of these kills. And they're not able to walk into the fog of war. And they will take the Drake, but they'll lose their Gangplank.
Yeah, they could have won the fight if they were all a little bit more on the same page. It was a bit disjointed. But they get the real reward, which is Soul Point, because now just one more Drake will really solidify their position in this game. Those extra shields will keep the carries alive against Fredabreon's composition. So KT feeling, I think, pretty good about that. Not amazing, because it definitely should have been better for them had they won the fight more cleanly. And we'll watch how in this replay, how Aiming tries to link up with the right side of the fight with his Moonlight Vigil to save Rascal, because he has Gravitum available, wants to be able to hit a big root here, potentially in the choke point. But Rascal is charmed here, and look at Aiming's position this whole time. He's like, oh, I just really want to get in there and do something, anything, and then he just ults and it's not valuable.
He misses.
And like, if he hits that and hits those roots and traps him in the choke, or just hits the Infernum, like either way, he does so much damage there, and then they don't have these health bars. They're just dead. But a little bit of a disconnect between him and Rascal. Rascal could have walked down or been a little bit safer with his positioning. So close to being a one-team fight for KT, but as mentioned, the critical thing is they smite the Drake.
Yep, they managed to get that Drake. I actually thought the KT were going to sacrifice Rascal in order to burst down the Drake, but they didn't even do that. So a bit lucky that they were able to do that. I believe Umpty had Smite on cooldown somehow, possibly used it in the engage. I'm hoping that they could actually just win the fight. As Shirley going to get attacked here by the Graves. Fredabreon do have a lot of people in the area, and Aria was on a reset. So they should be able to get this one.
They pinged Rascal on the bottom side saying, okay, we have to do this as fast as possible because, you know, he is getting value in the Soul Lane alone. And then Morgan decides he's just going to rotate down and catch those waves. It's a lot stacked up on the bottom side of the map. Rascal has Cannon Barrage, but does not have Teleport, so we'll be able to, if they wanted to try to engage on this, set up for it, but he just thinks better of it, and we'll just chain barrels in here and continue to be annoying.
Yeah, Rascal's going to keep shooting him, as Umpty's going to get stunned up, because does find Delight, and so he's going to back away. It is going to be the collector build. A little bit sad about it, but it's pretty standard these days.
Yeah.
They blame Rascal for it, and still will do a lot of damage with these barrels, just not necessarily into the on.
He's very good into the squishy carries in a team fight. If he hits those, just in the side lane, feels worthless.
Yeah, I kind of feel like it'll be collector Mortal Reminder, likely.
Yeah.
With the core drinker on Graves and things like that.
Exactly. If he goes Infinity Edge, it's okay too.
I mean, I like the Infinity Edge more, but I just have the feeling that they're going to build the nerfed Grievous Wounds.
Yeah, I mean, also the nerfed Leandries that we still have on Lava. Value in the Lissandra matchup in the side lane.
Yeah. And also, I mean, it's nerfed Everfrost.
It is nerfed Everfrost, that is true.
Second item, Lord Dominic's Regard comes down for Aiming. Not a huge fan of it these days. However, it is still going to provide a fair bit of damage here for the Aphelios.
It's good into the Ornn, obviously. And
yep.
It's, I think he's just saying, like, all right, I just want to build this to kill Ornn, because if we do that, I think the game is won. Not what Rascal is saying with his item build, but, you know, at least one of them has to do it.
Certainly does a fair bit of damage to Henna as well, as we saw just there.
Yeah.
Gone with the rapid fire cannon, which super psyched about. We'll have a little bit more range to try and get some poke damage back.
Yeah, you and I are just going to take this moment in this downtime to be like, you know what? These players just don't know what they're doing with these items, do they? Some of them do it, some of them don't, you know?
There's a lot of players that really like Rapid Fire Cannon just because they enjoy that poke playstyle. I was actually I was having a conversation with Jay from Gen G, and he was talking about how even though, you know, mathematically for damage and things like that, Phantom Dancer is so much better, but he just likes to have that extra range.
Yeah.
It's valuable. So, all the power to him.
Okay, this fight for the Mountain Soul is everything for KT. Fred Brion need to set up to deny this. If they could get a single pick here, it would be amazing. But again, with the Ahri build, it's much harder to do that. You just want to neutralize a target, then eventually win out with that Henna crit damage coming through.
Yeah.
Or not in this case, like rapid fire cannon kind of poke damage coming through. And here's going to be the Rift Arrow charge, which will guarantee them prio.
Yeah, Shirley will be able to try and break open this turret. Fair bit of damage going down in AoE, though, as you can see, is Zarya. Everfrost there just to keep himself safe. Morgan wants to start off the fight. That will guarantee this turret. It's Cannon Barrage going to come through as well. They do break the barrel, which is actually huge. Henna going to go down, though, and aiming will pick up that kill. We've got the transformation, some frozen thralls, but Fred and Brion do not have an AD carry. This should just be Soul.
It's going to be Soul easily here for KT Rolster, and a quick Soul at that. I mean, they basically got these Drakes on spawn. It's going to be a sub 24-minute Soul going into their hands. So fast Elder spawn here, but also just KT being so much more safe in these situations, especially against the Liandry's Ahri. I mean, she cannot pick anybody once the shield comes online.
Yeah, it's not working out. He's gone with Zhonya's second here this time around as well, as Lava is now towards that top side. See whether the next mask comes in. Definitely has his timepiece though. But yeah, Fred Brion just not really looking like they have too many options now, especially with that that Mountain Soul now completed.
It's so bizarre to me too. The Zhonya second, as we just watch this fight one more time. Arya engages forward. They get the hit onto Henna. Super easy cleanup. Moonlight Vigil actually connects this time. The first time it feels like all game long.
Yep.
But like, what are you Zhonyasing in this case? Like, you are going in to do a little bit of damage, and you like Zhonyas are like, all right, now I can hit my second Q for the extra Liandry sticks.
Ahaha.
I just I don't know. I'm very puzzled by it because again, great in side lane, I guess, but that's not what this game is about. At the end of the day, is the side lane between a Lissandra and an Ahri. It's more about how you're going to win these objective fights in a slow meta like this, and they're not winning those.
Yeah, it's looking pretty difficult here for Fred Brion. They haven't fallen too far behind when it comes to gold and things like that, but the amount of stats that you get from this Soul, sort of not something that you can see by just looking at the numbers at the top of your screen.
Yeah, they really, I mean, that's so true. Like, you could see it with the shield bars on the health bars and what that
there
means.
You go.
And
not Delight's shield bar is different, that's just Rakan.
Or not the buffed life shield bar that you'll see, which is still mind-boggling to everybody that that's a thing that happened on this patch, but...
Just needing to have... You just got to make Tahm Kench more powerful, just so that the LCK gets more aggressive, right, guys? Oh, yeah. Stun
working out so far.
Well, I mean, we haven't had like the 48-minute games today, so there you go. That was our longest one last week. As today's games have been floating more around that 30-minute mark, so pulling down that average just a little bit. Certainly good news. Level 11 done here for life. So got another level in the Devour. Certainly feeling good about that.
Yeah, Fred Brion, this game is going to have to be a Miracle Elder flip. It is just how it's going to have to work for them. Or if KT are lazy about vision control, maybe a Baron sneak into something like that. Because you don't have... There's no target to pick here. There's no opportunity that you're going to get in neutral, even if you had vision control, which you don't, as Fred Brion here. Speaking of which, like some of those final wards being removed now. So... the game will be decided in 3 minutes, and if Fred Brion win it, that's not necessarily going to be over. Here we go, here's a chance.
Yeah, got a bit of a fight happening here as the Ram comes back. The bottom lane had just evaporated. That teleport is not really what you want, but the Frozen Tomb is going to be there. I just don't think that Ahri is going to be able to keep himself alive, and that is a double kill to Henna. This could just be Baron right now, and by could, I mean is.
I mean, are Fred Brion cheating? Like, are they actually just in control? Are they pulling all the strings of the galaxy? Like, like, how does this happen? They have no setup, and then suddenly Two people completely out of nowhere in this vision clear.
They lull teams into a false sense of security.
I mean, it really feels that way.
Uh-huh.
These 2 kills are super impactful. Now you actually have a Baron. Now you have a chance to get into this game.
Now you can set up for Soul.
Cast for Blessing.
2.5 minutes. They even get the bounty for it. It's a dream.
It is a dream, and that's not. It's not a nightmare. I definitely don't. I don't want to wake up. I want to keep living this forever. It's my birthday, Atlas.
Yep.
My best birthday ever. Okay, so Frederick Brion now will have the ability to ride. Notice the Baron buff timer versus Elder timer. They've got a 20-second window here where they're going to have that push in the prio, and all the bounty gold that comes with it. As this is just a really nice engage from Delight. Lava's on the same page, follows up with the Ornhorn.
Yeah.
And it's just super clean. Arya's like, all right, I'm going now. I'm going to hit the big one. And he does, but the fight is already over. And he's like, oh, yeah, that was not the teleport I wanted. I mean, look at Delight. Goes in with a quickness, gets into the flash, he like buffers it to flash, get aiming into knock up for Ornhorn, and then it's just so clean.
Perfect. You flash quickness, and then you guarantee the knock-up, and then you get the double, and then they're all dead. Fantastic stuff. So now, Fred and Brion have themselves a Baron. It's time to break down some structures. Morgan going to get to work on this outer turret on the bottom side. See Rascal still pushing, being annoying on the top side of the map, but the rest of the team is in mid lane, just trying to keep this map as open as possible. Lava turns up, so this one's going to go down. KT lying in wait here in this brush, but I don't know whether they really want to go for it. Some back pings to come through. Fred and Brion, I think this inner should probably be theirs. They get the rotation over. Siege minions set up, just pummeling this turret, and yeah. Just no defense for KT, and they're pretty short range, to be honest.
Yeah.
They're investing a whole bunch of engage and ults and things like this, so their counter siege, not exactly the greatest.
It's pretty weak, and Aiming just finished his Infinity Edge, so he's hitting his 3-item spike right as the Elder spawns, so they have that going for them, but it's the prio they have. It's the pushing lanes and the wall of wards. Look at the wards that are set up here for Frederick Brion. Almost all of them control 4 control wards, 2 regular wards in the choke. So KT, like you said, no real range. They have to come to Frederick Brion, which means Rascal can't pre-set up barrel chains. Won't be able to really get that much value out of his ultimate blind to try to break through chokes. And these Baron buff minions are just going to guarantee 10 seconds to go on this Elder. They've got choke controlled. And for KT, this is going to be really hard, and you can't give this up either, and it's a really fast Elder randomly pre-30 minutes because of how quickly KT took those Drakes.
Yeah, they absolutely have to try and get down there, though. As you can see,
they're just trying to rush it as 5.
Pretty dark, exactly right.
So many
wards. Move around. Like, KT's going for their own version of the power of friendship right now. Triple control ward in that area. That's, right, well, they definitely have vision. That is confirmed. KT will at least get down here, but Lava's splitting in that mid lane. KT need to make a decision and make it now.
I believe Lava does have teleport. He's got Smite set up too right now. He's going to come over with the Unsealed.
Yeah, no more Baron available as KT do have control of the Elder for now. They certainly have a lot of damage as well. Calibrum up, Infernum there as well, and Aiming has 3 items. The Infernum ulti is going to do a fair bit of damage. KT not wanting to hold on to this Drake right now.
KT, this is such an awkward spot for them. Arya has flash. He could try to engage. He's got a flank angle here, but he's spotted by that blue trinket.
Yeah. But it's now not, there's not any more blue trinkets available, as now Arya can still slink around these corners. Some damage is being done, but both of these teams are notoriously short range unless they're full committing to a fight. And so there's just not really poke.
Yeah, and Rascal is really struggling to set up any barrels here.
Cuz slinks into the mist.
And it's reset. Going back to, this may be the Elder fight that never ends, Atlas.
Yeah, you can see Rascal now standing on top of one of his barrels. That is a chain that could actually do a lot of work if he does manage to land it. Arya teleports back in, does have his Void Staff now completed, as there is the barrel under Lava. That's what we're looking for. As Lava is now in trouble, he doesn't have his teleport available, remember, as this Elder is just so frustrated because neither of these teams are focusing on it whatsoever. They want to win the fight first instead of flipping.
He just smote it so that he could get his teleport back. He's teleporting back to lane now, or rather to this ward.
Yeah. All right, in he comes one more time. Morgan was stunned up, and now it's Fred and Brion that have control of this Drake. Aria now with his sweeper is there. Cannon Barrage comes down. Not a whole lot of value from the Call of the Forge God, and the Goldenest comes out from Kaz. Knock up onto aiming, but they're not able to actually take him down. Viego is dead, though. The AoE into the backline is just massive, however. And now Aria's looking for more. Hannah off to the side. A double instantly with one barrel from Rascal. Make it a triple. And this game is over, ladies and gentlemen.
Very great and clean team fight. Slow and steady wins the race. The tortoise that is KT in this game to wait till the last possible second, force the teleport out of lava. Aria's got the flank angle. The ult is big from aiming, but it's the barrel value that really wins him this fight in this slow slugfest. Finally, Rascal hits two big chains. One takes lava down to 1/3 health. The second one is big AoE damage in the fight. They did not secure the Elder, however, we'll have to go back and grab that one. Pushing the wave makes it basically impossible to contest, and they should be able to clean this one up.
Yeah, actually, I was wondering why they were running away, and then I was like, oh wait, yeah, there's that big objective on the map. So they are going to take it. The rest of Fred and Brion have respawned, but they're still in base. So that will mean that time on the map with the Elder is going to be quite high. As we have a look at this one more time.
Double knockups, but not enough follow-up damage, and this is such a great stopwatch there from Kuz. And look at how much Aria does in the backline as that ult hits from aiming. And then from here, it's just a straight up front to back. Rascal is popping up on the top side, cleaning up house after his barrels hit. He did like 6,000 damage this game, or that fight.
This fight. And I actually thought it was a barrel that wiped them out, but no, it was just like a flash auto, then a pistol to the back of the head. And that secured it towards the end there, but a triple kill. That was his first 3 kills of this game, actually. But the Gangplank certainly online now.
It's so rare to see an Elder taken this early, and all inhibitors are up, all Nexus turrets are up, and you can't just walk down and end because they also took the Elder so late. But it is going to guarantee them Baron. But we might actually get a second Elder fight this game if KT cannot close with this. They don't have the most amazing siege with this composition, but with Rascal and these barrels, it's decent. And they will be able to, of course, gain prio for sure.
Oh, yeah. I mean, with this Baron, they should be able. Like, that sort of gives you... It's like Siege with train wheels, you know? You just turn everything into a Siege bomb.
It's true. And, I mean, there you go.
Yeah.
Gonna crash through this turret. We'll threaten the top inhibitor first. Aria is staying mid, and will help set up the second wave so they can look for a double inhibitor on this play.
Oh my god. That's a lot of damage.
Elder's still active.
Kuz looking for lava, and you're exactly right. We've still got Elder for another minute. It's KT with Baron and Elder. Exodia has been completed because they have the Soul as well.
Yeah, they are well and truly Exodia.
Oh yeah. This is they've hit the nuts. You know, they got all the cards that they needed. This particular game, as Moonlight Vigil comes down, and Umti almost just died. He does die.
There you go.
Barrage will come in. Hannah trying to get himself away, but now has no Feather Storm. And KT are just so strong with this multitude of different buffs. These Siege minions both firing against Nexus turrets as well. Fred and Brion do manage to take them down, but Rascal is just flanking this Nexus right now. Aria decides he wants to kill Lava, who does go golden. Morgan looks for a knock-up, but Aria presses his Zonya's button, and both of the Nexus turrets go down so quickly. Delight can't really find a target. Rascal does press his stopwatch as now Kuz is looking to fight this one out. Lava not going to be able to save his Nexus, though, and it's a 2-0 for KT, who pick up their first win of the season.
2-0, clean, and quite frankly, almost nothing to see here, actually.
Yeah, I think it's kind of...
9 kills in total that final game.
Yeah. And they made a couple of whoopsies in a couple of moments throughout both of these games, right? There was the mid lane that led to Fred and Brion getting a Baron, and in the game prior, there was just overextending into a Kayle, which was a bit of a problem. You take those out, though, and it was very clean gameplay.
This is like when the survey comes in and says, would you recommend Frederick Brion versus KT Rolster to your friends or family? And the two choices are no and wait, there was a game I didn't watch that one. It was a very slow and unexciting game, and Frederick Brion frankly looked very lost in this meta, which is the exact opposite of what I expected to see from them.
Yeah.
They do not seem to have a strong grasp on what champions are strong or what to prioritize here. And we're in a week 2 where a lot of middling teams seem to really start to figure things out. At the end of last week, KT came in with a really cool plan. We saw Gen G prepare extremely well against Damwon. Even Damwon had their own ideas about what to do. But everything seemed clean and confident, and it all makes sense. All these drafts make sense, except both drafts for Frederick Brion games back-to-back, just like the 4 games we watched from them last week. And it's a worrying sign for a team that doesn't have quote-unquote star players on it. Everybody loves the Lord Morgan meme, and Lava and Umpty are heroes of LCK old, but it's going to take more than some cute anime heroics to bounce back. They need some real strong fundamentals in terms of drafting and composition building if they're going to have any hopes, because both of these games look very disjointed.
Yeah, it wasn't really what we wanted to see from Frederick Brion here today. And in the second game, I think the draft made a little bit more sense, but it couldn't quite get off the ground. The first pick, Ahri, was not inspiring whatsoever. I think that Lava has a lot more tools that he could utilize, and I think that his champion pool is one of his strengths, so you don't need to put that first pick into him. And I don't think denying, denying that Ahri pick from Aria is all that necessary.
Pick me, bro, that
Pick
sign
me.
said. Well,
that wasn't Rascal, by the way. Yeah.
So this is where it all starts off, right? This first fight where Life does God tier things, and Cannon Barrage is great. Life gets the double knock up here after they overextend. Morgan wants to get this knock up, and Umpty's here, but he already used his ultimate, and he's early game.
That Circle of Frost was so sick from Aria.
And he's early game Graves. Like, Graves can't do that much even with the double knock up there. He's like, I only got 2 shots, and I got no items, and I got no ult, so... And this is another cool Circle of Frost, but the fight was already over, sadly.
Yeah.
Would have been big value elsewhere.
You can see Cuz and Rascal, they're just like, I'll give you a barrel, I guess, and I'll be in the area. But
Aria on the same page here, going around the backside, aiming also, big ult here, and then Gangplank, like you said, he's just shooting him in the back of the head.
Yeah.
Kind of absurd.
Yeah.
Like, he's flashing for it. He's like, I'm sorry, Umpty.
Uh-huh. Just leaving a trail of thralls in his wake.
I thought the game wasn't going to end there, just simply because KT had played so passively with advantages before that. This Cannon Barrage to execute on me is just
so
tragedy.
It's so sad. Slowly, please, no, not slowly, Cuz.
No, at least they finished the game off of this. I thought really they were going to just let it time out, and then we were going to have to go to another Elder fight.
Yeah. They could have won that one, though, I'm sure.
Nice ult here from Aria. Just calling Ahri. Kill the tower. And watch the Nexus, but they call it a tower in Korean, and that's what happens. Yep, it gets cleaned up. Nice job. Clean 2-0 here for KT, and that is some Gangplank damage.
Yeah, Rascal really making it work towards the later stages of that game. And once again, GP reigns supreme over the On. We've seen, that stat came up onto your screen. Not able to get over that hump whatsoever is the Forge Lord himself. So, yeah, it's just not really Morgan time at this point.
Yeah, should have picked Renekton. No, actually, definitely, absolutely not. But
these are our 2 biggest Renekton advocates as well. Man.
I voted for Life. I'll put it out there. I thought he had a great game. He was 100% kill participation in that game too. And we'll see who ends up getting POG in the end.
Yeah, it might just be aiming because he did the big boom boom damage. But let's hear from the gentleman on the desk to close out the night. Take it away, boys.
Thank you, casters, Atlas and Wolf, for that wonderful cast on the day. It's me, Valdez, with Chronicler. We're going to break down that game number 2. And again, kind of another slow-ish one, right? Frederick Brion was in the game, but KT slowly but steadily on the backs of one big catfish and a pirate and their friends were able to get the job done.
It was in terms of drafts, let's start there because that's a little bit more attainable and we can talk about that. We have seen teams kind of gravitate towards this Graves. It's been a kind of lackluster pick, hasn't really gotten that much done. The Ahri priority when the Sunrise is open should stop because even though I personally am always happy to see players kind of pivot away in different builds because again, you're never going to be in range to really Everfrost, so into Lissandra, so you kind of adapt. But maybe if it's that bad a matchup that you need to change your entire build and it doesn't really work, just don't pick the pick anymore.
Yeah.
And either ban it or don't first pick it, right? Like don't blind it, and maybe you can pick it up in the third rotation, and then you can ban. Like there's a lot of more opportunities. The Ahri into Lissandra matchup is just so bad at this point. I don't want to see it at all. And then the Fredabrean comp as a whole has so much of the hallmarks of a great Fredabrean comp. Team fighting, Morgan on the tank, Delight on Rakan, but it doesn't really work because some of the magic that this team had in spring is just seemingly evaporated.
Yeah, I don't know really what happened, but it does feel like it's kind of gone. The comp on the other side, you know, keep in mind that not only did they get the counter once again, they got Tahm Kench, which was banned first rotation, I believe twice, or at least once in our first series. So definitely really good. Keep playing Tahm Kench, actually. He's very good on this patch. So yeah, that was the draft pretty much. Rascal was able to scale up and do a lot of damage. And yeah, that was pretty much it.
It really was as you said, a pirate and a catfish on an adventure together. That was the buddy cop movie, or the buddy movie that we were watching. I don't know if they're cops, maybe in AU.
Maybe Gangplank, he could be.
Well, yeah.
I don't know about Tom. Maybe in a new life.
I think it's Boris.
This is a perfect time to talk about highlight number 1, as it was all about the catfish in this one.
And it's the eternal question, instead of chicken or the egg, it's what do you rate more, early game or late game? Because life is early game in this game was the reason why Kitty was far ahead as they were. The amount of damage that he was able to tank, his Devour timings were extremely crisp. It's a skirmish winning knock up here, the Abyssal Dive just absolutely
can't deal damage
amazing.
to him.
It just doesn't work. It doesn't work. And you see the shield as well on his Devour. Really life starting off the lead. And for me it was like, oh, this is easy. Like I was already pointing my vote towards live POG, no problem. But then we did have highlight number 2, which you might want to cover your eyes for this one. It was not full vision.
AT.
They know. And I feel kind of bad for Live to throw him under the bus because there is a smoke screen. But the moment you get the smoke screen there, just flash. If you get a Devour off and Aphelios lives for 3 more seconds and gets off an ultimate and gets a, I don't know what it is at this point, like 700 health shields, that game doesn't have to be as hard as it was, but it was. Life and aiming both crucially misstepping there, and that felt like the trademark Fredabrean moment. It could have been.
But then we had highlight
back and forth.
By the way, I think it's 750 on the ultimate.
Yeah.
700, 750. It is actually ridiculous. We did have this fight. They saw Arya coming in, but it wasn't really about him. It was actually about the insane amount of damage that Rascal's about to do in this fight.
He has hit his free item spike. He immediately forces an ultimate from Hannah. And then here you're like, oh, is this going to go well? And then you see the barrels and like, yes, it will in fact go well. Look at Lava. Oh, Lava's gone. Yeah, that's a 400 left. Oh, let's see. Hannah. Whoop, there he goes. 500 HP crit on the Q. And that's what Gangplank does if he can make it through the early game. So
my job here is done.
He's like, yeah, let's get to bot lane, which that TP is like a whole nother conversation.
You just did a really good job of sitting on the edge of the chaos. Yeah. There was like a huge ball of chaos. There was Rakans and Orin ultimates and everything, and he's just sitting there like planning out his next move, his next barrel. And he did, it was like 7,000 damage in that fight. So he did his job. And that was really what it came down to at the end of the day. So curious to see who is going to pick up the player of the game for this one.
Oh, didn't see that one coming.
Yeah, that's a curveball. I had 2 players in mind.
Rascal or Life? So it's a 3-way split then, surely. As I mean, Arya had a good game on Lissandra. He was really big. Still, I mean, we're both like, you can notice, wait, hold up. It's not the pirate or the catfish. The setup from Arya was really, really good. I really like this within the context of Arya, his redemption arc. And he did set up in many ways for Rascal's big plays. And see what the vote is okay.
7 out of 13. So all 3 observers, 2 media, 1 Korean analyst, and 1 Korean cast.
Okay. Okay.
Even a couple votes as well for Cuz.
I like it. I'm on board.
Big split across the board, and yeah. All right, well, Arya got to pick that one up. I guess it's just the season of double POG votes for the same player. But we do have the interview here ready to go, so I'm going to hand it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the Arya interview translation, the solo POG on the side of KT Roaster. Congratulations! And it is the summer KT Roaster picking up their first win of the split. How do you feel? To start off, I think it's been a while since we got a win, so it feels awesome. And also I think that T1 match last week was pretty winnable, so it was a bummer that we were not able to close out the series, but still we were able to kind of come back after that loss and secure a victory today. I am really curious about the bottom lane comp. In game number 1, it was Senna Ornn, a very rare support pick on the bottom lane. Was that something you guys prepared together with the fasting Senna? I think looking at our comp, Ornn was doing a huge role, and also Life is really good at Ornn. And so many people are really amazed and impressed by KT Roaster's improved draft this season. Yeah, these days we try to focus on kind of lane matchup, and also we have a lot of conversation about the comp we want to play. And you were able to win back-to-back POG on Lissandra for 2 games in a row. I knew that people have high prio on Ahri, but didn't expect that to be a first pick. And I kind of had a lot of ideas and information about that matchup, so playing against Ahri was not a big deal for me. And you were the one opening team fights for the players on your team. Who set up all the plays? I think the laning phase went as I expected, and in the later phase, I think I was able to play the roles that Lissandra has to play, so it was alright. It was an okay performance. And we had a huge fight happening around the Herald, so let's take a look at this replay. Do you remember this? Well, actually, right after the game, I kind of forgot about it, and then watching this kind of brings back the memory. I thought this fight was pretty winnable, and then, you know, Cuz was able to steal the Herald as well, and then when actually Life was jumping in, I was able to see the perfect angle to follow up. Watching that play, I was also screaming by your play, so it was pretty awesome, I want to say. So how are you feeling today? Were you on your best form, do you think? Well, we were actually giving up the Herald. We were looking for the fight, but luckily enough, Cuz was able to steal that objective as well. So it was a very good start for KT Roaster in game number 2, but there was a huge fight where you guys dropped the ball. Were you guys worried about losing the game in the end? It was definitely our mistake, but as long as we keep doing what we have to do in that game, I thought we would be still able to close out the game. And I saw huge smiles on the players' face after KT Roaster taking down the enemy Nexus. You guys stepped up so much after the end of the spring split, so could you kind of tell us what was the prep like? I mean, we were just like really having a lot of talks, you know, about the champions, about the games, and I guess this is a result of it. Your next opponent is Leaf Sandbox. Are you confident that you're going to start off a winning streak? Winning streak is really good, but I really hope that we can continue the momentum and the high spirit on our team. Then Arya, what is your personal goal of the split? I haven't set up any yet. I just want to become better than right now. And that's it. I just want to play better. Lastly, is there any message you would like to send to all the fans supporting KT Roaster? I mean, it's been like forever since I was able to hear fans in the venue, so it's just a huge joy for me. So I will keep working hard in order to play at my best form. And back to the endless carpet space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for that awesome translation. Let's take a look at the standings, as we do have now KT with their first victory. They do move to 1-2. Unfortunately, Fred Brion, they have not won a game yet.
No, Fred Brion looking incredibly rough. KT showcasing here that while there is still some issues, maybe in terms of keeping that focus up in mid-game. A lot of people have been very vocal about how important it is that you maintain focus. In the end, definitely the better team here on the night. And let's not forget, also pressure T1, so KT. Looking like at least a middle-of-the-pack team, which in of itself, I really like.
Yeah, absolutely. And for tomorrow's matches, guys, it will be Kwangdong Freaks up against Nongshim Red Force, and then T1 up against Live Sandbox. I was actually really looking forward to that second matchup. Live Sandbox did have a bit of a rough second match that they had, but hopefully they can pull back to their first match form and maybe make it interesting.
It'll be quick. They'll win quickly or they'll lose quickly. That first match, to me, very important for kind of understanding of which teams are actually going to make playoffs. Because for both Kwangdong and Nongshim, we're getting into week 2. This is a really important one to what's probably going to be one of your direct competitors.
Yeah, you gotta get some wins eventually. Guys, by the way, Pog State is coming out right after the show. We talk a lot about what happened in most of week 1 and our thoughts about that and the current meta. You know, is it very slow? What's going on with that? What's happening here in the LCK? So make sure you guys are tuning into that. Should be a very fun episode as always. But that's going to do it for us here on the Analyst Carpet Space and for the LCK tonight. Thank you once again for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for more of the LCK.
Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love would set me free. You break down the walls I build around me. It's a strange magic every time we touch. Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the